Chapter 1 Bought a knockoff phone and activated the rich sign-in system. Shanghai City. Binjiang University. In a quiet classroom. It was already lunchtime and class was over. All the students in the classroom had left, and only Qin Feng was still buried in his book. Qin Feng, let's break up. A pretty figure walked quickly in front of Qin Feng. Yuding, what's wrong? Qin Feng put the book down and raised his head. Zhao Yuding had a blank expression on her face. What's wrong? Qin Feng, you still have the nerve to ask. Yesterday, on 520 Valentine's Day, you sent me a red envelope of 131. What else can you say? I'll give you another $4 later. You're feeling romantic, aren't you? Zhao Yuding had a cold expression. What her roommate received were not diamond flowers. It's the Fruit 13 phone. Qin Feng, on the other hand, just sent a red envelope of 131. Because of this, Zhao Yuding was often ridiculed by her roommates. Qin Feng frowned. Yuding, I bought you a new phone online. It should be here soon. Qin Feng's family is not well off. In order to buy Zhao Yuding a new cell phone, he worked part-time for 2 whole months. This earned me 5,000 yuan. No, the end of the semester is coming soon. Qin Feng has to make up for the missed lessons. When the matter of mobile phones was mentioned, Zhao Yuding became furious. Look for yourself. This is the Chinese mobile phone you bought. Zhao Yuding slammed a courier box onto the table. The delivery box is huge. And it has been demolished. With doubts, Qin Feng opened it and took a look. When he saw what was inside, his expression changed immediately. Good job. There are 11 mobile phones neatly placed inside. This. I actually encountered the legendary 10 times the compensation if the product is fake. At this moment, 1,000 alpaca horses were running wildly through Qin Feng's heart. He never expected it. This kind of bad luck will happen to him. Yuding, I'm returning this phone. Change it for you. Qin Feng's heart was bleeding. This is his hard-earned money. Zhao Yuding folded her hands over her chest and said coldly. No. Who would still use a domestically made cell phone these days? Qin Feng, I'm telling you solemnly now. We're out of luck. Qin Feng looked at Zhao Yuding in a daze. The woman in front of me. It made him feel both familiar and strange. Yuding, why? We've been together for 3 years. The two were high school classmates. We have been together since we went to college. Because I want it. You can't give it to me. Zhao Yuding's eyes were full of indifference. Society is a big melting pot. Since coming to Shanghai City, her vanity has become stronger and stronger. Obviously, Qin Feng's family background could not satisfy her. So that's how it is. A bitter smile appeared on Qin Feng's lips. He had noticed the changes in Zhao Yuding a long time ago. I just didn't expect that this day would come so soon. Yuding. I've already reserved a table at the restaurant. Let's go eat together. Just then, a young man in a black suit appeared in the classroom. Zhao Yuding gave a flattering smile. She walked forward and took the young man's arm as if no one was around. Introduce me. This is my current boyfriend, Zhang Jichao. His family is in the real estate business, with assets worth hundreds of millions. Qin Feng, even if you work hard for your whole life, you won't be able to earn so much money. Zhao Yuding seemed to be showing off. After saying that, Zhao Yuding took Zhang Jichao's hand and walked out of the classroom. Qin Feng's face was a little pale. If Zhao Yuding had just proposed breaking up, he wouldn't have been so angry. But this woman actually hooked up with Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao is a rich second generation in their school. I had several girlfriends during college. Although he's not a very good person, there are still many girls who want to throw themselves into his arms. I have to say, this is the charm of money. Qin Feng felt very stupid. I actually wasted 3 years on Zhao Yuding, a vain woman. He sighed and checked the phone in the delivery box. I found that one of them could boot up normally, while the others were all mobile phone models. A certain CC merchant. Thank you, your whole family. Qin Feng cursed. Suddenly, a current burst out from the copycat mobile phone. Qin Feng felt a tingling sensation all over his body. This thing actually leaks electricity. Qin Feng subconsciously let go of the phone. The phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces. At the same time, a strange electronic sound echoed in Qin Feng's mind. The sign-in system for the super rich is being activated. 1%, 25%, 50%, 75%, 99%. The sign-in system for the super rich has been activated successfully. What the hell? Qin Feng was shocked. I thought I was possessed. The system is not a ghost. Starting today, the host has 3 sign-in opportunities every day. As long as you sign in successfully, you can draw various items. System? As college students in the 21st century, Qin Feng naturally knew what the system was. This is totally a life cheat. Unexpectedly, after buying a copycat mobile phone, I accidentally picked up a system. Sign me in. Qin Feng was ecstatic. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 160 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning all the shares of Ruihai Bank. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 Riverview houses in Xingqing community. Qin Feng was still in shock. A look of disbelief. Ruihai Bank is a private bank in Shanghai City with an estimated value of 100 billion yuan. Draw all the shares. Doesn't this mean that Qin Feng is a billionaire? System. You're so awesome. Qin Feng couldn't help but praise him. There are 2 Riverview houses, a total of 120 houses. Qin Feng looked up the housing prices in Xingqing community out of curiosity. I found that the average price was 131,000 renminbi per square meter. Before, buying a house in Shanghai City was something Qin Feng dared not even think about. But now, he directly drew 2 buildings. This is happiness. It came too suddenly. Considering that the host's bank card cannot transfer large amounts of money, the system presents the host with a CMB black gold card. Qin Feng took out the bank card. Looking at the black gold card in his hand, Qin Feng knew that he was not dreaming. This is all true. The blow brought by the breakup disappeared. Qin Feng felt that his whole body and mind were immersed in joy. Sure enough, how to relieve worries? Only get rich quickly. Zhao Yuding, Zhao Yuding. Thank you for breaking up today. Let me see your hypocritical face clearly. The counterfeit mobile phone was broken, so Qin Feng threw it into the trash can. At this time, Qin Feng's cell phone also rang. Hello, I am the general manager of Ruihai Bank, Zhou Rongfeng. Excuse me, are you Mr. Qin? Just now, the boss of Ruihai Bank was replaced. Zhou Rongfeng was also trembling with fear when he made this call. He was afraid of leaving a bad impression on his new boss and losing his job. Chapter 2. How dare you question Mr. Qin's identity? I am Qin Feng. Qin Feng replied. Boss Qin, I have reserved a table at Puyun restaurant. Let's have a meal. By the way, I'll report to you about the bank's work. Qin Feng agreed. Good. Mr. Qin, where are you? I'll pick you up. Zhou Rongfeng just wants to satisfy his new boss. No, I'll go over now. Binjiang University is not far from Puyun restaurant. It only takes about 10 minutes by taxi. Okay. Then Mr. Qin, let's meet at Puyun restaurant. Qin Feng left the classroom. I went to the ATM at the school gate and checked the balance on my black gold card. Yes, there is indeed 160 million in it. Qin Feng was very happy. Finally, it is no longer a 6-digit password that protects 3-digit deposits. He hailed a taxi on the roadside and headed to Puyun restaurant. Puyun restaurant is a high-end restaurant in Shanghai City. Per capita consumption is very high. The restaurant is magnificent and everyone coming in and out is wearing designer clothes. Sir, do you have a reservation? As soon as Qin Feng stepped into the restaurant, a waitress came over to greet him. Qin Feng was about to respond when he suddenly noticed 2 people. It's Zhao Yuding and Zhang Jichao. They are here too. It really ruins the view. It's Qin Feng. When Zhao Yuding saw Qin Feng, a hint of disgust clearly flashed in her eyes. She immediately pushed Zhang Jichao and reminded him. Zhang Jichao looked at Qin Feng and frowned. This guy actually dared to harass Zhao Yuding. Qin Feng, why are you following me? We've broken up, are you still not giving up? Zhao Yuding's voice was cold. Zhang Jichao warned with a mocking look on his face. Qin Feng, you'd better stay away from Yuting. Qin Feng just glanced at Zhang Jichao indifferently, then turned his attention to Zhao Yuting. Zhao Yuting, you think too highly of yourself. What makes you think I came here to find you? Don't you have gold on you? Zhao Yuting was very angry. Qin Feng, what do you mean? Don't tell me you came here to eat. Please open your eyes and see clearly. Where is this place? Zhao Yuting doesn't think Qin Feng has the ability to come here to spend money. This guy probably can't even take out $100 now. A playful smile appeared on Zhang Jichao's lips. He took out his wallet and pulled out $600 bills. Throw it on the ground. Here's $600 as a reward for you. Just think of it as me treating you to a meal. Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuting turned away with disdain on their faces. They had just taken 2 steps when they heard Qin Feng's sneering voice. A bitch deserves a dog. Forever and ever. Qin Feng looked indifferent and did not look at the money on the ground. This Zhang Jichao wanted to insult him. Wrong object was selected. Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuting's faces changed. Qin Feng. Zhang Jichao had a gloomy face and looked at Qin Feng coldly. How dare you scold me? Court death. Zhang Jichao gritted his teeth and wanted to take action after saying that. Mr. Zhang, what's wrong? The restaurant manager quickly came up to Zhang Jichao. Zhang Jichao is a frequent visitor here and a wealthy man. The restaurant manager naturally did not dare to neglect it. Manager Liu. Where's the security at your restaurant? This guy clearly wants to eat and dine for free, kick him out. Zhang Jichao was furious. In the past, no one ever dared to scold him. But Qin Feng is an exception. The restaurant manager looked at Qin Feng and said coldly. Sir, are you here for dinner? If not, please leave here immediately. The restaurant manager saw Qin Feng wearing all kinds of unknown brands. So he didn't take Qin Feng seriously. Qin Feng frowned. At this time, his cell phone also rang. Director Qin, are you here yet? Zhou Rongfeng asked respectfully. I'm at the restaurant door. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the road, I just arrived. I'll come in and find you right away. Zhou Rongfeng was sweating profusely and ran into the restaurant as fast as he could. Finally, he saw Qin Feng at the door. If you don't leave, I don't mind calling security over. When that happens, you will lose face. The restaurant manager wanted to please Zhang Jichao and spoke rudely to Qin Feng. Are you Mr. Qin? Zhou Rongfeng walked quickly to Qin Feng with a respectful attitude. It's me. Zhou Rongfeng was extremely shocked when he heard Qin Feng's answer. He didn't expect that the new boss of Ruihai Bank was still a young man. On top of that, the young man was wearing cheap clothes. He thought to himself, are all the rich people nowadays so low-key? Zhou Rongfeng also noticed that Qin Feng's expression looked a little strange. My heart skipped a beat. Mr. Zhou. Zhou Rongfeng is a senior member of the restaurant and is also very familiar with the restaurant owner. The restaurant manager was about to salute Zhou Rongfeng at this time. Bang! However, Zhou Rongfeng suddenly slapped him. Didn't I tell you to entertain Director Qin well? What the hell are you doing? Zhou Rongfeng wanted to slap the restaurant manager to death. If it causes him to lose his job, he would cut the restaurant manager into pieces. Mr. Zhou. The restaurant manager was bewildered. She covered her red face and looked at Zhou Rongfeng. He looked at Qin Feng again. Mr. Zhou, I didn't know he was your friend. The restaurant manager was horrified. Even his speech became hesitant. Who is Zhou Rongfeng? He is the general manager of Ruihai Bank. The restaurant manager naturally didn't dare to offend. What's more, Zhou Rongfeng is very familiar with the owner of Puyun Restaurant. As long as Zhou Rongfeng wanted, he could fire the restaurant manager in minutes. Sorry. The restaurant manager kept apologizing to Qin Feng. He regrets it very much. If you knew that Qin Feng was Zhou Rongfeng's friend, even if I lend him 1,000 courage, he didn't dare to offend Qin Feng. Go away on your own. Don't let me see you again. Zhou Rongfeng was very annoyed. Boss Zhou, give me a chance. The restaurant manager kept his head down, he didn't want to lose his job. Roll. The volcano in Zhou Rongfeng's heart was about to erupt. Mr. Zhou, who is he? Zhang Jichao, who was standing next to him, saw Zhou Rongfeng being so respectful to Qin Feng. He also started to stutter. An ominous feeling welled up in his heart. Director Qin holds all the shares of Ruihai Bank. He is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. What? Zhang Jichao and Zhao Yuding looked at each other, extremely shocked. Impossible. Boss Zhou, this Qin Feng is just a pauper. How could he be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Zhang Jichao shook his head and didn't believe it. Zhao Yuding didn't believe it either. She has been dating Qin Feng for 3 years. He knew Qin Feng's family background very well. Even to buy a domestic mobile phone, Qin Feng worked part-time for 2 months. How could he be the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Wait, I don't think I know you? Zhou Rongfeng frowned and looked at Zhang Jichao coldly. Zhang Jichao explained with a nervous look on his face. Boss Zhou. You are such a forgetful person. My dad is the chairman of Huihang Real Estate. We had a drink together the night before. Zhou Rongfeng's face suddenly turned cold. Bang! He gave Zhang Jichao a crisp slap in the face. Just relying on a small Huihang Real Estate. How dare you question Mr. Qin's identity? Chapter 3 Qin Feng, let's get back together. Zhang Jichao was so scared that he couldn't speak. Even Zhao Yuding's heart was in turmoil. How could she have imagined that Qin Feng actually had this identity? The chairman of Ruihai Bank, this identity is many times more powerful than Zhang Jichao. No, it should be said that they cannot be compared. After all, Zhang Jichao is just a rich second generation who lives a life of idleness and waiting to die. Zhao Yuding felt extremely regretful. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhang Jichao's legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. His face turned pale. If you offend the chairman of Ruihai Bank, you will be in big trouble. He also didn't expect that Qin Feng had such a powerful background. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have wanted this bitch Zhao Yuding. Zhang Jichao lowered his head and did not dare to look at Qin Feng. No way. This young man is actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Some onlookers were discussing Qin Feng's identity. The look they gave Qin Feng was full of respect. Boss Qin, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect it was the first time we met. I actually encountered such an unpleasant thing. Zhou Rongfeng bent down and lowered his head, afraid that Qin Feng would blame him. Qin Feng's silence made Zhou Rongfeng feel an invisible pressure. Whether he can keep his position as general manager depends entirely on a word from Qin Feng. Are you familiar with Zhang Jichao's father? Qin Feng spoke and looked at Zhou Rongfeng. Zhou Rongfeng shook his head violently. Mr. Qin, don't misunderstand. I just met his father at a dinner party the day before yesterday. Huihang Real Estate is just a small real estate company from another place. Due to excessive debt, it is on the verge of bankruptcy. They came to Zhou Rongfeng just to borrow some money. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Zhou Rongfeng also understood very well. This Zhang Jichao has completely offended Qin Feng. Zhang Jichao, go back and tell your father. From now on, our Ruihai Bank will cut off all cooperation with Huihang Real Estate. Zhang Jichao knelt down directly, hugged Zhou Rongfeng's thighs. Boss Zhou, give me a chance. If his father knew about this, he would definitely be beaten. You've offended Director Qin. You asked for it. Get lost. Zhou Rongfeng kicked Zhang Jichao away with one kick. Boss Qin, let's go eat. Zhou Rongfeng made a gesture of invitation. He followed Qin Feng into the elevator. It's over, it's over. Zhang Jichao looked desperate. Having caused such a big disaster, his father will definitely not let him go when he returns. You bitch. Zhang Jichao stood up and slapped Zhao Yuding hard. He was in a bad mood, so he took it out on Zhao Yuding. Jichao, why did you hit me? Zhao Yuding reacted, her eyes red. Originally, she had the opportunity to become the wife of the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Unfortunately, now, all has become a bubble. She regretted it more than anyone else. I feel like I missed out on $1 billion. No, it's hundreds of billions. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have offended Qin Feng. Get as far away from me as possible. Zhang Jichao roared. Zhao Yuding looked aggrieved and went over to quickly press the elevator button. A thought flashed through her mind, that is, to get back together with Qin Feng. How could I miss a man as wealthy and powerful as Qin Feng? In the box, Qin Feng was looking at the financial statements of Ruihai Bank. Ruihai Bank is a private bank. Although it has not yet been listed, its valuation has reached 100 billion. The net profit for 1 year is more than 3 billion. Next to him, Zhou Rongfeng called Zhang Jichao's father Zhang Liwei. At this time, Zhang Liwei was still drinking with clients in the bar. Zhang Liwei was very surprised when he received Zhou Rongfeng's call. "Hello, Mr. Zhou. Excuse me, has the loan been approved?" Zhou Rongfeng snorted coldly. "No. Also, your company has uncontrollable risks. My bank has decided to increase your collateral assets. If you can't do this, my bank will call back the previous loan in advance." Zhang Liwei's face changed. "Boss Zhou. Is there any misunderstanding here?" Zhang Liwei realized something was wrong. Nowadays, Huihang Real Estate no longer has many assets to mortgage. If Ruihai Bank continues to do this, they will definitely go bankrupt. You should ask your precious son. Zhou Rongfeng hung up the phone. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Zhou. Zhang Liwei was furious. He knew that it must be his son who caused the trouble. This piece of trash. Zhang Liwei cursed and lost all mood to drink. After Zhou Rongfeng finished the call, he stood quietly beside Qin Feng. What should be done has been done. If Qin Feng is dissatisfied with anything, then he has to leave too. Boss Qin, blame me for not making good arrangements. Zhou Rongfeng lowered his head. Qin Feng just waved his hand. Zhou Rongfeng's work in the bank was still affirmed. As for what just happened, it has nothing to do with Zhou Rongfeng. You are still in charge of the bank's affairs. Don't let me down. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhou Rongfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Qin Feng did not blame him. The door of the box opened, and Zhao Yuding's face was covered with tears. She walked quickly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng frowned. This woman actually has the nerve to come to him? Qin Feng. Sorry. I take back what I said in school. Let's get back together. Zhao Yuding grabbed Qin Feng's arm and begged. However, Qin Feng pushed Zhao Yuding away. Zhao Yuding, don't you think you're disgusting? Stay away from me. Zhao Yuding was still crying. Qin Feng, don't do this. We have been together for so long, are you so heartless? Zhao Yuding fully demonstrated her shameless nature. After all, you can have anything these days. You just can't have any shame. When it comes to ruthlessness, I can't compare to you. Zhao Yuding, you should go find your Zhang Jichao. Qin Feng sneered. Ever since I saw Zhao Yuding's true face, Qin Feng no longer had any feelings for this woman. Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Zhou Rongfeng. This lady. Please don't disturb Mr. Qin's meal. Zhou Rongfeng called the restaurant's security and drove Zhao Yuding out. Qin Feng. Zhao Yuding burst into tears. Unfortunately, Qin Feng never looked at her from beginning to end. Half an hour had passed since Qin Feng and Zhou Rongfeng finished their lunch. The two just walked out of the restaurant. Then I saw Zhang and his son standing outside the door. There was panic in the eyes of the two men. The weather in May is already very hot. Zhang Jichao and Zhang Liwei were sweating profusely. Zhang Jichao covered his red and swollen face. It was obvious that he had been beaten by his father. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhang Liwei immediately walked over and lowered his head. I have already beaten up the rebellious son. Please give me a chance, Mr. Zhou. Zhou Rongfeng sneered and looked at Qin Feng. The one you offended is Director Qin. What's the point of saying sorry to me? Qin, Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. Zhang Liwei apologized to Qin Feng. Chapter 4. Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. Rebellious son, why don't you come over here and apologize to Director Qin? Zhang Liwei was very angry. How could I give birth to such a useless son? He is capable of more failure than success. The company's affairs have already given Zhang Liwei enough headaches. But unfortunately, his son offended Qin Feng because of a woman. Having offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank, will they still have a good life in the future? Qin Feng. No, Mr. Qin. I really know I was wrong. You are a magnanimous person, please let us go. Zhang Jichao looked unlucky. There is no longer the arrogance of the past. Qin Feng smiled meaningfully. Okay, if you kneel down, I'll consider letting you go. Zhang Jichao was delighted. Both he and Zhao Yuding are shameless people. If kneeling down can get Qin Feng's forgiveness, it would be a good deal. Boss Qin, I kneel down to you. Zhang Jichao knelt down on the ground all of a sudden. Seeing this, Qin Feng also showed disdain. He didn't expect that Zhang Jichao would actually kneel down. Boss Qin. Look, my son is kneeling down. Can you please be flexible about the loan? Zhang Liwei said in a negotiating tone. Qin Feng laughed. Excuse me. I'm just saying, think about it. Qin Feng will not be merciful to the two people in front of him. Are you kidding me? Zhang Jichao realized that he had been tricked by Qin Feng. His face looked very ugly. Shut up. Zhang Liwei's body trembled and he slapped his son again. Boss Qin. If there is no cash flow, my company will go bankrupt. Zhang Liwei had a bitter face. Then let's go bankrupt. There is no need for an unscrupulous company like yours to exist. Qin Feng said in a cold voice. There are still many mortgaged assets of Zhang Liwei in Ruweihai Bank. Even if the company goes bankrupt, Qin Feng will not suffer too much loss. Boss Qin, don't do this. Qin Feng ignored Zhang and his son and left. Mr. Qin, where are you going? I send you. Zhou Rongfen caught up with Qin Feng. Go to Star City Community. Qin Feng planned to go and see the 2 riverview rooms he had drawn. Zhou Rongfeng immediately drove his Audi over. On the other side, Zhang Liwei was furious. He knew that his company was doomed. Dad, what do we do now? Zhang Liwei roared, you ask me, who should I ask? If it weren't for you offending Director Qin, it won't turn out like this. Giving birth to a son like you. You wasted your mother and I's entire night. Waste. Zhou Rongfeng sent Qin Feng to Xingqing Community. Mr. Qin, did you buy a house here? Zhou Rongfeng asked curiously. Qin Feng just nodded, you go back first. Okay, Mr. Qin. Then I won't bother you anymore. Zhou Rongfeng drove away. Qin Feng walked to the gate of Xingqing Community. There are tall buildings in front of me, and the greening of the community is also very good. The sales office is right next to the community gate. Qin Feng went over to take a look and found that the door of the sales office was locked. As a last resort, he could only make a phone call. I am Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. A little girl answered the phone. She was deeply impressed by the name Qin Feng. This person bought 2 houses in Xingqing Community. Moreover, they are the 2 buildings with the best locations. This is a very rich man. Mr. Qin, are you coming over to collect the room? Well, I'm already at the gate of the community. The little girl didn't dare to neglect it and said hurriedly, Mr. Qin, please wait a few minutes. I'll be right there. Qin Feng hung up the phone and waited patiently. Young man, come and buy a house? A security guard in his 30s noticed Qin Feng and walked over. Qin Feng nodded. The security guard looked at Qin Feng and said, houses here are not cheap. If you choose to buy a house here, you must be prepared to become a house slave. The security guard has been working in the property company for several years. He has seen too many young people buy houses on impulse. Eventually, the bank took the house away because the family was unable to repay the loan. Qin Feng just smiled. House slave? It is impossible to be a house slave. It is impossible for me to be a house slave in my life. You look so young. You probably haven't come out into society yet, right? Qin Feng saw that the security guard had no ill intentions and said with a smile, I'm still studying. The security guard said, then your parents must be very rich. But I still think that young people don't need to rush to buy a house. Qin Feng smiled but said nothing. Next, he chatted with the security guard for a while. 3 or 4 minutes passed. The girl from the sales office drove over in a small electric scooter. You are Mr. Qin, right? Su Wei parked the car and came in front of Qin Feng. Good. Seeing Qin Feng nod, Su Wei was even more shocked. This Qin Feng is so young and looks very handsome. I'm so sorry. The houses in the community are almost all sold out now, and the colleagues in the sales department have all been transferred away. I failed to entertain Mr. Qin properly. Su Wei said apologetically. It's okay, take me to see the house. Qin Feng didn't care much. The property certificates are all at the sales office. I'll get them for you. Su Wei took out the key and opened the door of the sales office. Soon, she dragged out a large cardboard box. Brotherly, please help me move the box. Su Wei called the security guard over. The box was too heavy for Su Wei to move it by himself. The security guard went over to help. After a while, they moved the box in front of Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, your property certificates are all here. There are a total of 120 sets. Please count them. By the way, the key is in there too. Su Wei said to Qin Feng very respectfully. Xiao Wei, this young man. He bought 120 houses? The security guard was dumbfounded. It was the first time he saw someone buy so many houses at one time. This is too willful. Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. That's right. Su Wei nodded. Mr. Qin bought 2 houses in full. And they are the 2 buildings along the river. They have the best location. Full payment? The security guard's eyes finally changed when he looked at Qin Feng. He counted on his fingers, trying to calculate how much money Qin Feng spent on buying the 2 houses. Unfortunately, his mathematics was taught by the physical education teacher. Couldn't figure it out. In short, it's a sky-high price. Qin Feng opened the box and took a look. Yes, there was his property certificate and many keys inside. Mr. Qin, let me help you move it. The security guard took the initiative to carry the box and entered the community with Qin Feng. 120 houses, all fully decorated. Qin Feng chose a top-floor apartment and planned to live there first. As for the other houses, he plans to rent them out. After all, he couldn't live in so many houses. Chapter 5 Sign-in, Lamborghini Poison. Qin Feng stood on the balcony. The breeze caresses your face. I could see the river in the distance, with waves rising and falling. The scenery along the river bank is even more beautiful. Mr. Qin, those property certificates have been put in your room. The security guard said to Qin Feng with a smile. Thank you for your help. No trouble. Su Wei said, Mr. Qin. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Call me if you need anything. Qin Feng nodded. Qin Feng did not return to school in the afternoon. At night, I also live in the community. One night passed. In the morning, when Qin Feng got up, it's already past 8 o'clock. It feels so good to sleep until you wake up naturally. System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 150 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Lamborghini Veneno. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Shanghai City Maserati 4S store. Once again, I won more than 100 million Chinese yuan. Qin Feng was stunned. Lamborghini Veneno, this is a top luxury sports car. It takes only 2.8 seconds to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h, and is worth 80 million Chinese yuan. Qin Feng was also very excited about winning a Maserati 4S store. Lamborghini Poison has been distributed to the system space. The host can extract it at any time. Qin Feng can't wait any longer. I was even more surprised when I heard the system say that it could be extracted directly. This is too sci-fi. Qin Feng took the elevator to the underground parking lot and found an empty corner. System, extract. Extraction successful. Qin Feng only saw a flash of green light. Immediately, a black Lamborghini Veneno appeared in the parking space. Qin Feng also had a bunch of Lamborghini car keys in his hand. The Lamborghini Veneno has a cool body and a bullet-shaped front face, which is very visually impactful. When Qin Feng saw the license plate number on the Lamborghini Veneno, he was also stunned for a while. The only thing I saw on the license plate was D8888. Qin Feng opened the car door and went in to feel it. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to drive out and give it a try. As Qin Feng started the car, the Lamborghini Veneno also let out bursts of roars, like a wild beast. It is indeed a top sports car. Qin Feng felt the performance of the car and drove it out of the community. Oh my god! What kind of sports car is that? It looks like a Lamborghini Veneno. I heard that there is only one in China, and we can still find this one. No, I have to buy 2 lottery tickets when I get home. Maybe I can win the jackpot. Seeing Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, many passers-by took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The cars on the street can only choose to stay away as much as possible. If you accidentally hit something, the insurance won't be enough to pay. The cool appearance of the Lamborghini Veneno attracted the attention of a female driver behind. Wow, that sports car in front is so cool. It looks like it will cost a lot of money. The man in the passenger seat had a blank expression on his face. Hit it. The female driver didn't react. Honey, you must be kidding me. Hit it. The man repeated. Honey, we can't afford it. The man turned pale and roared, why don't you step on the brakes? That's a Lamborghini Venom. If we hit it, we're really done for. Qin Feng had breakfast and went to the Maserati 4S store that he had drawn. He parked his Lamborghini Veneno on the side of the road and walked into the 4S shop alone. Sir, would you like to see the car? A sweet-looking female salesperson came up to Qin Feng and asked. I want to see your manager here. There were several Maseratis on display in the showroom, but Qin Feng was not interested in any of them. After all, he already owns a Lamborghini Veneno. Our manager just went out and hasn't come back yet. Then give them a call and tell them I'm Qin Feng. Okay, Mr. Qin, wait a moment. The saleswoman went to make a phone call. Hey, Qin Feng. Are you here to look at cars too? At this time, a young man walked up to Qin Feng. He patted Qin Feng on the shoulder. Qin Feng actually knew the young man. The other person is Jiang Yu, and he is from Binjiang University Student Union. Moreover, his family has some money, so he is considered a rich second generation. I'm here to sit for a while. Qin Feng said. Jiang Yu showed a look of contempt on his face. Are you kidding? This is a Maserati 4S store. You come to sit here? Jiang Yu obviously didn't believe it. Some people just like to take pictures of luxury cars and then upload them to their moments. Satisfy your vanity. Jiang Yu has seen many people like this. I can't afford it, I just like to show off. Seeing Jiang Yu's mocking look, Qin Feng was too lazy to explain. Who is this, dear? A tall woman walked up to Jiang Yu and asked. An alumnus. Jiang Yu looked indifferent and had no intention of introducing him to his girlfriend. The woman's eyes were fixed on a Maserati Ghibli not far away. Should we buy that car? Jiang Yu felt very embarrassed. He usually spends money lavishly. I don't have much money left. Besides, the lowest configuration of Maserati Ghibli costs more than 700,000 yuan. He couldn't bear to do it. This car is a bit expensive. Or, let's go back and think about it again. The woman was a little annoyed. I don't care, you promised to buy me a car. Aren't you very rich? Jiang Yu was speechless. He usually likes to brag, but now he is embarrassed. Let's take another look. Jiang Yu pulled his girlfriend over and continued looking at the car. On the other side, the female salesperson who went to make a phone call also came back. Mr. Qin, our manager will be back soon. Would you like some coffee? The saleswoman's attitude became very respectful. Because he learned from the phone that Qin Feng was their boss. And their manager had specifically told them that they must not offend Qin Feng. A cup of tea, please. Okay. The female salesperson went to make tea for Qin Feng. 1 passes to 2, 2 passes to 3. Qin Feng's identity was soon known to other salesmen. Oh my god, our boss is too young. The key is that he is handsome. Qin Feng sipped his tea and ignored the strange looks from the female salespeople. After waiting for a few minutes, the manager of the 4S shop came back. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm the manager of the 4S store. The manager of the 4S store came to Qin Feng and bowed. He came back running, so there were a lot of sweat on his face. Qin Feng nodded. Mr. Qin, come to my office. Let me report to you about the situation at the 4S store. The manager of the 4S store followed Qin Feng and walked towards the office. Does your manager know Qin Feng? Jiang Yu was stunned when he saw this scene, and he asked the salesperson next to him. Mr. Qin is our boss. What? Jiang Yu was shocked. And it was extremely shocking. Chapter 6, Comparing people will make you die, comparing goods will make you throw them away. Xin Feng is so reluctant to throw away a pair of pants even after they have been washed clean. Could such a person be the owner of a Maserati 4S store? You know, I want to open a Maserati 4S store in Shanghai City. If you don't have hundreds of millions of dollars in funding, don't even think about it. So Jiang Yu didn't believe it. Could you have mistaken someone? Jiang Yu questioned. How is this possible? Didn't you see that our manager brought Mr. Qin to the office? Jiang Yu was stunned. It took a long time before I came to my senses. Oh my god, Xin Feng is actually a hidden rich man. Thinking of what he had just said to Xin Feng, Jiang Yu felt ashamed. He bought a Maserati Ghibli worth over 700,000 yuan by being very stingy. As it turns out, Xin Feng is the owner of the Maserati 4S store. My dear, your schoolmate is actually the boss here. Jiang Yu's girlfriend was also surprised. Looking at the way Xin Feng was dressed, I thought he was an ordinary person. She had to admit that she had made a mistake. Why don't you go ask and see if you can get a discount? Jiang Yu's girlfriend suggested. Jiang Yu looked embarrassed. I don't have enough money. Well, we'll come back to buy it another day. I see you don't want to buy it at all. Jiang Yu's girlfriend's face was full of frost. He walked out of the Maserati 4S store angrily. Wait for me. Jiang Yu chased after him. Xin Feng sat in the office and chatted with the manager of the 4S store for a few minutes. I went outside the booth again and looked at the cars on display. The Maserati is luxurious enough, but it is nothing compared to the Lamborghini Veneno outside. There is still no way to compare. Especially in terms of performance. I'm going back first. Mr. Qin, I'll take you there. The manager of the 4S store sent Xin Feng out of the store. Lamborghini Veneno in front of the car. Jiang Yu's girlfriend made a scissors gesture and took a photo with the sports car. Jiang Yu was taking pictures on the side. The two of them had a lot of fun taking photos. After his girlfriend finished taking the photo, Jiang Yu couldn't help but step forward to take a selfie. Have you finished filming? Xin Feng walked over with a calm tone. Not yet. Xin Feng, you want to take a photo too? When Jiang Yu saw that it was Xin Feng, he quickly made way for him. Xin Feng, you take the photo first. After knowing Xin Feng's identity, Jiang Yu no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. This car is mine. Sorry, I have to go. After saying that, Xin Feng took out the car keys of the Lamborghini Veneno from his pocket. As Xin Feng pressed the car key, the headlights of the Lamborghini Veneno flashed a few times. No. No way? Jiang Yu was stunned. I thought that Xin Feng was the owner of a Maserati 4S store, which was already very impressive. Unexpectedly, even this Lamborghini Veneno is his. Oh my god, what is the identity of this Xin Feng? As far as Jiang Yu knows, there is only one Lamborghini Veneno in the whole of China. The price of the car is as high as 80 million. This is not a business that ordinary people can open. Jiang Yu's girlfriend opened her red lips slightly and stared at Xin Feng blankly. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Behind Xin Feng, the manager of the 4S store also felt incredible. Now he finally understood. Why did Xin Feng show such disdain when he looked at the Maserati exhibition car? It turns out that the guy has a Lamborghini Veneno. I'm sorry, Xin Feng. Jiang Yu lowered his head and quickly pulled his girlfriend aside, so as not to hinder Xin Feng from getting on the car. Xin Feng stopped talking and opened the door of the Lamborghini Veneno. The Lamborghini Veneno uses scissor doors when the doors open upwards. Just like wings. And extremely domineering. Accompanied by bursts of roars, the Lamborghini Veneno also disappeared from Jiang Yu's sight. As Xin Feng left, Jiang Yu's sense of pressure also disappeared. But the shock in his heart took a long time to subside. It's true that people are more likely to die than others. Shop around before you shop. Then look at the BMW sedan you drive. Jiang Yu suddenly felt that it was no longer fragrant. Xin Feng drove a Lamborghini Veneno and played in the suburbs for most of the day. In the evening, he went to a restaurant to eat. When he passed by the Patek Philippe store, he went in to take a look. Sir, welcome to the Patek Philippe boutique. The female salesperson in the store saluted Xin Feng. The booth was filled with expensive Patek Philippe watches, which were very dazzling. Xin Feng also did some research on watches and decided to buy one for fun. He walked over and looked at it for a long time. take out this watch and have a look at it. The saleswoman smiled and said, "Sir, you have a very good eye. This watch belongs to the Sporty Elegance collection." The saleswoman continued her introduction, using some professional terms. Xin Feng tried it on and found it looked very good. "How much is this watch?" Xin Feng asked casually. If it were in the past, he would definitely not come to such a luxury store. But now, he is not short of money. This watch is now priced at 460,000. Xin Feng shook his head when he heard the price. "Sir, if you think it's too expensive. In fact, our store is still holding an event right now, and there are gifts to give away." No. Xin Feng shook his head. "I think this watch is a bit cheap. Please recommend me a more expensive one." The saleswoman was stunned. Judging from the way Xin Feng is dressed, he doesn't look like a wealthy man. This watch worth more than 400,000 yuan actually seems cheap. "Sir, please take a look at this one." The saleswoman brought another watch. Xin Feng looked at several models in a row. Either the appearance is not satisfactory or it is out of stock. Suddenly, Xin Feng noticed the 6104 G001 watch. The dial is dark blue and features 3 discs made of sapphire crystal glass. "Sir, this watch belongs to the series of Grand Complications. The case material is 18K white gold inlaid with diamonds. The price is 2.93 million. The female salesperson introduced Xin Feng. That's it. Xin Feng tried it on and liked it more and more. He simply took out his bank card and put it on the counter. Swipe the card, the password is 6 sixes. There is no such thing as a fear of choice in this world. It's all because of poverty. The female salesperson was also surprised to see Xin Feng being so generous. She took out the card machine and swiped Xin Feng's card. Card swiping successful. "Sir, I'll pack it for you." The female salesperson handed the bank card back to Xin Feng. "No need, I'll just put it on." Xin Feng shook his head. "What's your name, sir?" "Xin Feng." "Mr. Xin, let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any follow-up questions regarding repairs and maintenance, you can contact me." Xin Feng added the saleswoman as WeChat. Before I finished the formalities, I heard a voice calling from behind. "Xin Feng?" Xin Feng turned around and saw his 3 roommates. After confirming Xin Feng's identity, the 3 roommates' mouths opened into an O shape. "Oh my god. I thought I had the wrong person, but it turns out to be you." Chapter 7. Does your family have a mine? The 3 roommates watched outside the store for a long time. The more I looked, the more I felt that the person inside looked like Xin Feng, so I came over to confirm. I just never expected it. The person in the Patek Philippe store was indeed Xin Feng. "Xin Feng, are you hooking up with a rich woman?" "I actually came here to buy something." The 3 roommates were still in shock. Kong Liang came to Xin Feng first. "Mr. Xin, the formalities are completed." The female salesperson handed Xin Feng a receipt. Xin Feng took the receipt, looked at his 3 roommates, and smiled without saying a word. At school, he had a pretty good relationship with these 3 roommates. We usually skip classes and play games together. The 3 roommates soon noticed the watch on Xin Feng's hand. "Wow, you actually bought it. This watch costs a lot of money, right?" Kong Liang was stunned. "Not expensive either." Xin Feng smiled. "Indeed, for Xin Feng. This watch is not expensive either." Suddenly, Kong Liang saw the price on the receipt. "This is 290,000? Are you nearsighted? This is clearly more than 2.9 million. My roommate Xiaopang hurriedly reminded me. More than 2 million. This is not expensive? The 3 roommates were dumbfounded. For them, this is an astronomical figure. How could they have thought of Xin Feng, who is usually so low-key? He is actually a wealthy man. Xin Feng, sure. Hidden deep. You hid it from us for so long. Could it be that you have a mine at home? Xin Feng smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm laying my cards on the table. I am a multi-billionaire. We have lived in the same dormitory for 3 years. Well, I'll grant you one wish. Xin Feng didn't explain too much. Well, just treat us to a meal. Kong Liang hesitated for a moment and smiled. At school, Kong Liang also takes good care of Xin Feng. Although he now knew that Qin Feng was a rich man, he did not make any excessive demands. No problem. Xiao Yu, what about you? Qin Feng looked at the other roommate. Brother Feng, I'm the same as Kong Liang, said the roommate with a smile. What about you? Qin Feng looked at Xiao Pang. Brother Feng, I'm trying to lose weight recently, so forget about eating. Don't you have a broken computer in your dormitory? Here's the thing, I have a friend, he wants the hard drive in your computer. Qin Feng glared at Xiao Pang and said speechlessly. That's too much. I still have hundreds of gigabytes of study materials on my hard drive. I definitely can't give it to you. Xiao Pang scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I'll treat you guys to dinner tomorrow, it's a deal. Next, Qin Feng went to buy a few more sets of clothes. The three roommates followed closely and kept asking questions. Brother Feng, are you going back to school? We rented a car and went back together. Qin Feng shook his head, no need, I have my own car. Besides, I'm not going back to school tonight. Kong Liang said with a smile, Brother Feng also bought a car, let's go take a look. The three roommates followed Qin Feng to the parking lot out of curiosity. I didn't expect that. We can make a rich friend too. I can brag about it for the rest of my life when I get back. The three roommates were walking and chatting when they saw Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno. Shocked again. Fuck. The three roommates were shocked. But I have no culture, so I can only express it with fuck. I'm not dreaming, am I? Feng, Brother Feng, is this car yours? There were no words to describe the shock in their hearts. The Lamborghini Veneno in front of you is the hardtop version, of which there are only 4 in the world. What shocked them was that they actually saw it with their own eyes. Qin Feng smiled and nodded, then got into the car. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. The three roommates were still standing there in a daze. Watched Qin Feng leave. They were filled with nothing but shock. Qin Feng returned to Xingqing community. Standing on the balcony, I could see the bright lights of the street in the distance. Qin Feng remembered something, took out his cell phone and found his sister's WeChat message. Yuton, is get out of class over yet? Qin Feng sent a message. Xin Yutong is a senior high school student, studying in the county town where she lives. After several minutes, Qin Feng finally received the message. Just finished class. Brother, I haven't seen you for a long time, when will you come back? There is also a naughty expression below. Qin Feng felt ashamed. In order to earn money through part-time work in the past 2 months, he has not been back to see his parents for a long time. It's almost the end of the semester, let's go back during the holidays. Yutong, send me your bank account number. Qin Yutong was a little disappointed. With doubts, she sent Qin Feng a bank card account number. Qin Feng originally wanted to transfer hundreds of thousands of dollars. Unfortunately, his sister's bank card has a limit. As a last resort, Qin Feng could only transfer 100,000 yuan first. Brother, did you transfer the money? Qin Yutong was stunned when she received the transfer information. Good. I'll give you a little more tomorrow. Go home this weekend and buy some clothes for your parents. Qin Yutong asked with doubt, Brother, how do you have so much money? I did business with a friend and made a little money. Qin Feng explained. Brother, I'm going to take the college entrance exam soon. When the time comes, I'll also go to Shanghai City to study at university. What's so good about Shanghai City? You should go to Yanjing. Forget it, Yanjing is too far away. Then you work hard. Qin Feng chatted with his sister for a long time. Thinking about the professional classes tomorrow, I took a shower and went to bed. The night passed quickly. Dawn is coming. System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 170 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 3 sets of Brioni custom men's clothing. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning all the shares of Binjiang University. Before, 100 million Chinese yuan was an unimaginable number for Qin Feng. But after getting drawn twice, he got used to it. Brioni, the world's top and most luxurious clothing brand. If you want to customize clothes, the cost is naturally very high. Take the 3 sets of clothes that Qin Feng drew, for example, there is only one top. The price was as high as 200,000 Chinese yuan. You can imagine how luxurious this brand's custom-made clothes are. The Binjiang University that was drawn was naturally the university Qin Feng attended. Binjiang University is a private university. The total area is more than 1,300 acres, and there are more than 16,000 students. Moreover, in Shanghai City, Binjiang University can also be ranked. Qin Feng smiled, but he didn't expect this either. I actually became a board member of Binjiang University. Doesn't that mean that I can skip classes whenever I want in the future? But thinking of this, Qin Feng felt that his vision was too low. What is the purpose of going to school? Isn't it just to find a good job in the future? With Qin Feng's current status, it is totally unnecessary. However, it's okay to go and feel the campus atmosphere occasionally. Brioni Custom Men's Clothing has been delivered to Shanghai City. Host, please check. Qin Feng originally thought that the clothes could be taken out directly. But unexpectedly, it was only delivered to a clothing store. It looks like I have to go there in person. Chapter 8 Learning Morality First. The clothing store is located in a shopping mall. After Qin Feng finished his breakfast, he drove off in the Lamborghini Veneno. Arriving at the mall, Qin Feng parked the car and took the elevator to the 6th floor. According to the address given by the system, Qin Feng found the clothing store. However, Qin Feng arrived at the door of the clothing store. I found that the door was not open. Next to them, a middle-aged couple was waiting. Judging from their attire, they are either rich or noble. Hello? Excuse me, when will this store open? Qin Feng went over to ask. The middle-aged couple were playing with their mobile phones. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feng. Master Chen Ming has gone out for something and will be back soon. The middle-aged man looked at each other coldly with a calm tone. Looking at the way Qin Feng is dressed, he doesn't look like a rich man. The owner of this clothing store is Chen Ming, who is very famous in the clothing design industry. Chen Ming also worked in Brioni before. So there is some connection with Brioni. As for the Brioni custom-made men's clothing that Qin Feng drew, it was delivered here. Thanks. Qin Feng planned to wait a little longer since he was not in a hurry anyway. The woman looked at Qin Feng and said in a doubtful tone, "Young man, have you come to the wrong place? This shop does custom clothing. And if you ask Master Chen Ming to make clothes, any piece will cost tens of thousands of dollars. If you want to buy clothes, go to the 2nd floor of the mall." The woman's words were sarcastic and made Qin Feng feel very uncomfortable. However, Qin Feng ignored the other party and walked aside. There are always some people who like to belittle others in order to show their superiority. There are really too many people like this. The woman looked at Qin Feng with a bit of contempt. Judging from the way Qin Feng was dressed, he didn't think that Qin Feng was a member of the upper class. He also didn't think Qin Feng had the ability to ask Master Chen Ming to make clothes for him. Maybe I really came to the wrong place. Leave him alone. The middle-aged man smiled. Afterwards, the two of them ignored Qin Feng. After a while, a young man in his early 20s came over. The young man opened the shop door. "Little brother, are you a staff member here? Why haven't I seen you before?" The middle-aged woman asked. "Oh, I'm Master Chen Ming's new disciple. My name is Xiao Hai." Seeing that the other party was also a wealthy man, the young man answered respectfully. "No wonder. By the way, how long will it take for Master Chen Ming to come back?" The young man named Xiao Hai said, "It's almost done. Come in first." The middle-aged couple followed Xiao Hai into the store. Then, Qin Feng also walked in. The shop is very large and contains many fine fabrics. There are a lot of finished clothes hanging on the shelf next to it. Whether it is men's or women's clothing, it gives people a unique and novel feeling. "Sir, are you here to order custom-made clothes as well?" The young man named Xiao Hai noticed Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. "I'm here to get my clothes. My name is Qin Feng." Qin Feng explained his purpose. "Wait a minute, I'll find it for you." The young man named Xiao Hai walked into the next room. The middle-aged couple looked at each other and were both surprised. This Qin Feng actually customized his clothes here. The way they looked at Qin Feng finally changed. But soon, the young man named Xiao Hai came back. "Sir, I can't find your clothes. Can you give me your membership card so I can check it out? As long as you customize clothes in this store, you will get a membership card." "I don't have a membership card." Qin Feng said. After hearing what Qin Feng said, the middle-aged couple showed a sarcastic look. You don't even have a membership card, and you say you're here to get clothes. You are here to make people laugh. At the same time, the middle-aged man also saw the watch on Qin Feng's hand. The sarcasm on his face became even stronger. Patek Philippe 6104 G001 watch. Brother, where did you buy this fake watch? Can you give me a link? I want to buy one to play with. This watch costs nearly 3 million, and ordinary people can't afford it at all. It's definitely a fake watch. The middle-aged woman said, I finally figured it out. He's just here to act like a big shot. The young man named Xiao Hai frowned. Seeing that Qin Feng couldn't produce his membership card, he thought that Qin Feng was here to cause trouble. Qin Feng ignored the middle-aged couple and said, I don't have a membership card though. But 3 sets of clothes were indeed delivered to you. You can call the store manager to confirm. The young man named Xiao Hai shook his head and said coldly, No need to fight. There's no way the clothes you ordered outside can be delivered here. Let's go, don't disturb our business. He is chasing people away. How? Are you still refusing to leave? The middle-aged couple were still sneering and mocking. Just then, a middle-aged man came in. The middle-aged man had a long beard at the corners of his mouth and was wearing a tang suit. He had an elegant temperament. What's going on? Chen Ming walked into the store with his hands behind his back. The young man named Xiao Hai came to Chen Ming and said with a smile, Teacher, this guy doesn't even have a membership card for our store. He actually said he was coming over to get his clothes. I'm going to chase him away right now. The middle-aged woman agreed, That's right, people like this have no right to come here. Chen Ming's expression changed and he looked Qin Feng up and down. You are Mr. Qin, right? In the morning, Chen Ming received 3 sets of clothes sent from the Brioni headquarters. The value is nearly 2 million. Although, Chen Ming didn't know Qin Feng's identity. But it is definitely not easy to customize such expensive clothes. I am Qin Feng. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, Chen Ming's attitude became more respectful. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. It's my fault for not treating you well enough. Chen Ming looked at his apprentice and said coldly, Xiao Hai, how do I usually teach you? Learn morality before learning skills. Is this how you treat guests? Chen Ming was very angry when he saw that his apprentice had offended Qin Feng. Chen Ming previously worked at Brioni. This time, the designer there called him personally and asked him to make sure to deliver the clothes to Qin Feng. However, his apprentice was so blind that he almost drove Qin Feng out. Teacher, I didn't know his identity just now. The young man named Xiao Hai looked a little scared and lowered his head. Even the middle-aged couple showed shocked expressions. Even Master Chen Ming was so respectful to Qin Feng. Oh my god, who is this Qin Feng? You are not fit to stay. Pack your things and let's go. Those who ask Chen Ming to customize their clothes are all from the upper class. Judging from the way Xiao Hai treats others, he will definitely get into trouble in the future. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Xiao Hai looked flustered. It was not easy for him to become Chen Ming's disciple. As a result, just because he offended Qin Feng, he is now being driven away. Chapter 9 Submit your resignation. Chen Ming ignored Xiao Hai, went to the next room and took out a gift bag. Mr. Qin, your 3 sets of clothes are all in there. Here is your bill. Also, Briony is giving you a diamond membership card. Chen Ming handed the bill and membership card to Qin Feng. Extremely respectful. When the middle-aged couple saw the numbers on the bill, they were completely dumbfounded. It turns out, a shirt costs 200,000. Oh my god, this Qin Feng is so rich. Most importantly, Qin Feng also received a diamond membership card from Brioni. This level of membership card is the highest level in Brioni, and it is impossible for ordinary people to get it. But the young man in front of him got one. The middle-aged couple looked at each other and never dared to underestimate Qin Feng again. On the contrary, they regretted mocking Qin Feng just now. This time I really offended a big shot. Master Chen Ming, who is this little brother? The middle-aged woman asked cautiously. Now it seems that the watch on Qin Feng's hand is also real. A watch worth nearly 3 million, the middle-aged woman didn't dare to think about it anymore. You just spoke rudely to Mr. Qin. Roll. Also, I won't make clothes for you anymore. Chen Ming was very angry. After all, these two people are people of a certain status. But what he just did is extremely disgusting. Master Chen Ming, I'm sorry. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry. The middle-aged couple bent down and apologized to Qin Feng. Master Chen Ming is very influential in the fashion design industry. He is also the president of the Fashion Design Association and has disciples all over the country. If they were blacklisted by Master Chen Ming, it would be difficult for them to order custom clothes in the future. Moreover, if this matter gets out, they will definitely become a laughingstock. The most important thing is that they also offended Qin Feng. Chen Ming ignored the middle-aged couple and took out a business card. Mr. Qin, if you have any questions about clothing later, you can contact me. Chen Ming handed over his business card respectfully. Qin Feng put away the business card and was about to leave. Boss Qin, you are here too. What a coincidence. Zhou Rongfen walked quickly to Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Zhou Rongfen also had clothes custom made here, and he came here to pick them up. Qin Feng nodded in response. As Zhou Rongfen appeared, the middle-aged couple hurried forward to greet him. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Seeing Zhou Rongfen in front of Qin Feng, he was very respectful. Middle-aged couples all have a feeling that disaster is about to happen. Who is Zhou Rongfen? General Manager of Ruihai Bank. Moreover, both of them also hold positions at Ruihai Bank. If Zhou Rongfen took his anger out on them, he might lose his job. Mr. Qin, we know we were wrong. Sorry. The middle-aged couple buried their heads even lower. What? You actually offended Director Qin? Zhou Rongfen frowned and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's name was Wu De, and he was the president of the Haidong Ruihai branch. Wu De. You are so blind. I actually offended Director Qin. Go back later and hand in your resignation yourself. Zhou Rongfen had a cold expression. Boss Zhou, it's all my fault. I was blind. Give me a chance. Wu De didn't want to lose his job. Mr. Zhou, who is this? Chen Ming was asking about Qin Feng's identity. To be honest, he was also very curious about Qin Feng's identity. Director Qin is the chairman of our Ruihai Bank. Zhou Rongfen introduced it to Chen Ming. When Wu De and his wife heard Zhou Rongfen's words, their faces turned pale and they were shocked. Who would have thought that this young man had such a powerful background? He is actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. With Qin Feng's status, it would only take a word for him to make them pack up and leave. Are you still not leaving? Do you want me to send someone to chase you away? When Zhou Rongfen saw those two people, he was filled with anger. Sorry. Wu De and his wife regretted it deeply. But nothing can be done now. They sighed and left the shop. I offended Qin Feng and now I even lost my job. What bad luck. Mr. Qin, are you also here to customize clothes? Zhou Rongfen asked. No. Qin Feng shook his head. Boss Zhou, you flatter me too much. The three suits in Mr. Qin's hand were designed by Tony, the designer of Brioni. Chen Ming smiled bitterly. Zhou Rongfen was surprised. As expected of Mr. Qin, even the custom-made clothes are from world-class brands. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. After getting the clothes, Qin Feng was going back to school. Boss Qin, I'll take you there. Zhou Rongfen sent Qin Feng to the parking lot. When Zhou Rongfen saw Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, his jaw almost dropped in surprise. Sure enough, this is the life of rich people. Even the sports cars he drives are limited editions. Although Zhou Rongfen had seen many sports cars, this was the first time he saw the hardtop version of the Lamborghini Veneno. Not only is this car expensive, I heard there are only 4 of them in the world. Qin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno back to school. However, as soon as the car stopped at the school gate, it caused a sensation. What the hell? What the hell? What kind of sports car is that? It looks like a Lamborghini, poison. Quickly take a picture. Qin Feng was registering the car's information in the security room, and many students gathered around. The students surrounded the Lamborghini Veneno and took out their cell phones. Some were taking photos, some were recording videos. After registering his information, Qin Feng squeezed into the crowd and said, "Please make way." Qin Feng got into the car and drove into the campus without paying much attention. Is that boy from our school? So handsome. Many female students are obsessed with him. There were even female students who went to the security guard to ask for Qin Feng's information. Qin Feng naturally didn't know all this. Because driving is not allowed in the teaching area, Qin Feng can only park his car in the school parking lot. Qin Feng arrived at the classroom just as the get out of class was about to end. "Brother Feng, you're here." Qin Feng's 3 roommates saw Qin Feng coming and came forward with a smile. There was adoration on their faces. The next class was a professional class, so the classroom was full of students. Everyone looked at Qin Feng with some strange eyes. They have learned from Kong Liang and others that Qin Feng is now a rich man. I heard he was driving a Lamborghini Veneno. Many students are skeptical about this. They thought Qin Feng's roommate was bragging. "Brother Feng, the squad leader seems to be looking for you." As soon as the words fell, a fragrant breeze blew. Squad leader Lu Xinyo walked lightly in front of Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, where did you go yesterday?" Class monitor Lu Xinyo was wearing a long green skirt and had a soft voice. There was deep concern in his words. "Oh, let's go out and play." Qin Feng replied. "I heard, you broke up with Zhao Yuding?" Chapter 10 Class monitor Lu Xinyo. Lu Xinyo looked at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes. When Lu Xinyo heard the news that Qin Feng and Zhao Yuding broke up, she was actually still very worried. In particular, Qin Feng disappeared for a whole day yesterday. Qin Feng nodded and glanced at squad leader Lu Xinyo. Lu Xinyo is a great beauty. She has a bright and charming oval face with delicate features. She is tall and slender, and the green dress makes her look even more elegant. She is worthy of being the school belle of Binjian University. Think positively. After all, there is still a long way to go. Class monitor Lu Xinyo comforted. Squad leader, Brother Feng is heartbroken. You seem very happy? Kong Liang next to him laughed and joked. Did I? Lu Xinyo glared at Kong Liang. She was usually calm, but a look of panic appeared on her face. The fact that Lu Xinyo had a crush on Qin Feng was witnessed by all the classmates. But before, Qin Feng already had a girlfriend, so no one took it seriously. But now, Qin Feng is single again. Especially when they saw that the class monitor Lu Xinyo was so nice to Qin Feng, the male students in the class all looked at her with hatred. Treat Qin Feng as a love rival. They couldn't understand why their goddess was so nice to Qin Feng. This Qin Feng is just a little more handsome. It seems that Lu Xinyo is not the kind of person who is superficial and only looks at appearance. But she just happened to fall in love with Qin Feng. "Captain, are you okay?" At the same time, Qin Feng was also watching Lu Xinyo quietly. Because he had a girlfriend before, Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to Lu Xinyo. But now that I think about it, the squad leader was indeed a bit too nice to him. Whenever she went to get food, Lu Xinyo would specially prepare a portion for Qin Feng. When Qin Feng had no money, Lu Xinyo would lend him some. I'm fine. It's time for class. We'll talk at noon." Lu Xinyo blushed and went back to her seat. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and walked to his seat. "Damn it!" Li Xuanhao, who was not far away, saw this scene with a gloomy look. He was so angry that he tore up the book in his hand. Li Xuanhao spent a lot of effort to pursue Lu Xinyo. For this purpose, he changed his major and came to Lu Xinyo's class. However, Lu Xinyo has always ignored him. Seeing that Lu Xinyo was so concerned about Qin Feng, Li Xuanhao was almost furious. "Mr. Li, do you want to give Qin Feng a warning?" Li Xuanhao is a rich second generation, and the classmates next to him also saw what Li Xuanhao was thinking. "Go ahead." Li Xuanhao looked at Qin Feng's back coldly. It would be good to warn that guy. After all, Qin Feng is just a poor boy, how could he be worthy of Lu Xinyo? Humph, a toad wants to eat swan flesh. Okay. Not long after Qin Feng sat back in his seat, someone patted him on the shoulder. "Qin Feng. Mr. Li asked me to give you a message. Stay away from Lu Xinyo from now on. Otherwise the consequences will be serious." Li Xuanhao's lackey said this and left. Qin Feng turned his head and met Li Xuanhao's provocative gaze. "Stupid bee." Qin Feng cursed in a low voice and then looked away. Li Xuanhao couldn't hear what Qin Feng was saying. But from Qin Feng's lip shape, it can be seen that Qin Feng was scolding him. Li Xuanhao was furious and slammed the table heavily. If this wasn't a school, he really wanted to beat Qin Feng up. This guy is too arrogant. Qin Feng read for a while, then felt sleepy and soon fell asleep. Although it was time for class, the professional teacher did not come. After a long while, the class monitor Lu Xinyao received the notice. It turned out that the teacher could not come due to something. After hearing the news, many students left the classroom. Of course, some students also stayed behind to review. Lu Xinyao was one of them. Lu Xinyao originally wanted to talk to Qin Feng, but when she saw him sleeping like a dead pig, she just lowered her head to read a book. Xinyao, I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Li Xuanhao came to Lu Xinyao with a smile. No. I won't go out at noon. Lu Xinyao didn't even raise her head. Xinyao, with so many classmates watching, you have to give me some face. Li Xuanhao is shameless. However, Lu Xinyao ignored him. Mr. Li, this is the guitar you wanted. Someone rushed into the classroom and handed a guitar to Li Xuanhao. Li Xuanhao held the guitar in his hand with a smile on his face. Xinyao, I'm learning guitar recently. I'll play and sing a song for you. Lu Xinyao was a little angry. Li Xuanhao, that's enough. We still have to learn. Li Xuanhao didn't say anything, sat down not far away and fiddled with the guitar. Xinyao, I will sing I can for you. Lu Xinyao is going crazy. She had previously made it clear that she would not accept Li Xuanhao. But this guy still often comes to bother her. This person is too shameless. Over there, Li Xuanhao had already started playing and singing. Although the singing was not very good, Li Xuanhao's followers still cheered. Mr. Li sings so beautifully. No, my ears are going to get pregnant. Squad leader, young Master Li is deeply in love with you. I think you should go to dinner with him. Lu Xinyao couldn't stand Li Xuanhao's hoarse voice and covered her ears. Over there, Li Xuanhao was still playing and singing. Suddenly, a book hit Li Xuanhao's face hard. What are you howling for? Qin Feng stood up, expressionless. Do you know? It is very rude to disturb others' sleep in class. Qin Feng was sleeping soundly and was woken up by Li Xuanhao, which made him very annoyed. This Li Xuanhao is usually arrogant and domineering. But now, Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing Qin Feng's actions, all the students in the classroom were stunned. The classroom was extremely quiet. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in a daze. He actually dared to hit Li Xuanhao with a book. Are you still asleep? Li Xuanhao was hit and was also stunned. Soon, his eyes were filled with anger when he looked at Qin Feng. This Qin Feng actually dared to throw a book at him in front of so many classmates. This was something Li Xuanhao couldn't tolerate. To him, this was sheer humiliation. Qin Feng, you're looking for death. Li Xuanhao threw the guitar in his hand to the ground. With a snap, all the guitar strings broke. The students present were also shocked. It's over. Qin Feng has completely offended Li Xuanhao. Given Li Xuanhao's vengeful nature, how could he let him go? Qin Feng. Li Xuanhao was furious and rushed to Qin Feng quickly. Mr. Li, don't be impulsive. This is school. Seeing that Li Xuanhao was about to start a fight, other students hurried over to stop the fight. Kang Liang was afraid that Qin Feng would suffer a loss, so he stood beside Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how dare you hit me? Li Xuanhao's face turned red and veins on his forehead bulged. Chapter 11 Expelled. That broken voice of yours. Want to scare people to death? Qin Feng sneered. People in the class have some opinions about Li Xuanhao. But because of Li Xuanhao's identity, no one dared to say it out loud. At this moment, the students in the classroom were stunned. I thought Qin Feng just hadn't woken up yet. Now it seems that he is planning to completely break off relations with Li Xuanhao. Qin Feng, you are just a poor loser. Can you beat me? Li Xuanhao gritted his teeth. He was in no hurry to act. Because this is a school, if things get out of hand, it's no good for him either. But after leaving school, he vowed to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Qin Feng. Class monitor Lu Xinyao walked up to Qin Feng, looking a little worried. Qin Feng has offended Li Xuanhao, and his life will definitely be difficult in the future. If things go wrong, you might even be fired. Qin Feng, Mr. Li's uncle is the director of the admissions office. You'd better apologize to him. Someone advised Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng turned a deaf ear to it. It is impossible for him to apologize to Li Xuanhao. Qin Feng, if you don't want to be fired, you'd better kneel down and apologize to me. Li Xuanhao's eyes were terribly gloomy. You're dreaming. Qin Feng snorted coldly. Very good, you have guts. I'll make you regret it. Li Xuanhao took out his cell phone and made a call outside the classroom. 5 or 6 minutes later, a middle-aged man with a dignified look came into the classroom. The middle-aged man had a big belly, wore glasses, and had a bald head. Who's Qin Feng? Li Jialiang is Li Xuanhao's uncle. Moreover, he is also the director of the admissions office of Binjian University. Li Jialiang was very angry when he heard that his nephew was bullied. It's over. That man is Li Xuanhao's uncle. It looks like Qin Feng is going to be fired. The classmates in the classroom admired Qin Feng's courage. After all, Qin Feng did what they dared not do. But unfortunately, Li Xuanhao is a man with a backer. I am. Qin Feng stood up, showing no sign of fear. Li Jialiang narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Qin Feng, and said coldly. Did you hit someone just now? Yes or no? Come to my office. Lu Xinyao grabbed Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I'll take you to see Teacher Su. Lu Xinyao didn't want to see Qin Feng being fired. Squad leader, it's okay. Qin Feng just smiled and left with Li Jialiang. Binjian University, admissions office. Li Jialiang sat in his office chair. Standing in front of him were Qin Feng and Li Xuanhao. Qin Feng looked indifferent. As for Li Xuanhao, the anger on his face had not subsided yet, and he was glaring at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng, don't say I didn't give you a chance. It's not too late to apologize now. With his uncle here, Li Xuanhao feels confident. Why should I apologize? People like you deserve to be beaten. Qin Feng said it casually. You. Li Xuanhao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Li Jialiang looked at Qin Feng, shook his head and said, Young man. You're very brave. It seems that he has never been beaten by society. I now declare that you are fired. Qin Feng looked at Li Jialiang with a faint smile on his lips. Do you have the right to fire me? Li Jialiang said, playing with the pen in his hand. I really don't have any power, but the school leaders will still give me some face. The incident of Qin Feng throwing a book at Li Xuanhao could be a big deal or a small one. In fact, there is no need to fire him. However, Li Jialiang wanted to vent his anger for his nephew. Very good. Qin Feng didn't waste any more time and called the president of Binjian University. I am Qin Feng. I'm in the admissions office. Principal Han Yi was stunned. Mr. Qin. You're coming, why didn't you tell me in advance? Please wait a moment, I'll be there soon. Han Yi doesn't have much information about Qin Feng. But he knew that Qin Feng was now a board member of Binjian University. Putting down his phone, Han Yi hurried to the admissions office. Qin Feng. You're going to be fired soon, stop being so mysterious. Li Xuanhao knew that Qin Feng was just a poor boy. There was no way he knew anyone in the school. Li Jialiang had also checked Qin Feng's information and knew that Qin Feng came from the countryside. That's why he had the confidence to fire Qin Feng. But soon, hurried footsteps were heard outside the office. You are, Mr. Qin? Han Yi came in front of Qin Feng, not quite sure. It's me. Qin Feng responded. Han Yi was shocked. He didn't expect that the new school director was so young. And it seems that he is a student of their school. Mr. Qin is really young and promising. Han Yi complimented with a smile. Seeing Han Yi being so respectful to a student, Li Jialiang and Li Xuanhao both frowned. Principal, who is this? Han Yi introduced with a smile, he is the director of our school. What? How is this possible? Li Jialiang and Li Xuanhao looked at each other, both in disbelief. Principal, Qin Feng is just a student. How could he be a school director? Li Jialiang shook his head and questioned. Yes, Principal. You must be mistaken. Li Xuanhao echoed. Han Yi's face darkened. Who would have nothing better to do than pretend to be a school director? Li Jialiang looked unhappy. He knew that he had really made a mistake this time. If you offend the board of directors of Binjian University, you will be in big trouble. Qin. Director Qin, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I didn't recognize the real talent. Li Jialiang lowered his head and felt a chill on his back. Oh my god, I am the director of the admissions office and I actually want to fire the school director. Isn't this just seeking death? Li Jialiang regretted it. He should not have interfered in his nephew's affairs if he had known earlier. Now, if I offend Qin Feng, I might even lose my job. Didn't you just say you were going to fire me? Qin Feng had a playful smile on his face. Principal Qin, I don't dare. Li Jialiang also became hesitant in speaking. Qin Feng, Bang! Li Xuanhao was also scared. He was about to apologize to Qin Feng, but was slapped in the face by Qin Feng. Do you still need me to kneel down and apologize to you? Li Xuanhao covered his red face with his hands, only fear remained in his heart. Qin Feng, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed your sleep. You are a magnanimous person, please don't bother with me. Qin Feng had long disliked Li Xuanhao. He slapped Li Xuanhao again and turned around. Principal Han. I don't want to see them in school anymore. Han Yi nodded, Mr. Qin, I know what to do. President Qin, please, give me a chance. Li Jialiang pleaded. Qin Feng, don't fire us. Li Xuanhao also looked flustered. However, Qin Feng ignored them and walked out of the admissions office. Chapter 12. Is this also called a cheap car? After dealing with this matter, Qin Feng went to the principal's office and sat for a while. After listening to Han Yi's work report, Qin Feng returned to the classroom. Qin Feng, are you okay? Seeing Qin Feng coming back, squad leader Lu Xinya walked over quickly with a worried look on her face. Then, Qin Feng's 3 roommates also came over. Fine. Qin Feng just smiled and shook his head. That uncle of Li Xuanhao didn't fire you, did he? Lu Xinya was very confused. Logically speaking, Li Jialiang would definitely help his nephew. However, Qin Feng actually said it was okay. That's strange. Qin Feng shook his head and said, no. His uncle is very easy to talk to. Lu Xinya was speechless. Are you easy to talk to? At Binjiang University, who doesn't know Li Jialiang's bad temper? Brother Feng, what about Li Xuanhao? Kang Liang asked. He has realized his mistake and asked to drop out of school. Everyone looked at each other. Could it be that Li Xuanhao really has a change of heart? I'm glad you're okay. Lu Xinya breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Feng, you said yesterday that you would treat us to a meal. Don't forget it. Kang Liang reminded. Arrange. Squad leader, do you want to go together? Qin Feng asked Lu Xinya. Lu Xinya hadn't originally planned to go out. After hearing what Qin Feng said, he hesitated for a while. Then let's go together. But Qin Feng, I'll treat you. Lu Xinyao's family is relatively well off. And she also knew that Qin Feng didn't have much money now. I feel embarrassed to ask Qin Feng to treat me. Kang Liang on the side said with a smile, Squad leader, Brother Feng is a rich man now. Don't fight with him. Lu Xinya thought Kang Liang was joking. You know, Qin Feng went out to do a part-time job some time ago. Even if Qin Feng has money, it's probably not much. Let's go. Qin Feng didn't explain. Kang Liang said, Brother Feng, you and the squad leader go first. We'll be there soon. Qin Feng said nothing and took Lu Xinya out of the classroom. The two walked side by side to the school parking lot. Qin Feng, where are we going to eat? I'll call a car. Lu Xinya took out her mobile phone and opened the taxi hailing app. No need, squad leader. I have a car. Qin Feng said with a smile. What car did you buy? Lu Xinya was very curious. Qin Feng kept it a secret, you'll know in a moment. Qin Feng. Don't call me squad leader anymore. Just call me Xinyao. The two were classmates in junior high school, and at that time, they sat in front and behind each other. Although we went to separate high schools, we were in the same school. All in all, the two have known each other for almost 10 years. It's all the same. It's different. Lu Xinyao retorted. Qin Feng found it funny to see Lu Xinyao being serious. Xinyao, are you going out too? Behind her, a thin-faced boy caught up and asked Lu Xinyao. Oh, I'm going out to eat. Lu Xinyao glanced at the boy and said. That's great. I have to go out too. I'll take you there. Sumu showed his courtesy to Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao is the campus beauty of Binjiang University and has many suitors. And Sumu was one of them. No need, Xin Feng has a car. Lu Xinyo refused. Su Mu frowned. As a student in the same department, he naturally knew Qin Feng's family background. Qin Feng also bought a car? What brand of bicycle? Su Mu asked maliciously. Qin Feng heard the jealousy in Su Mu's words and was speechless. It's just a cheap car. Qin Feng said casually. Su Mu snorted in his heart, how dare you take Xinyao out? Xinyao, I just bought an Accord. It's only about 200,000. I'll take you for a ride. Su Mu was quite proud. Although I can't compare with those rich second generations in school, having a car worth over 200,000 yuan is already pretty good. No. Lu Xinyao shook her head again. Su Mu was a little embarrassed. Seeing Lu Xinyao and Qin Feng getting so close, he felt unhappy. Then I'll go take a look at Qin Feng's cheap car. Su Mu followed behind Lu Xinyao, planning to mock Qin Feng harshly later. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Lu Xinyao thought that Qin Feng was hit. Lu Xinyao pondered for a while and encouraged. Qin Feng, you are actually pretty good too. Work hard and believe in yourself. Lu Xinyao is very good at comforting people. Talking incessantly beside Qin Feng. Squad leader, I understand the truth. Get in the car first. Qin Feng brought Lu Xinyao to the Lamborghini poison car and took out the car keys. Lu Xinyao nodded and was about to open the car door. Wait, how do you open this car door? Lu Xinyao was a little confused and looked again. I found that what was parked in front of me was a luxury sports car. Lu Xinyao was completely dumbfounded. Qin Feng. Is this car yours? Lu Xinyao looked at Qin Feng in a daze. There was an expression of disbelief on his face. She doesn't usually pay much attention to sports cars, but you can tell from the cool body of the Lamborghini Veneno. This car is definitely not cheap. Su Mu, who was not far away, was also stunned. I wanted to come here to mock Qin Feng, but this limited edition Lamborghini Veneno worth tens of millions is also called a cheap car? Su Mu began to doubt his life. If this is called a cheap car, then what is his car? A pile of scrap metal? Su Mu was very embarrassed and wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Seeing that there was no one around, Su Mu quickly ran away. He was too embarrassed to stay any longer. Lu Xinyao got into the car, still in shock. She couldn't understand how Qin Feng could drive such a luxurious car. As far as she knew, Qin Feng was always frugal. Squad leader, hold on tight. Qin Feng gave a reminder and drove the car out of the parking lot. Only after leaving the school gate did Lu Xinyao come to her senses. Qin Feng, is this car really yours? Lu Xinyao asked again. Certainly. Lu Xinyao felt unbelievable and looked at the luxurious interior of the Lamborghini Veneno. Then this car should be very expensive, right? It's not expensive, just tens of millions. Lu Xinyao gave a bitter smile. Tens of millions is not expensive? Qin Feng, why are you? What Lu Xinyao wanted to ask was, Qin Feng, how did you become a rich man? But in the end, I didn't ask. Qin Feng knew Lu Xinyao's doubts and explained, I was doing business with a friend before. I made a little money. Lu Xinyao was skeptical, but did not ask any further questions. Now, she was the one who was hit. Lu Xinyao was in a low mood. She felt that the gap between herself and Qin Feng had suddenly widened. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Puyun restaurant. Not long after the two of them went in, Qin Feng's three roommates also arrived. Have you already known about Qin Feng's affairs? Lu Xinyao asked Kong Liang. Squad leader, we just found out about this yesterday. If I hadn't met you at the Patek Philippe store. I guess Brother Feng will have to keep this a secret from us until graduation. Kong Liang gave a wry smile. Chapter 13 Romane Conti. Okay, my bad. Everyone, eat as much as you want today. It's my treat. Qin Feng ordered a lot of dishes. Afterwards, the meals were served one after another. Brother Feng, we are welcome. Looking at the table full of delicious food, the three roommates no longer cared about anything else and started eating it up in no time. Class monitor Lu Xinyao seemed much calmer. After all, it was not the first time she had seen such a sumptuous lunch. Everyone was eating when the waiter brought a bottle of red wine and placed it on the table. Qin Feng, did you order this? Lu Xinyao was stunned and looked at Qin Feng. She saw that it was a bottle of Romane Conti La Tache, vintage 1996, priced at around 50,000. This bottle of red wine is more expensive than the food they ordered. Qin Feng shook his head. Beauty, you guys are on the wrong track, right? The waiter explained, Mr. Qin, this is a gift from our boss. Brother Feng, do you know the owner of Puyun Restaurant? Kong Liang was curious. Qin Feng smiled and said, I guess so. The day before yesterday, Qin Feng and Zhou Rongfeng came here to dine, and the owner of the restaurant also knew Qin Feng's identity. So this time, a bottle of red wine was sent. This red wine looks very expensive. It says Romane Conti. Oh my god, Brother Feng, this wine will cost a lot of money, right? The three roommates were stunned and stared at Qin Feng blankly. Of course, they had heard of the name Romane Conti. Lu Xinyao smiled helplessly and said, about 50,000. I'll go. This bottle of red wine costs 50,000 yuan. Shock was once again evident on the faces of the three roommates. Qin Feng smiled and asked the waiter to open the red wine. Please tell your boss thank you for me. Okay, Mr. Qin. The waiter poured drinks for everyone. Try some, everyone. I have to drive soon, so I won't drink. Qin Feng said with a smile. Brother Feng, such expensive wine. If you don't drink, how can we drink? Kong Liang said. Qin Feng said, it's okay, the wine is already open, it would be a waste if we don't drink it. Then we'll take advantage of Brother Feng. Qin Feng's three roommates and Lu Xinyao all had a drink. It can be seen that the three roommates' hands are trembling slightly. One glass of such expensive wine will cost you thousands of dollars. Qin Feng's cell phone vibrated. He opened it and found 3 messages from the agency. Mr. Qin, I'm Xiaoyu from Tianfu Real Estate. Let's discuss the details of renting out your 2 houses. In terms of commission, we will give the highest discount. Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, no need to talk, just bring the contract over. There are 120 units in total in those 2 buildings, and Qin Feng definitely cannot live in all of them. It would be better to rent it out. As for the commission charged by the intermediary company, Qin Feng also learned about it. The discount offered by Tianfu Real Estate is indeed the highest. Okay, Mr. Qin, I'll come to you now. Afterwards, Qin Feng also sent Xiaoyu a location. Qin Feng was full quickly. Looking at Lu Xinyao again, her cheeks were slightly red. Although she only drank a glass of red wine, she was drunk. Soon, the 3 roommates had almost finished eating. They were half lying on the chairs, not even wanting to move. This was the first time in their history that they had eaten so much. Brother Feng, are we going back? Kong Liang asked. No hurry, take a rest first. Seeing that Lu Xinyao was drunk, Qin Feng poured her a drink. Xinyao, are you okay? Lu Xinyao shook her head and said, it's not a big problem. She seldom drinks, so she felt a little dizzy. After a few minutes, Xiaoyu from Tianfu Real Estate came over with the contract. Hello, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyu came in front of Qin Feng with a respectful attitude. Qin Feng nodded and asked, did you bring the contract? This is the contract, please take a look, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyu carefully handed the contract in her hand to Qin Feng. Brother Feng, what big business are you doing? Not only the 3 roommates, but Lu Xinyao also showed curiosity. Nothing. I just have 2 houses that I want to entrust to an agency to rent out. Qin Feng spoke casually, as if he was talking about a very ordinary little thing. 2 houses? The 3 roommates were stunned. They came over to take a look and found that Qin Feng's 2 houses were still located in Xingqing community. My goodness, the housing price there is over 100,000 yuan per square meter. All in all, Qin Feng's 2 houses are worth nearly 2 billion. This is horrible. Class monitor Lu Xinyao also had her red lips slightly parted. After all, Qin Feng gave her too many surprises today. First it was a luxury sports car, and now, 2 houses. Lu Xinyao didn't dare to think about it anymore. How many secrets does this Qin Feng have? Qin Feng took a quick look at the contract and found no problem, so he signed his name on it. Come back later to get the key to the house. Okay, Mr. Qin. Xiaoyu took the contract and left. Qin Feng and others also returned to school. Lu Xinyao sat in the Lamborghini Veneno, drowsy. Xinyao, you should drink more water. Qin Feng reminded. Lu Xinyao said, no need, just go back and have some sleep. As soon as the Lamborghini Veneno arrived at the school gate, the school security guards stood up and saluted. They had already learned from the principal Han-yi that the person in the car was a school director. Whenever you see the license plate Shanghai D8888, be sure to pay attention. You must never leave a bad impression on the school board. As the car entered the campus, as expected, it once again attracted the attention of passing students. That Lamborghini Veneno. It appears again. I wonder which family this poor kid belongs to, driving such an expensive car. Students passing by were talking about it. Qin Feng ignored him and looked at Lu Xinyao, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Xinyao, I'll take you to the dormitory. No, you can't drive over there. It would be bad if I got complained about. There are a lot of students near the teaching building and dormitories, and a car accident has happened there before. Later the school banned it. Therefore, vehicles entering and leaving the school can only travel within specific areas of the school. Qin Feng smiled and dropped Lu Xinyao off in the parking lot. Go back and have a good rest, Qin Feng said. Lu Xinyao nodded her head slightly, wanting to say something but stopping herself. There are elective classes in the afternoon, so Qin Feng also plans to go back. See you tomorrow then. Lu Xinyao waved to Qin Feng and walked back to the dormitory. Qin Feng thought of something, went back to his dormitory and took the broken computer away. The computer is not valuable, but it contains a lot of learning materials that Qin Feng has collected for a long time. In the evening, Qin Feng transferred another 100,000 yuan to his sister Qin Yutong. The night is very deep. Time flies. The next day came. System, sign in. Chapter 14 Ducati Superleggera V4. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 180 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Shanghai City Yulongshan Manor. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Ducati Superleggera V4. Manor? Qin Feng was stunned. The system seems to be asking him to move. Qin Feng took out the property certificate of the manor. I can't wait to see my own manor. Ducati Superleggera V4, a motorcycle limited to 500 units worldwide. All parts are assembled by hand, and the entire car uses a lot of high technology. Worth 1.5 million Chinese yuan. Just like the Lamborghini Veneno that Qin Feng had drawn, the system completed all the procedures for him. In other words, you can get on the road directly. Ducati Superleggera V4 has been released to the system space. The host can extract it at any time. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to extract it, he wanted to go to the manor first. Qin Feng first contacted the housekeeper of the manor. After breakfast, he set off in his Lamborghini Veneno. Yulongshan Manor is located in the north of Shanghai City. The manor is built on the mountain and there are 2 scenic spots nearby with beautiful scenery. Before Qin Feng arrived at the manor, he saw the main villa of the manor from afar. The main villa is in European style, and there are several small villas on both sides of it. From a distance, it looks like the moon surrounded by stars. Qin Feng drove to the gate of the manor and stopped. At this time, more than a dozen servants of the manor were lined up in 2 teams to greet them at the door. Standing in the front was a beautiful woman in a short professional outfit. The woman was about 1.75 meters tall, with fair skin and a standard oval face. Under her round and slender legs, she is wearing a pair of crystal high heels, which makes her figure look even taller. Housekeeper Su Jiaying is one of those beautiful women with high appearance value who is very attractive to the eyes, especially when she wears a pair of glasses. She looks even more elegant. Su Jiaying walked to the side of the Lamborghini Veneno and bent down. You are, Mr. Qin, right? She found that Qin Feng was really too young and was not sure. To be honest, Su Jiaying has been working as a housekeeper here for a year. But he never saw the owner of the manor. Qin Feng looked at Su Jiaying and nodded. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm the housekeeper here, my name is Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying was a little nervous and introduced herself. In Su Jiaying's guess, the owner of the manor should be an old man, or someone of a certain age. I never expected that it would be a young man in his early 20s. To be able to own such a large manor, my god, who is this Mr. Qin? Su Jiaying was extremely curious. Take me in for a walk, Qin Feng said. Okay, I'll drive ahead and lead the way. Even though we have reached the gate of the manor, it will still take another 5 or 6 minutes to walk from here to the main villa. If you want to walk around the entire estate, it will take at least 2 hours. Get in my car, Xin Feng said. Is this okay? Su Jiaying seemed a little restrained. It doesn't matter. Su Jiaying nodded slightly and sat in the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno. Xin Feng drove into the manor. When you enter the gate, you can see a circular pool. There is a tall statue in the middle of the pool and fountains around it. A breeze blew and the mist dissipated. There are many flowers, plants and trees planted on both sides of the road, which are fragrant. Xin Feng drove slowly forward, listening to the introduction of the housekeeper Su Jiaying while admiring the beautiful scenery. Soon, they arrived at the main villa of the manor. The main villa looks very tall, and further along the road you will find a swimming pool. Behind the main villa, there are gardens and rockery. Further back is a golf course that stretches as far as the eye can see. Xin Feng walked around the manor and half an hour had passed. Driving the car into the garage of the manor, Xin Feng discovered that there were 5 cars parked in the garage. 4 Autos and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The manor rewarded by this system is awesome. But it's true, this manor is really too big. If there is no car, it would be inconvenient for the servants to enter and exit the manor. This Rolls-Royce Phantom has been parked here. Except for maintenance, no one drives it normally, Su Jiaying explained. Xin Feng didn't say anything and walked into the main villa with Su Jiaying. The lobby of the main villa is very spacious, whether it is the tables and chairs, the crystal chandeliers, or the murals. They all reflect a full sense of luxury. Next, Xin Feng walked around the main villa again. Xin Feng sat on the sofa in the hall, looking at a bill in his hand. That is the daily expenses of the estate. The cost of maintaining such a large manor must be very high. Xin Feng just took a quick look and didn't care much. Suddenly, he thought of something. He had the company and the manor, but Xin Feng always felt that something was missing. Yes, a bodyguard. Help me do something. Please bring back some bodyguards, Xin Feng said to Su Jiaying. Given Xin Feng's current status, it is indeed unacceptable for him to not have a bodyguard around him. Okay, Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying nodded and said. By the way, Mr. Qin, the funds in the manor account are only enough to last for 2 months. Xin Feng didn't think much about it, took out his mobile phone, and transferred 50 million to Su Jiaying. When you're done, come back to me. Su Jiaying was shocked when she saw the transfer of 50 million. Mr. Qin, do you need to have lunch at the manor? I have to notify the chef in advance. Xin Feng shook his head, not today. But I'll move in tonight. Su Jiaying said, then I'll go do my work first. If you have any questions, Mr. Qin can call me. Su Jiaying finished speaking and left the hall. Originally, I had a professional class this morning. However, Xin Feng couldn't make it in time, so he chose to skip class. Xin Feng sat in the manor for a whole morning. At noon, he went out to eat. Xin Feng wanted to change his taste, so he went to a Western restaurant. Sir, do you have a reservation? Asked the waiter at the Western restaurant. No, give me a box. Yes, sir, please follow me. Xin Feng followed the waiter and before he took 2 steps, he met an acquaintance. It's Li Xuanhao. At this time, Li Xuanhao also noticed Xin Feng. When he saw Xin Feng, Li Xuanhao showed a bit of fear on his face. At the same time, he still felt a little unwilling. Yesterday at school, not only was he slapped twice by Xin Feng, he was also expelled by the principal, Han Yi. The more Li Xuanhao thought about it, the angrier he became. However, due to Qin Feng's identity, Li Xuanhao did not dare to show it. Chapter 15, A good man never suffers a loss, so he retreats first. Qin Feng just glanced at Li Xuanhao indifferently without paying much attention. Just like that, Qin Feng entered the box. Xuanhao, what's wrong? Behind Li Xuanhao stood a man in a gray suit. The man was older than Li Xuanhao. He had his hands in his pockets and a stern look on his face. He noticed the change in Li Xuanhao's expression. Cousin, I was expelled from school yesterday. It was that guy just now who did it. Li Xuanhao clenched his fists and said hatefully. Oh? Chen Jipeng showed curiosity. Someone actually dared to bully my cousin. What is the other party's identity? Chen Jipeng asked. Li Xuanhao shook his head and said, I only know that he is a director of Binjiang University. I thought Qin Feng was just a pauper. But after what happened yesterday, Li Xuanhao no longer dared to underestimate Qin Feng. School director? Chen Jipeng said with disdain. Xuanhao, how could a school director scare you like this? Look at me, no matter what you say today, I will help you vent your anger. Li Xuanhao was delighted. Thank you, cousin. His cousin is quite capable. Although he is a rich second generation, he now has his own company. With his cousin taking action, Qin Feng will be in trouble today. I'll go call a few people. Just wait and see the show. Li Xuanhao nodded and smiled proudly. Qin Feng entered the box and ordered some food. At this time, Su Jiaying also called him. Mr. Qin, I just went to the bodyguard company. 12 bodyguards have been selected. I'll take them over to see you. Finally, it is up to you to decide whether to hire me. Qin Feng didn't say anything and immediately sent Su Jiaying a location. 10 minutes passed. Qin Feng was eating a steak when there was a knock on the door of the private room. Mr. Qin, here I come. The voice was soft and respectful. It's Su Jiaying who is here. Come in. Su Jiaying pushed open the door of the box and walked in with 3 tall bodyguards. Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying came up to Qin Feng and bowed. Hello, Mr. Qin. The 3 bodyguards put their hands at their sides and bowed to Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at the 3 bodyguards. The 3 bodyguards were strong and had sharp eyes. One could tell at a glance that they were professionally trained. Su Jiaying said, there are 9 bodyguards left. I asked them to wait in the parking lot. What can you do? Qin Feng pointed at the man on the far right. Mr. Qin, I have practiced grappling, taekwondo, and Muay Thai. The bodyguard replied. Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. It's you guys. The probation period is 1 month. If it's suitable, you can stay then. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The 3 bodyguards spoke in loud voices. Mr. Qin, I won't disturb you from having a meal. Su Jiaying was about to leave the box with the 3 bodyguards. But at this moment, the door of the box was kicked open by someone. Qin Feng, let's settle yesterday's account. Li Xuanhao had a gloomy look in his eyes and walked into the box first. However, when Li Xuanhao saw the 3 strong men in the box, he was stunned. This is not what I expected. Why is there someone else in the box? Behind Li Xuanhao, Chen Jipeng came in with 6 young people. Chen Jipeng put his hands in his pockets with a playful smile on his face. He didn't take the 3 bodyguards in the box seriously either. Today I'm only looking for trouble with Qin Feng. Everyone who was outside the group, leave immediately. Chen Jipeng said in a cold voice. Thinking that he had his cousin's support, Li Xuanhao felt more confident. Qin Feng, you got me expelled from school. Today I will make you pay. Li Xuanhao pointed at Qin Feng with a somewhat ferocious look on his face. However, Qin Feng just raised his head and glanced at Li Xuanhao indifferently. Then he continued to eat the steak on his plate. It was as if Li Xuanhao didn't exist. You are so arrogant. Get started. Chen Jipeng couldn't stand it anymore. He brought several people with him, but Qin Feng didn't take them seriously at all. This made Chen Jipeng very angry. No matter what I say today, I must vent my anger for my cousin. Stop. 3 bodyguards stood in a row, blocking Chen Jipeng and others. The 3 bodyguards were tall and stood there like a city wall. Don't mind your own business. Chen Jipeng issued another warning. He had no idea that these 3 people were Qin Feng's bodyguards. The 3 bodyguards showed no intention of moving aside, nor did they say a word. They were waiting for Qin Feng's orders. It's time to prove your strength. Beat these guys up. This month, everyone gets a bonus of 20,000. Qin Feng's tone was calm. Yesterday, he had let Li Xuanhao go. Who would have thought that this guy would not know whether to live or die? If that's the case, Qin Feng plans to teach him a painful lesson. 20,000 in bonus? The 3 bodyguards smiled and their eyes sparkled. In their eyes, Li Xuanhao was undoubtedly the one who gave away money. So what are you waiting for? Get started. In the box, screams were heard everywhere. Su Jiaying was afraid something might happen, so she made a phone call and asked the 9 bodyguards in the parking lot to come up. The 6 people brought by Chen Jipeng were all ordinary people and were no match for Qin Feng's bodyguards. In less than a minute, Chen Jipeng and others lay on the ground, wailing. Mr. Chen, these three people are so amazing. We can't win. Chen Jipeng looked grim. He didn't expect to fall into Qin Feng's hands today. How dare you disturb Mr. Qin's meal? Court death. Mission accomplished, the three bodyguards respectfully stepped aside. Chen Jipeng was hit by 2 punches in the abdomen and felt extremely painful. He staggered to his feet. How dare you let someone beat me up? Chen Jipeng's mouth twitched and he was furious. Cousin. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Let's retreat first. Li Xuanhao was scared after being beaten. I never expected that Qin Feng had 3 such powerful bodyguards around him. How to play this? Just wait, I won't let you go. Chen Jipeng left a warning, turned around and was about to leave. However, when they saw the scene outside the door, they were dumbfounded. There were 9 big men in suits standing outside the door. Yes, they are also Qin Feng's bodyguards. Chen Jipeng and others were stunned and felt their scalps tingling. Did I say let you go? As Qin Feng said this, the temperature in the entire box dropped several degrees instantly. Li Xuanhao was so scared that he was shaking all over. He finally realized that he had provoked a terrifying person. The 6 people brought by Chen Jipeng were also pale and trembling. Is this guy really just a trustee of Binjian University? Chen Jipeng questioned Li Xuanhao with anger in his eyes. Cousin. I don't know either. Chapter 16, Not convinced? Take him out and fight him again. If Qin Feng was just a school director, he wouldn't have brought so many bodyguards with him when he went out. So, Li Xuanhao was completely confused. Chen Jipeng was also very angry. He should have checked Qin Feng's identity earlier. Now it's hard to get off the tiger's back. The other side has more than a dozen bodyguards. Even if they leave today, it will be a big problem. Qin Feng. Sorry. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Li Xuanhao was the first to give in. At this moment, the clothes on his back were soaked with sweat. Qin Feng failed to teach his student a lesson, and ended up being beaten up instead. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Qin Feng shook his head, his voice cold. Don't you think it's a little late to apologize now? Li Xuanhao was frightened by Qin Feng's cold eyes and knelt directly on the ground. Qin Feng, I was wrong. Li Xuanhao lowered his head, his voice trembling. Compared with Li Xuanhao, Chen Jipeng seemed very unconvinced. You just had someone beat me up. You'll regret this. Chen Jipeng pointed at Qin Feng, his face turning pale and blue, and he was extremely angry. Excuse me. I won't do anything I'll regret. I only do things that you'll regret. Qin Feng smiled calmly, looking calm. Let me tell you, my father is the chairman of Hongguan Loan Company. Chen Mengsong. He has a lot of friends in Shanghai City. Chen Jipeng brought up his father's name, trying to intimidate Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng still looked calm. A lending company? Qin Feng sneered and said, Okay, I'll give you a chance to call for help. Call your father. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. Are people in lending companies so awesome these days? Just you wait. Chen Jipeng gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone to make a call. Chen Mengsong was dining in this restaurant and was very angry when he heard that his son had been beaten. Who is blind? He actually beat Chen Mengsong's son. Son, wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Chen Mengsong put away his phone and rushed to Qin Feng's box angrily. However, when Chen Mengsong arrived at the door of the box, his mind went blank. There were 9 tall and strong men standing at the door. Oh my god, who is making such a big fuss? Chen Mengsong thought he had come to the wrong place and took a look into the box. Yes, my son Chen Jipeng is indeed in there. Chen Mengsong's first reaction was that his son had offended a big shot. For a moment, Chen Mengsong's face turned extremely pale. After pondering for a while, he walked into the box with heavy steps. Dad, you're finally here. Chen Jipeng was delighted to see his father coming. Chen Mengsong was so angry that he really wanted to slap his son a few times. The other party has so many bodyguards with him, and you can tell at a glance that he is a big shot. But unfortunately, his son provoked the other party. Chen Mengsong ignored his son and looked at Qin Feng, who was still eating. This friend. I am the chairman of Hongguan Loan Company, Chen Mengsong. I wonder what my son has done to provoke you. Qin Feng didn't look at Chen Mengsong and said lightly. Your son brought people to cause trouble for me. You say, should we fight? Chen Mengsong frowned. My friend, now my son has been beaten by you too. Why don't you give me, Chen Mengsong, a favor and let this matter go? How about it? Chen Mengsong was not stupid. He did not dare to offend Qin Feng before he knew the other party's identity. You are just a small loan company chairman. Are you worthy enough to ask me to give you face? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Chen Mengsong with a cold expression. You, who are you? Chen Mengsong was a little panicked. Chairman of Ruihai Bank, Qin Feng. Qin Feng spoke calmly. However, to Chen Mengsong, it was like a thunderclap. What? Chen Mengsong was frightened, his legs went weak and he almost fell to his knees. His own son actually offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank. It's over this time. Chen Mengsong's face was extremely pale. Although he had many connections in Sanhai City, no one could help him because he offended Qin Feng. Su Jiaying was also stunned. She had been guessing Qin Feng's identity, but she never imagined that her boss was actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. My God, that's a bank valued at hundreds of billions. Su Jiaying covered her red lips with her jade hand and stared at her boss blankly. Li Xuanhao was already kneeling on the ground. When he heard Qin Feng's identity, he was almost frightened to death. He has provoked Qin Feng twice, and now what will happen? Qin Feng. Let me go. Li Xuanhao's body was no longer under his control, and beads of sweat the size of beans covered his forehead. Pull him out and break his hands first. Then ask his parents to come and pick him up. Qin Feng pointed at Li Xuanhao. This time, he was really angry. Qin Feng, no. Don't. Li Xuanhao lay on the ground and begged for mercy. Soon, he was pulled out by Qin Feng's bodyguards. The box became extremely quiet. Even the 6 people brought by Qin Jipeng were trembling with fear. They lowered their heads, waiting for Qin Feng's decision. No, impossible. Dad, don't be fooled by him. There is no way he can be the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Chen Jipeng's face turned pale. He did not believe Qin Feng's identity. Qin Feng is just a young man in his early 20s. What ability does he have to become the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Bang! As soon as the words fell, Chen Jipeng was slapped hard by Chen Mengsong. Shut up! Chen Mengsong was angry at his son's IQ. The Qin Feng in front of them was someone they simply couldn't afford to offend. However, Chen Jipeng actually dared to speak rudely. Isn't this just seeking death? Chen Jipeng covered his red and swollen face and clenched his fists tightly. There is anger and resentment in my heart. Hating your father won't make you strong. If his father was more powerful, he wouldn't have to be afraid of Qin Feng. Apologize to Director Qin. Chen Mengsong roared. Impossible. Chen Jipeng spoke each word with emphasis. Quite arrogant. You. Chen Mengsong felt like he was about to die of anger. If this continues, even he might be implicated. You don't agree, do you? Then take him out and give him another beating. Qin Feng waved his hand. The bodyguard understood and immediately dragged Chen Jipeng out. Then, another scream was heard. Mr. Qin, you are so generous. Let us go. Chen Mengsong frowned and bowed 90 degrees to Qin Feng. You don't know how to educate your son, I will help you. When your son gives in, you can take him away. Qin Feng continued to eat and ignored the sounds of beating outside the box. Chen Mengsong didn't dare to speak anymore and waited anxiously. After 5 or 6 minutes, Qin Feng was full. Mr. Qin, Chen Jipeng begged for mercy. Chapter 17 Teacher wants to rent a house. Qin Feng took the tissue and wiped his mouth. Go and have a look. Qin Feng stood up and walked out of the box. Chen Jipeng was seen lying on the floor outside the corridor, his face bruised and swollen, and he had difficulty even standing up. Boss Qin, I was wrong. Stop fighting. There was fear in Chen Jipeng's eyes. He was really scared of being beaten. If you say that at the beginning, he still had a bit of arrogance. Well, now, the arrogance is gone. Deep down in Chen Jipeng's heart, there was only endless regret. I shouldn't have stood up for my cousin if I had known this earlier. Son. Seeing his son being beaten so badly, Chen Mengsong felt heartbroken. But what can we do? Now the person they have offended is the chairman of Rueihai Bank, Qin Feng. Don't let me see you again. Qin Feng glanced at Chen Jipeng coldly, left a word, and left with his bodyguards. On the other side, Li Xuanhao had both his hands broken. Not long after Qin Feng left the restaurant, Li Xuanhao's parents also rushed over. When seeing their son being beaten so badly, Li Xuanhao's parents were very angry. Son, who beat you like this? Tell me what's going on, and I'll help you get revenge. Li Xuanhao's parents were furious. Dad, Mom, stop asking, let's go to the hospital. I deserve to be beaten. Beads of sweat oozed out of Li Xuanhao's face. His eyes were filled with fear and anxiety. How dare he cause trouble for Qin Feng? No, we can't just let this go. Li Xuanhao's body was shaking like a sieve and he lost his voice. Dad, the other party is the chairman of Rueihai Bank. We can't afford to offend. Li Xuanhao's parents' expressions changed, and soon, anger appeared in their eyes. What? You rebellious son! You actually offended the chairman of Rueihai Bank. I'm going to break your legs. Then, the screams continued. In the evening, Qin Feng came to Xingqing community. He came to get his clothes. Just wait for me at the gate. After Qin Feng finished talking to the bodyguard behind him, he walked into the community alone. What a coincidence! Not long after entering the gate, Qin Feng met an acquaintance. Qin Feng, why are you here? Su Shuhan was slightly stunned when he saw Qin Feng. Teacher, what a coincidence! Qin Feng smiled and walked to Su Shuhan's side. Today Su Shuhan wore a white shirt, looking dignified and elegant. She is Qin Feng's teacher and also a great beauty. As long as it is her major course, few students will skip it. There would even be male students from other majors coming to listen to the lectures. From this, we can also see the charm of Su Shuhan. Qin Feng, what happened to you these 2 days? Always skipping classes. If you keep going like this, do you still want to graduate? Su Shuhan questioned. She had a deep impression of Qin Feng. Firstly, Qin Feng works hard in his studies, and secondly, Qin Feng is also handsome. Teacher. As long as you have the lesson in mind. It doesn't count as skipping class no matter where you go. Qin Feng said with a smile. If it were any other time, Qin Feng would definitely not dare to tease the teacher. However, after having this system, Qin Feng became bolder. Su Shuhan was a little angry. Qin Feng, if you don't study hard, how can I find a good job in the future? Su Shuhan knew Qin Feng's family background. Plus, Qin Feng is a talented person with great potential, so he said that. Qin Feng smiled but said nothing. In fact, he now wants to be a salted fish. I'm busy now. Come to my office tomorrow and we'll talk. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't care, Su Shuhan shook his head helplessly. She found that Qin Feng had changed. Teacher, I'm leaving now. Qin Feng had not taken a few steps when he was suddenly stopped by Su Shuhan. Qin Feng turned around and saw Su Shuhan looking at him with strange eyes. Su Shuhan looked at his cell phone and then at Qin Feng. My heart is already in turmoil. Su Shuhan has a friend who works at a real estate agency. She heard that there were 2 houses for rent in Xingqing community, so she planned to come and take a look. If you can rent a house without an agent, you can save a lot of money. She never expected that it was the cell phone number her friend had just sent her. It turned out to be Qin Feng's. Teacher, what's wrong? Qin Feng was very confused. Don't talk yet. Su Shuhan was not sure, so he dialed the number above. After a while, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Teacher, what do you want to do? Qin Feng took out his cell phone, confused. At this moment, Su Shuhan stared at Qin Feng blankly, his face full of shock. Qin Feng. You have 2 houses here? Su Shuhan looked strange. Qin Feng nodded, his face calm. When Su Shuhan saw Qin Feng nod, he was speechless. How could she have imagined that Qin Feng, who was usually financially strapped, actually owned 2 houses? My God, do all the rich people nowadays like to be so low-key? Teacher, are you okay? I'm fine. Su Shuhan reacted and realized that he had just lost his composure. Qin Feng, I want to rent a house from you. Su Shuhan explained his purpose. She plans to share the rent with 2 of her best friends, otherwise, she really can't afford it with her salary alone. After all, the housing prices in Shanghai City are too high. Qin Feng didn't say anything and took Su Shuhan to the house where he lived. Along the way, Su Shuhan didn't say a word. In school, she is still a teacher, but here, she is just a tenant. In particular, Su Shuhan was still in a daze at this time. Coming to the living room, Qin Feng handed Su Shuhan several sets of keys. Teacher, go and see for yourself. Which one do you like? Just tell me when the time comes. Su Shuhan took the key and nodded. Then the rent. Qin Feng said casually, it doesn't matter, just give it to me. After saying that, Qin Feng went to pack his clothes. Are you going out again? Su Shuhan asked curiously. Oh, I don't live here anymore. Su Shuhan didn't ask any more questions and went to see the house. Just after putting away the clothes, Qin Feng received a call. Boss Qin, are you home? I have a contract here that needs your signature to take effect. The call was from the general manager of Ruihai Bank. I am here. Okay, I'm at the gate of Xingqing Community. I'll go in right away. Qin Feng waited in the living room for 2 or 3 minutes, and Su Shuhan also came back. Su Shuhan chose a house on the 15th floor. Since they are all new houses, there is nothing to worry about. After a while, Zhou Rongfeng also came. Boss Qin. Zhou Rongfeng entered the hall and respectfully handed over a contract. Seeing Zhou Rongfeng, Su Shuhan next to him opened her red lips slightly. She knew that Zhou Rongfeng was the general manager of Ruihai Bank. After all, Zhou Rongfeng often appears in the news. What Su Shuhan didn't expect was that Zhou Rongfeng actually called Qin Feng Mr. Qin. Could it be that Qin Feng is also the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Chapter 18, 1 month, less than 300 million. Su Shuhan was completely stunned. The shock in my heart was far stronger than when I just found out that Qin Feng owned 2 houses. Ruihai Bank is a private bank valued at hundreds of billions. And this student of mine is actually the chairman of a bank. This guy is a little too powerful. Even if you are a rich second generation, it is impossible for you to own such a large bank in your early 20s. What other identity does this Qin Feng have? For a moment, Su Shuhan became extremely curious. Qin Feng did not notice the change in Su Shuhan's expression. After taking a quick look at the contract, he signed his name. He then handed the contract back to Zhou Rongfeng. Next, Zhou Rongfeng reported some work to Qin Feng. Boss Qin, I have something else to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Zhou Rongfeng left with the contract. Qin Feng picked up his clothes and prepared to return to the manor. Teacher, I'm leaving too. Qin Feng, let me treat you to a meal. Su Shuhan rented a house from Qin Feng, which saved him the agency fee. So she wanted to invite Qin Feng to dinner. Some other time. That's fine too. Su Shuhan went downstairs with Qin Feng and watched Qin Feng leave. The shock that Qin Feng brought to her heart took a long time to subside. On the way back to the manor, Qin Feng went shopping in the mall again. He bought some things. When walking out of the square, Qin Feng met a young girl who was broadcasting live. The girl was holding a selfie stick and chatting to the camera. There were 2 staff members next to them, holding some gifts in their hands. There's a handsome guy coming over, let's go interview him now. The female anchor quickly came to Qin Feng's side and said with a smile. Brother, we are doing random street interviews. Can I spare you 2 minutes? The female anchor had a sweet appearance, and when she smiled, 2 dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. I don't have time. Qin Feng refused. This is an age where appearance matters. Because the female anchor was good looking and had turned on the beauty filter, there were quite a few viewers in the live broadcast room. However, Qin Feng doesn't like to show up. Brother, there are gifts for you. The female anchor smiled mysteriously. The so-called gifts are things like water cups. The female anchor was doing a random interview for a car-sharing company, and of course, there was also a promotional element to it. Seeing that Qin Feng was not interested in the gift, the female anchor resorted to acting like a spoiled brat. Little brother, I'll just take up 1 minute of your time. Okay? Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and stopped, then asked. The female anchor was delighted and asked. Little brother, may I ask, how much do you earn a month? Qin Feng didn't expect the female anchor to ask such a question. He thought for a while and said. It's less than 300 million. Ruihai Bank's annual net profit is more than 3 billion, which means it is less than 300 million per month. Of course, if we include the Chinese currency drawn from the system, the number would be more than this. The female anchor was stunned, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. The audience in the live broadcast room were also amused by Qin Feng's words. It's amazing, less than 300 million. Brother, I give you full marks for pretending like this. Whether it's 3,000 or 5,000, just tell me directly. I make 4,800 yuan a month, which is less than 300 million yuan. The female anchor smiled awkwardly. Little brother, you are so humorous. She continued to ask, so when you go out, what kind of travel method do you choose? Have you considered renting a car? I have my own car. What's the price range of the car? The female anchor asked. Only tens of millions. Qin Feng said it casually. The female anchor was speechless. She felt there was no way to ask any further. There are also tens of millions of cars. Brother, you haven't woken up yet, have you? The live broadcast room also exploded because of Qin Feng's words. Brother, what time is it now? You're already dreaming so soon. Wake up, you are dreaming, but the dream is also dreaming you. Let me wake him up. My urine is yellow. Let me wake him up. The audience in the live broadcast room all thought that Qin Feng was bragging. He makes less than 300 million yuan a month, but drives a car worth tens of millions of yuan when he goes out. Bro, how long have you had this symptom? If you're done asking, I'm leaving. The female anchor hadn't reacted yet, and when she saw Qin Feng leaving, she shouted. Little brother, you didn't take your gift. She felt there was no need to ask further. No need. Qin Feng waved his hand. The female anchor faced the camera, her face still a little stiff, and smiled. Don't take it seriously, just treat it as a joke. You know what, because of what Qin Feng said just now, the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room has become lively. Sister Jingjing, I seriously suspect that the person just now was someone you hired as a helper. No, my abs are going to burst from laughing. The female anchor named Sister Jingjing shook her head helplessly and ignored the barrage of comments that filled the screen. Just when she was about to interview the next passerby, a shocking scene happened. On the roadside, several bodyguards were escorting Qin Feng into the car. What Qin Feng was sitting in was a luxury sports car with a very cool appearance. OMG! What did I see? The female anchor named Sister Jingjing immediately pointed the camera at Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno. Everyone, look! What car is that? When people saw this scene in front of the camera, the live broadcast room went crazy again. No way! Who is that, brother? You're going out with so many bodyguards. Wait, that looks like a Lamborghini Veneno. Please, remove the word seem. That's a luxury sports car worth 80 million. The female anchor was stunned, watching the Lamborghini Veneno gradually disappear on the street. It turns out that Qin Feng was not bragging. The car he drives is indeed worth tens of millions. Earning nearly 300 million yuan a month, that must be true. She regretted it. If she had known earlier, she should have asked Qin Feng for his contact information. Sister Jingjing, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find a car to crash into, fate is right in front of you. Watching the bad ideas given by the audience in the live broadcast room, the female anchor named Sister Jingjing gave a wry smile. One night passed. At around 7 in the morning, Qin Feng woke up on the soft big bed in the manor. System, sign in. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for winning 185 million Chinese currency. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for drawing a gene pill. Successful sign in. Congratulations to the host for drawing a charm enhancement card. Apart from winning more than 100 million Chinese yuan today, Qin Feng did not win any assets. Gene pills can improve physical fitness and enhance physical strength after taking them. Charm enhancement card, after use, can increase personal charm by 3 times. Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He extracted the gene pill and took it directly. Chapter 19, Take Me Down, Get a 50,000 yuan bonus. After taking the genetic pill, Qin Feng's body responded quickly. He tried to clench his fists and felt an endless amount of power in his body. That feeling is amazing. Qin Feng was also a stay-at-home before. He would be out of breath even after running 2 laps in the playground. But now, Qin Feng felt that he could run 20 laps in one breath. And his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. Qin Feng opened his clothes and took a look, and found that he had 8 more abdominal machines. It's worthy of being a gene pill. Qin Feng smiled and continued to use the charm enhancement card. System, let me use it. However, after using the charm enhancement card, Qin Feng found that he seemed to have no feeling in his body. No way? With doubts, Qin Feng came to the mirror in the bathroom. This is amazing to see. Qin Feng's attention was directly attracted by the person in the mirror. Her appearance hadn't changed much, but her unique charm made Qin Feng almost fall in love with herself. Is this what the charm boost card does? Qin Feng pinched his face. The person in the mirror was a little taller at this time. A little richer. A little more handsome. A little more charming. Nothing special. Qin Feng finished brushing his teeth and washing his face, then walked out of the room humming a little tune. It's another beautiful day. Mr. Qin. The manor's maid saluted Qin Feng. When the maid saw Qin Feng for the first time, her face turned red and she lowered her head slightly. Oh my god, Mr. Qin is so handsome. The most important thing is that Qin Feng has an extra charm. It's that charm that makes people's heart beat faster. Qin Feng just nodded and went to the first floor lobby. Mr. Qin, breakfast is ready. Seeing Qin Feng, Su Jiaying was also attracted by Qin Feng's charm. Su Jiaying's heart was beating fast, and she looked straight at Qin Feng, unwilling to look away. It seems that even one less glance would be a huge loss. Is this the feeling of being moved? Hello, Mr. Qin. Next to Su Jiaying, a middle-aged man in chef's uniform saluted Qin Feng with a smile. This is the chef of our manor. Lu Shichang, Master Lu. He is proficient in Chinese and Western cuisine, especially the 8 major cuisines of China. Su Jiaying introduced Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at Master Lu and sat down to eat. What made Qin Feng feel uncomfortable was that the housekeeper Su Jiaying kept looking at him. This made Qin Feng very distressed, as if being too charming was not a good thing. Butler Su, please get out first. I'll call you if anything happens. Su Jiaying's cheeks turned slightly red and she turned and left the restaurant. At this time, Su Jiaying was also very regretful. Why did I lose my composure today? It would be terrible if I left a bad impression on Mr. Qin. You get out too. Qin Feng looked at Chef Lu with a helpless look on his face. It is understandable that Su Jiaying, a woman, was attracted by Qin Feng's charm. But you, a grown man, actually showed interest. That's too much. Could it be that after the charm is enhanced, it can attract men, women, young and old? Okay, Mr. Qin. Chef Lu felt a little embarrassed and walked out as well. Finally, Qin Feng could have a quiet breakfast. Qin Feng finished his breakfast slowly, walked out of the hall, and planned to take a walk. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong greeted Qin Feng. There seemed to be a magnetic force on Qin Feng, which attracted the bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong. Sure enough, after being single for 30 years, I couldn't help but be moved even when I saw a young guy. Look again. Qin Feng glared at Zhang Yong, a little annoyed. I shouldn't have used the charm enhancement card if I had known this. Now, I become the focus wherever I go. Excuse me. Mr. Qin, you are so handsome. I can't help myself. Zhang Yong lowered his head. Okay, fight with me. Qin Feng wants to have a discussion with Zhang Yong. Since taking the genetic pill, Qin Feng's body has also undergone some changes. It's no problem to defeat a bodyguard captain. Mr. Qin, this is not good. Seeing Qin Feng's delicate skin and tender flesh, Zhang Yong didn't dare to make any move. If Qin Feng gets hurt, we're done for. If you can knock me down, there will be a bonus of 50,000. Qin Feng said. Mr. Qin, how can this be possible? Zhang Yong gave a silly smile. Although he said this, he was already ready to make a move. After all, no one can resist money. This is also an opportunity for Zhang Yong to demonstrate his strength. After all, he is the captain of the bodyguard team, so he can't let Qin Feng look down on him. Take action. Qin Feng took a few steps back. Mr. Qin, that's an offense. Zhang Yong prepared to attack. Finally, he stepped forward and took action. Zhang Yong threw a punch fiercely. The punch was powerful, but Zhang Yong just wanted to test Qin Feng. As long as Qin Feng dodges, he will capture Qin Feng. As for knocking Qin Feng down, Zhang Yong definitely wouldn't dare to do that. However, seeing that Zhang Yong's punch was about to come, Qin Feng did not dodge or avoid. He went straight towards Zhang Yong. Although Qin Feng had no fighting skills, his speed was incredibly fast. Bang! Zhang Yang was caught off guard and was hit in the chest by Qin Feng. The force was so great that Zhang Yang took 7 or 8 steps back. Mr. Qin, it turns out you are an expert. Zhang Yang only felt a dull pain in his chest and his face was filled with shock. Come again. Qin Feng made a gesture. Zhang Yang smiled and decided to take real action this time. However, after more than a dozen moves, Zhang Yang was still defeated. Zhang Yang stood in front of Qin Feng, looking ashamed. Mr. Qin, please approve my resignation. As the captain of the bodyguards, Zhang Yang felt ashamed to stay as he couldn't even be his employer. If this gets out, people will laugh to death. Qin Feng waved his hand. Since I asked you to go back, I must need you. Just do your job well in the future. Okay, Mr. Qin. Zhang Yang was very depressed. Qin Feng walked away and came to a deserted place. System, extract that Ducati. Extraction successful. As the system's voice sounded, Ducati Superleggera V4 also appeared in front of Qin Feng. It is worthy of being a motorcycle worth 1.5 million yuan. It looks full of technology. Qin Feng put on a helmet and drove the Ducati out of the manor. This time, Qin Feng only brought 2 bodyguards with him. Riding a motorcycle, there is no worry about traffic jams. Before he knew it, Qin Feng had also thrown his bodyguard away. He drove his car to the suburbs for a drive. At 11 o'clock, Qin Feng received a call. The call was from Qin Feng's cousin. Qin Feng, are you in class? Without. Cousin, why did you call me suddenly? Yi Kaiying said, I was transferred to Shanghai City for work. I just came here and wanted to treat you to a meal. No need, I'll treat you. Chapter 20. Rich people have a Rolls Royce, poor people work themselves to death. Yi Kaiying treats Qin Feng very well. Qin Feng was also very happy when he heard that Yi Kaiying had come to Shanghai City. You haven't graduated yet, so don't spend money recklessly. I'm going to eat now. If you have time, you can come out. Qin Feng smiled and said, Cousin, listen to me. I'll arrange it. Yi Kaiying couldn't persuade Qin Feng, so she had to agree. Then she sent Qin Feng another location. Qin Feng informed Su Jiaying and asked her to prepare more food for lunch, and then drove to find Yi Kaiying. Half an hour later, Qin Feng met Yi Kaiying at the door of a hotel. Qin Feng parked the car and took off his helmet. Cousin. Qin Feng. Yi Kaiying stared at Qin Feng blankly and almost didn't recognize him. It's been a while since we last met. Qin Feng, you've become so handsome. Qin Feng smiled but said nothing. Next to Yi Kaiying, there stood a beauty with a beauty score of nearly 90%. The beauty couldn't help but look at Qin Feng a few more times. I have to say, Yi Kaiying's cousin is indeed very handsome. Very charming too. But unfortunately, she learned from Yi Kaiying that Qin Feng came from the countryside. Nowadays, being handsome can't make a living. Qin Feng, aren't you still in school? Why did you buy a motorcycle? Yi Kaiying looked at the Ducati and asked curiously. She usually doesn't pay much attention to cars, so naturally she doesn't know the price of that Ducati. I did business with a friend some time ago and made some money. Yi Kaiying smiled and said, Sure, Qin Feng. No wonder you said you would treat me to a meal, it turns out you have money now. Let me introduce you, this is my colleague, Tao Weiwei. Yi Kaiying pulled Tao Weiwei who was beside her over. Hello, handsome guy. Tao Weiwei just said hello and didn't show much interest in Qin Feng. Hello? Qin Feng remembered something and asked Yi Kaiying. Cousin, I remember you seemed to work at Ruei High Bank? Yes, I was transferred to the headquarters this time. Hearing Yi Kaiying say this, Qin Feng smiled again. What a coincidence, my cousin actually works in his bank. This car looks very expensive. Yi Kaiying showed interest in the Ducati. It's not too expensive. Isn't it true? 1,500,000 is nothing to Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying were still reminiscing about the past, Tao Weiwei became a little impatient. Kaiying, I'm starving. Let's go eat first. Yi Kaiying was helpless and asked Qin Feng. Cousin, are there any famous restaurants around here? This was Yi Kaiying's first time in Shanghai City and she was not familiar with the place. No need to go to the restaurant. I've already arranged it. Wait a moment. Qin Feng has already notified the bodyguards, and they should be here soon. And so, a few more minutes passed. Qin Feng, how long do you want us to wait? It is almost noon now and the sun is shining brightly. Tao Weiwei was getting a little impatient from waiting. She also didn't think Qin Feng could afford to invite them to a high-end restaurant for dinner. Almost there. Qin Feng said. Why are you in such a hurry? Wait a moment. Yi Kaiying also rolled her eyes at Tao Weiwei. Finally, the bodyguard drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom and stopped next to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road. The two bodyguards in the car got out and came to Qin Feng. It's actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom. When Tao Weiwei saw the Rolls-Royce Phantom, she was so surprised that her jaw almost dropped. And the most important thing is that those two people were so respectful to Qin Feng. Cousin, get in the car. Qin Feng ignored Tao Weiwei, who was in shock, and said to Yi Kaiying with a smile. Yi Kaiying nodded and pushed Tao Weiwei beside her. What are you doing? Get in the car. In fact, Yi Kaiying also had many doubts in her mind, why those two people called Qin Feng Mr. Qin. Kaiying. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The high-end version costs more than 9 million. Seeing that Yi Kaiying didn't notice the car, Tao Weiwei hurriedly reminded her. What? Yi Kaiying was frightened and turned her eyes to the Rolls-Royce. You know what, that car is really unique and very different from other cars on the street. Qin Feng, this. Qin Feng smiled and said, Cousin, if you have any questions, ask them later. Get in the car first, the food is ready. Yi Kaiying nodded blankly. Please. Two bodyguards opened the door of the Rolls-Royce. Since Yi Kaiying is Qin Feng's cousin, they certainly dare not neglect her. Yi Kaiying felt her legs a little stiff, and she got into the car with Tao Weiwei. Qin Feng put on his helmet and drove his Ducati back to the manor. Sitting in the car, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei couldn't contain their excitement. I never thought that one day they would be able to ride in such a luxury car. Tao Weiwei was still looking at the luxurious interior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom. Is this the car worth more than 9 million? As expected, if you have money, you can buy a Rolls-Royce, but if you have no money, you will work yourself to death. Kaiying, what does your cousin do? At this moment, Tao Weiwei really didn't believe that Qin Feng was a college student from the countryside. I'm not sure either. Maybe this car was borrowed by my cousin. Yi Kaiying was also confused. In her opinion, her cousin is just a college student. Tao shook his head slightly and asked Qin Feng's bodyguard in the car. Two brothers, are you Qin Feng's friends? Don't get me wrong, we are just Mr. Qin's bodyguards. What? After hearing the bodyguard's answer, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei looked at each other. There was full shock in his eyes. Qin Feng actually has his own bodyguard. In this way, this Rolls-Royce also belongs to Qin Feng. So what is Qin Feng's identity? Tao Weiwei wanted to ask more, but the bodyguard did not reveal Qin Feng's information. They also know what to say and what not to say. Kaiying, does your cousin have a girlfriend? Tao Weiwei suddenly had a feeling that her Prince Charming was Qin Feng. Yi Kaiying said, my cousin has a girlfriend. Don't mess around. Yi Kaiying warned Tao Weiwei. Tao smiled slightly. Kaiying, no matter what, we are still good friends. Isn't there a saying that good things should be kept within the family? You should help me. Yi Kaiying shook her head. I don't want you to harm my cousin. Tao Weiwei pretended to be sad. Kaiying, you have changed. Don't give me that. I already told you, my cousin has a girlfriend. However, Tao Weiwei had no intention of giving up. Kaiying, you don't understand this. As long as the hoe dances well. Is there a wall that can't be dug down? Yi Kaiying. Chapter 21: The Trouble of Being Too Handsome. And just like that, the Rolls-Royce Phantom also returned to the manor. Is this a manor? When the car entered the gate, Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei were dumbfounded again. Yi Kaiying discovered that Qin Feng gave her too many surprises today. A luxury car and a manor. Yi Kaiying stared blankly at the beautiful scenery outside the car window. She felt like she was dreaming. Tao Weiwei took out her cosmetics and touched up her makeup. She wanted to show Qin Feng her most beautiful side. Arrive! The car stopped in front of the main villa. The bodyguard got out and opened the door. Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei stared at the European-style building in front of them and had not yet reacted. Cousin, come in. Qin Feng stood in front of the door of the main villa and reminded with a smile. Get out of the car. Yi Kaiying pulled Tao Weiwei along. Oh my god, Qin Feng, does this manor belong to your friend? Yi Kaiying couldn't believe that this manor belonged to Qin Feng. After all, this manor is too big. It would be hard to find a second one in the entire Sanhai city. Qin Feng just smiled and said, let's go eat first. Yi Kaiying followed Qin Feng into the hall. Hello, Mr. Qin. The maid of the manor was bowing to Qin Feng. At this moment, Yi Kaiying was filled with shock. Although Qin Feng did not say it explicitly, she could already guess that Qin Feng must be the owner of this manor. Otherwise, these maids would not have been so respectful to Qin Feng. At the door, Tao Weiwei was still taking selfies with her cell phone. She was thinking about how to come up with a good title for her circle of friends. Can you please stop embarrassing yourself? Yi Kaiying quickly pulled Tao Weiwei in as well. Mr. Qin, lunch is ready. Su Jiaying saluted Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded and took Yi Kaiying into the restaurant. Because Qin Feng had given instructions, today's lunch was prepared to be particularly sumptuous. The entire table was filled with delicacies from land and sea. You're welcome, cousin. Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei sat down and looked at the delicious food in front of them, not knowing how to pick up their chopsticks for a moment. Qin Feng, are there just 3 of us? Yi Kaiying asked. Yes. Qin Feng nodded. Don't you have a girlfriend? We broke up some time ago. The person who was undoubtedly the happiest to hear Qin Feng say this was Tao Weiwei. Since Qin Feng is single, doesn't she still have a chance? Qin Feng was eating when he suddenly found that something was missing from the table. Butler Su. Qin Feng called Su Jiaying over. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Su Jiaying walked in from the hall. Do we have any wine left in our manor? Mr. Qin, there is red wine in the wine cellar. Su Jiaying went to the wine cellar and when she came back, she was holding 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Su Jiaying opened one of the bottles and poured it for Qin Feng. Is this Lafite from 1982? Tao Weiwei covered her red lips with her small hands, stunned. This is a bottle of red wine that costs more than 80,000 yuan. Even Yi Kaiying was so shocked that she was speechless. It took a long time for Yi Kaiying to come back to her senses. Seeing Su Jiaying pouring wine for herself, Yi Kaiying quickly stopped her. I won't drink it. Qin Feng, do you have any 1982 iced black tea? Su Jiaying smiled and poured some wine for Yi Kaiying anyway. Cousin, are you staying in a hotel? Actually, you can stay at my place first. Qin Feng suggested. No, I'll be at work tomorrow. Besides, your place is quite far from where I work, it's not very convenient. Yi Kaiying shook her head. While eating, Tao Weiwei threw a coquettish glance at Qin Feng from time to time. However, Qin Feng pretended not to see it. After a good meal and a good drink. Qin Feng, your manor is so beautiful, please take us for a walk. In the hall, Tao Weiwei sat next to Qin Feng. The look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng was filled with admiration that could not be concealed. If she had a boyfriend as rich as Qin Feng, she would wake up laughing in her dreams. Qin Feng just smiled and looked at Yi Kaiying. I have classes in the afternoon. You can wander around. If you are tired, you can ask Butler Su to arrange a place for you to rest. Tao was slightly disappointed. She could see that Qin Feng was not interested in her. Yi Kaiying had nothing to do, so she stayed in the manor. Qin Feng sat for a while and then went to school. Because he was drunk, Qin Feng could only let his bodyguard drive. When he arrived at school, as expected, Qin Feng immediately became the focus of the school. Look, which class is that handsome guy from? Let's go up and get a cell phone number. This is so handsome, he looks like my boyfriend. Nonsense, that's obviously my boyfriend. The female students passing by had a crazy look on their faces. What made Qin Feng even more unbearable was that someone actually took out his cell phone to take pictures. Qin Feng quickened his pace and returned to the classroom. However, his classmates also looked at him strangely. It would be fine if it was just the female classmates, but even some of the male classmates were like this. Qin Feng was quite depressed, so he simply ignored it and started reading. At this time, the forum of Binjiang University was in an uproar. Someone posted Qin Feng's photo. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Immediately afterwards, some information about Qin Feng was also exposed. Many female students came to Qin Feng's classroom, wanting to catch a glimpse of Qin Feng's charm. The class was fine, but by the time it was time to get out, the classroom was packed with people. Classmate, let me introduce myself. I'm from the Department of Literature. Classmate, do you have time tonight? I'll treat you to a movie. Qin Feng was extremely melancholy. It turns out that this person is so charming, but he also has troubles. Is it still possible for people to have a good class? After 2 classes, Qin Feng had received hundreds of love letters. Because my WeChat account was frequently used to add friends, it was also restricted. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng was going crazy. Brother Feng, this is crazy. I heard that those female students outside didn't even go to class just to see you. I bought some masks, put them on and run for your life. Kong Liang came to Qin Feng. Good brother. Qin Feng patted Kong Liang on the shoulder with a look of gratitude. After putting on a mask, Qin Feng squeezed into the crowd. The classroom was surrounded by 3 layers of people inside and outside. Qin Feng used all his strength to finally get out. Qin Feng looked back and saw that the teaching building was surrounded by students. Look, Qin Feng is over there. No one knew who shouted, and everyone locked their eyes on Qin Feng again. The situation was out of control for a while. Qin Feng ran away without a destination. He ran as fast as if he was racing and soon hid in an office. Qin Feng closed the door and found Su Shohan was also in the office. Teacher Su. Qin Feng was a little anxious. He looked at Su Shohan and gestured for her to keep quiet. Those students couldn't find Qin Feng, so they gradually dispersed. Qin Feng let out a long sigh and found a chair to sit down. How terrifying! Qin Feng was still in shock. He raised his head, and suddenly, his face became stiff. I saw Su Shohan with flushed cheeks walking towards him. That Qin Feng, actually, I'm still single. Seeing Su Shohan no longer looking like her usual dignified self, Qin Feng almost fell to the ground. Teacher Su, why are you crazy too? Chapter 22 Longjiang Group with a market value of 100 billion. Qin Feng ran out of the office as if he had seen a ghost. Binjiang University, somewhere in the playground. Qin Feng looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling extremely melancholy. If being handsome is a sin, then Qin Feng is unforgivable. It's finally calmed down. Principal Han Yi was also relieved when he found Qin Feng. At this moment, Han Yi's face was full of helplessness. Mr. Qin, why don't you transfer to another school? If this continues, we won't be able to carry out our teaching work. Han Yi looked worried. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation in all his time as principal. Qin Feng just waved his hand and said nothing. And just like that, Qin Feng left school. Qin Feng returned to the manor and found Yi Kaiying and Tao Weiwei resting in the hall. The two walked around the manor and their feet were almost blistered. I should have taken a car to go shopping earlier. Yi Kaiying shook her head and said, I didn't expect this manor to be so big. Qin Feng, aren't you going to class? You're back so soon. Yi Kaiying noticed Qin Feng walking in from the gate. Qin Feng said nothing, looking depressed. Yi Kaiying wanted to leave, but Qin Feng asked her to finish dinner before leaving. As for Tao Weiwei, she was naturally very happy about it. She wished she could stay here at night. In this way, he will have the opportunity to get close to Qin Feng. After dinner, Yi Kaiying also planned to go back. Qin Feng, thank you for your hospitality. Qin Feng smiled and said, Cousin, you're welcome. Take a rest before leaving. I'll arrange a car for you. Tao Weiwei leaned close to Yi Kaiying's ear and whispered softly. Kaiying, why don't we stay here tonight? Tao Weiwei was reluctant to leave. You can live by yourself. How could Yi Kaiying not see that Tao Weiwei could no longer walk after meeting her tall, rich, and handsome cousin? Tao Weiwei looked helpless. She also knew that Qin Feng looked down on her. Since Yi Kaiying was leaving, Tao Weiwei naturally felt embarrassed to stay alone. Finally, the two of them left in a car under Qin Feng's arrangement. At night, Qin Feng stayed in the manor and felt very bored. After thinking about it, he put on his helmet and drove out on the Ducati. Because of the heavy traffic at night, Qin Feng was too lazy to bring a bodyguard. Also, since taking the genetic pill, Qin Feng has gained the ability to protect himself. It doesn't really matter whether you bring a bodyguard or not. Bao, what kind of motorcycle is that? It looks so cool. While waiting at the traffic light, A young couple in the Audi noticed Qin Feng's Ducati. It's just a motorcycle, it probably isn't worth much. The man driving the car shook his head with a look of disdain. Really, there are still people riding motorcycles these days. Why don't we buy one too? Said the young woman. As long as you like it, wait a minute, I'll go check it out. The young man took out his cell phone and checked. This investigation was so serious that my face turned green. Just that Ducati motorcycle costs $1.5 million. It's even more expensive than his Audi. Be good. Forget it. Motorcycles are banned in many places in Shanghai City now, and the formalities are difficult to handle. Don't buy it. The young man quickly found an excuse. I can't imagine that a motorcycle can be so expensive. At this price, you can buy a sports car. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening and Qin Feng was feeling a little hungry. He pulled into a mall and had a bite to eat. When Qin Feng was about to go back, he found a beautiful woman taking a selfie with her mobile phone next to the Ducati. The beauty was about 1.8 meters tall and in her 20s. She was wearing a tight-fitting outfit and looked very well proportioned. Qin Feng ignored him, walked to the front of the car and picked up his helmet. Brother, is this Ducati yours? The beautiful woman's eyes lit up. She put away her phone and walked forward to ask. She is a car model, so she naturally knows the price of that Ducati. Not everyone can own a motorcycle worth more than 1 million. The key is that Qin Feng is very handsome. If you can hook up with that person, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Qin Feng just nodded and said nothing. Hello, my name is Xin. She's a car model. I wonder if my little brother has time. Let's go have a midnight snack together. The beauty extends an invitation. Qin Feng shook his head and was not interested in the beauty in front of him. Some cars may look brand new, but the mileage is alarmingly high. In particular, Qin Feng has never had a good impression of women who throw themselves at him. How about adding me on WeChat first? I didn't bring my phone. Qin Feng got in the car and put on his helmet. Brother, this is my contact information. If you have time, you can come and play with me. The beauty smiled and put a small note on the front of the car. Qin Feng started the car and drove the Ducati out of the mall. When he came outside, Qin Feng picked up the small note and looked at it. On it was the beauty's cell phone number and a hotel room number. Are all women nowadays so unrestrained? Qin Feng crumpled the note into a ball and threw it into the trash can on the side of the road. The next morning. System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 190 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 80% of Longjiang Group's shares. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 2 boxes of 1990 Romane Conti. Longjiang Group is a real estate company in Shanghai City with a market value of more than 120 billion yuan. Romane Conti 1990, this is a red wine that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars a bottle. Qin Feng drew 2 boxes, totaling 24 bottles. Good. Qin Feng was a little excited for a while after being selected into Longjiang Group. This means that he owns 2 companies worth hundreds of billions. At this rate, becoming the richest man in China is just around the corner. After breakfast, Qin Feng drove out in the Lamborghini Veneno. He planned to visit the Longjiang Group. It is working hours at Longjiang Group. Qin Feng walked to the company's front desk alone. Hey, aren't you Qin Feng? The girl at the front desk recognized Qin Feng. Chen Meiling. Qin Feng also recognized the girl. Chen Meiling is Zhao Yuding's friend, so Qin Feng also recognizes her. Chen Meiling only studied in college for 1 year and then went out to work. Qin Feng, why are you here? Chen Meiling asked with confusion. Come to see the general manager of your Longjiang Group. Qin Feng said with a smile. Chen Meiling was stunned. Qin Feng, you are not kidding, right? If you want to see our general manager, you have to make an appointment in advance. Chen Meiling thought Qin Feng was joking. After all, their manager is too busy to meet everyone. And Qin Feng is just a college student. Please notify them. Just say Qin Feng is looking for him. Chapter 23, Drink a little more to calm your nerves. Chen Meiling was half believing and half doubting, so she called the secretary of General Manager He Wanyang. What? You said a man named Qin Feng wanted to see the general manager? Let Mr. Qin wait a moment, I will notify the general manager immediately. Hearing Qin Feng's name, the secretary did not dare to be negligent at all. Because she knew that this Qin Feng was the chairman of their Longjiang group. The secretary ran to the door of the conference room, panting. At this time, General Manager He Wanyang was still in a meeting, and the secretary didn't care about that and just pushed open the door. Xiao Yu, didn't I tell you? Don't come in and disrupt me when I'm in a meeting. He Wanyang looked at his secretary with a serious expression. The secretary gasped, General Manager. The chairman is here. You're not mistaken, are you? He Wanyang stood up quickly with a look of nervousness on his face. Just now, He Wanyang learned that the chairman of Longjiang Group had been replaced. It is said that a new official starts with 3 things. He Wanyang felt unprecedented pressure. The other party's name is Qin Feng, and he's at the front desk now, said the secretary. No mistake. Suspend the meeting, everyone follow me to see the chairman. He Wanyang walked out of the meeting room quickly and straightened his collar. Front desk. Chen Meiling was also shocked when she heard such a big reaction from the general manager's secretary. Could it be that Qin Feng has another identity? Qin Feng, I have already notified the general manager's secretary. She asked you to wait. Chen Meiling looked at Qin Feng blankly. 1 minute passed. The elevator door opened. He Wanyang, along with the senior executives of Longjiang Group, quickly came to Qin Feng. You are Mr. Qin? He Wanyang asked cautiously. Qin Feng took a look at He Wanyang and knew that he was the general manager of Longjiang Group, so he nodded. Hello, Mr. Qin. I am the general manager of Longjiang Group. My name is He Wanyang. He Wanyang didn't expect Qin Feng to be so young, and his face was full of shock. Hello, Mr. Qin. The executives behind He Wanyang also saluted Qin Feng. This was Qin Feng's first time at the company, and everyone wanted to leave a good impression on him. Chen Meiling at the front desk was speechless after hearing Qin Feng's identity. She had heard Zhao Yuding talk about it before and knew that Qin Feng's family background was average. But I didn't expect that Qin Feng is actually the chairman of Longjiang Group. At this moment, Chen Meiling even doubted whether she was dreaming. Chen Meiling was still in shock. On the other side, He Wanyang had already invited Qin Feng into the elevator. President Qin, please. He Wanyang followed Qin Feng respectfully. Then the elevator door closed. Chen Meiling reacted and took out her cell phone. Yuding, I really envy you. You have such good taste. You actually found such a rich boyfriend. Chen Meiling sent a message to Zhao Yuding. They hadn't been in touch for a long time, so Chen Meiling didn't know that Zhao Yuding and Qin Feng had broken up. Zhao Yuding was very puzzled when she received the news. She was still single after being dumped by Zhang Jichao. Immediately, Zhao Yuding made a confused expression. You actually want to hide it from me. I just saw that Qin Feng is the chairman of Longjiang Group. When Zhao Yuding saw the message sent by Chen Meiling, her face was full of disbelief. Are you lying to me? When Zhao Yuding found out that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank, she already regretted it enough. She couldn't believe that Qin Feng actually had a real estate company with a market value of 100 billion yuan. Chen Meiling continued to edit the message. I saw the general manager come out to greet us personally. It can't be fake. Yuding, when you get married, don't forget me. Regret. At this moment, Zhao Yuding's heart was filled with endless regret. At that time, she proposed to break up because she thought Qin Feng had no money and no power. As a result, such a good opportunity was missed. If they had not broken up, perhaps she would have lived a wonderful life that everyone envied. By the way, Yuding, I advise you to get the certificate as soon as possible. Although Chen Meiling was just giving a kind reminder, in Zhao Yuding's view, it was undoubtedly a naked mockery. Chen Meiling, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Get as far away as you can. Zhao Yuding was in a bad mood. Yuding, what's wrong? Chen Meiling was confused. You scheming bitch, you're clearly doing this on purpose to piss me off. Break up. Chen Meiling was even more confused and wanted to send a message to explain. It turned out that Zhao Yuding had blocked her. Is this Zhao Yuding angry? Qin Feng sat in the office for more than 10 minutes, listening to He Wanyang's work report. As for the company's affairs, Qin Feng didn't want to interfere. As long as He Wanyang can manage the company well, that's enough. Boss Qin, let's go have lunch together at noon. Huan Yang smiled after reporting his work. Qin Feng waved his hand, I have other things to do. Is that so? Huan Yang was a little disappointed. By the way, Mr. Qin, there will be a cocktail party at Tianhao Hotel tonight. I wonder if you're interested. Those who can attend the cocktail party are people of status and position in Shanghai City. As the general manager of Longjiang Group, Huan Yang was naturally invited as well. Huan Yang wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Qin Feng. If I have time in the evening, I will go. Okay, Mr. Qin. When Qin Feng left, Huan Yang sent Qin Feng to the gate. It was almost noon and Qin Feng stayed in the manor with nothing to do. He took a bottle of 1990 Romane Conti and went to the swimming pool for a swim. It is very pleasant to swim a few laps in the water after tasting red wine. In the manor, Su Jiaying received an invitation letter and came to find Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying stood under a huge parasol. What's wrong? Qin Feng climbed out of the swimming pool. When Su Jiaying saw Qin Feng's near-perfect body, especially his 8-pack abs, she felt her heart beating faster. Oh my god, does Mr. Qin exercise every day? Not only is he handsome, he's also got a muscular body. You know what, I really can't tell it normally. Su Jiaying's cheeks turned red and she lowered her head slightly. She didn't dare to look at Qin Feng again, for fear of having a nosebleed. Mr. Qin. There is a cocktail party at Tianhao Hotel tonight. Here is the invitation. When he was at Longjiang Group, Huan Yang had already talked about this matter with Qin Feng. Originally Qin Feng didn't want to go, but now the invitation has arrived. You can go and take a look. Let's put it in the hall first. Qin Feng poured 2 glasses of red wine and handed one to Su Jiaying. Su Jiaying took it casually and took a small sip. What kind of red wine is this? Su Jiaying picked up the bottle and took a look. What she saw was amazing. She almost squirted. It turned out to be Romane Conti La Tache 1990. Mr. Qin. You think too highly of me. You gave me such expensive wine. Su Jiaying was shocked. This kind of wine is extremely rare in the market and costs hundreds of thousands of yuan per bottle. Qin Feng smiled and poured some more for Su Jiaying. Drink a little more to calm your nerves. Chapter 24 Cocktail Party. In the evening, Qin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno to Tianhao Hotel. Qin Feng parked the car and before he walked into Tianhao Hotel, he heard someone calling him from behind. Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head and took a look. I found out it was my senior, Hu Shiwei. Hu Shiwei was wearing a casual suit and his hair was waxed and shiny. Hu Shiwei followed behind a middle-aged man, who was his father. Qin Feng, why are you here? Part-time job? Hu Shiwei had a sarcastic smile on his face. Those who can attend this cocktail party tonight are all people of status and position in Shanghai City. Hu Shiwei didn't think Qin Feng was here to attend a cocktail party. Attend the cocktail party. Qin Feng just said it casually. After hearing what Qin Feng said, the sarcasm on Hu Shiwei's face became even stronger. Qin Feng, are you still asleep? This is the Tianhao Hotel. I think you've come to the wrong place. Hu Shiwei felt that Qin Feng was bragging. Although his family was rich, he did not receive an invitation. The reason why I can come here is because my friend has some status. Son, who is this? Hu Shiwei's father looked at Qin Feng. Just a junior fellow student. Hu Shiwei smiled. After that, they no longer paid attention to Qin Feng and came to the door of the hotel. Because there is no invitation, they have to wait for someone. Qin Feng also walked over. After showing the invitation letter, the staff at the door bowed and saluted. Sir, please come in. When Hu Shiwei saw this scene, he was stunned. What's going on? This Qin Feng actually has an invitation letter? With Hu Shiwei's conditions, he couldn't even get an invitation letter, but Qin Feng, a pauper, actually got one. Hu Shiwei couldn't believe it. At this time, Hu Shiwei's father frowned. Son, what is that person's identity? Hu Shiwei shook his head and said, as far as I know, he is just a poor student. Could it be that his invitation was stolen? Hu Shiwei guessed. This is impossible. Hu Shiwei's father's face looked unhappy because his son had just offended Qin Feng. If Qin Feng turns out to be someone important, they will all be in trouble. Who would steal invitations to a cocktail party if they have nothing better to do? After you go in, go and apologize to him. Seeing that his father was angry, Hu Shirwei could only nod. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock and he was very curious about Qin Feng's identity. Many people have already arrived at the cocktail party. These people all have one thing in common, which is that they dress beautifully. There are no rules at the cocktail party. Qin Feng came to a bar and got a glass of red wine. Because of Qin Feng's charm, people soon noticed him. This gentleman looks so familiar. Two women in long skirts walked up to Qin Feng arm in arm. They had smiles on their faces and were looking at Qin Feng with a smile. Qin Feng was very bored, so he just chatted with the two women for a while. Boss Qin. He Wanyang spotted Qin Feng and walked over quickly with a glass of red wine in his hand. Boss Qin, I thought you weren't coming. He Wanyang stood respectfully in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded in response. Behind He Wanyang, there were several middle-aged men standing. Mr. He, who is this? This is the chairman of our Longjiang group. Qin Feng. He Wanyang introduced with a smile. Hearing Qin Feng's identity, those people's faces became extremely respectful. Then, they said some flattering words and toasted Qin Feng one after another. Boss Qin is such a handsome guy. We did it, you can do whatever you want. The two women were also frightened by Qin Feng's identity. Chairman of Longjiang Group, this is incredible. They could never have imagined that the young and handsome Qin Feng would have such an identity. They still wanted to come and please Qin Feng, but there was no chance anymore. After knowing Qin Feng's identity, many people came around to toast him. Qin Feng didn't like this atmosphere very much. After all, those compliments are just for listening. That's how the world is. People respect those who have. Dogs bite the ugly ones. After a while, He Wanyang came over with a middle-aged man. He Wanyang introduced Qin Feng with a smile. Boss Qin, this is Wu Qitsai, Boss Wu. He's a real estate tycoon. Qin Feng looked at the other person and recognized him immediately. Because Wu Qitsai is indeed very famous in the real estate industry. He also frequently appears on television news. Hello, Mr. Qin. Wu Qitsai had gained some weight. He stretched out his hand and shook hands with Qin Feng. In fact, Wu Qitsai was also very surprised when he saw Qin Feng for the first time. Because Qin Feng is too young. It is this young man who actually holds 80% of the shares of Longjiang Group. This is horrible. Wu Qitsai guessed that Qin Feng must have a powerful backer behind him. Otherwise, it's hard to explain. Seeing Wu Qitsai chatting with Qin Feng, others didn't dare to go over. Because they are two big bosses in the real estate industry. If we disturb their business, we will be doomed. Boss Qin, you are here too. What a coincidence. Zhou Rongfeng saw Qin Feng and hurried over to say hello. Old Zhou, do you know Mr. Qin too? Wu Qitsai looked at Zhou Rongfeng and asked puzzledly. He also cooperated with Ruweihai Bank and was acquainted with Zhou Rongfeng. Director Qin is the chairman of our Ruweihai Bank. After hearing what Zhou Rongfeng said, Wu Qitsai was stunned. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng was actually the chairman of Ruweihai Bank. My God, Longjiang Group and Ruweihai Bank, these are two companies with a market value of hundreds of billions. Wu Qitsai was extremely shocked. He worked hard for most of his life and finally made a name for himself. It turned out that he was not even half as good as Qin Feng. Are today's young people so amazing? Not only Wu Qitsai, but even He Wanyang was stunned. Who would have thought that Qin Feng was actually involved in the financial industry? Moreover, it is a bank valued at hundreds of billions. Judging from the current development momentum, Ruweihai Bank will definitely catch up with Longjiang Group in the future. Mr. Qin, I am short-sighted. Wu Qitsai smiled bitterly and drank the red wine in the glass. Qin Feng stayed at the cocktail party for half an hour and got to know the chairman of several large companies. He plans to go back. As soon as Qin Feng walked out of the hotel door, Hu Shirwei caught up with him. Just now at the cocktail party, Hu Shirwei wanted to apologize to Qin Feng, but he never found the opportunity. Moreover, he had already found out Qin Feng's identity. When Hu Shirwei heard Qin Feng's identity, his heart was filled with shock. Until now, he has not recovered. Mr. Qin. I'm so sorry. Hu Shirwei quickly walked up to Qin Feng and bent down. I didn't mean to offend you just now. He was very nervous. After all, Xin Feng is the chairman of Longjiang Group. This identity is so scary. Chapter 25 Sign-in, Night 15. Xin Feng just glanced at Hu Shiwei indifferently and didn't pay much attention to him. There are really too many arrogant people like Hu Shiwei in this world. With Qin Feng's status, there is no need for him to bother with such a person. Mr. Qin, let me take you back. Hu Shiwei lowered his head and did not dare to look at Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng had already walked to the side of the road at this time. Mr. Qin. Su Jiaying was already waiting on the roadside in her Lamborghini Veneno. Behind the Lamborghini Veneno, there were two more cars. There were several bodyguards standing nearby. Because Qin Feng was drunk, he could only call Su Jiaying to drive. Qin Feng nodded and got into the car surrounded by several bodyguards. Gradually, the Lamborghini Veneno also disappeared at the door of the hotel. It's actually Lamborghini Venom. Hu Shiwei looked at this scene and his eyes became fixed. The next morning. System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 250 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Night 15. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning all the property rights of Keita Shopping Center. Night 15 is a tough-looking off-road vehicle, whose windows and windshield are made of bulletproof glass. Worth more than 13 million. Keita's shopping center is located in the center of Shanghai City. The shopping center covers an area of more than 40,000 square meters, and its main body is an 88-story main building. Most of the shops in Keita Shopping Center are rented out, and the rent for just one quarter is as high as 1.1 billion. Xin Feng was a little excited, but not too much. After all, he now owns two companies worth hundreds of billions of dollars. After breakfast, Xin Feng drove out in the Night 15. Night XV's appearance on the road attracted the attention of many passers-by. Xin Feng played for more than an hour before driving to school. This time, Xin Feng chose to wear a mask. He doesn't want to go through the same thing as last time. Brother Feng, I finally see you. I thought you didn't dare to come to school. When Xin Feng appeared in the classroom, his three roommates immediately came over. Brother Feng, you don't know. We've received a lot of love letters for you these past 2 days. Kan Liang came over with a large cardboard box. I saw that it was filled with love letters written to Qin Feng. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. This was too exaggerated. With the appearance of Qin Feng, the female students in the class also became restless. Qin Feng was wearing a mask, so female students from other departments might have difficulty recognizing him. But the girls in the class meet Qin Feng every day, and they are very familiar with Qin Feng's back. Qin Feng. You're finally here. Several female classmates came to Qin Feng. Even those who usually don't like talking to Qin Feng came. Qin Feng, you are now the idol of our school. Just yesterday, someone started a vote on the school forum to select the best male idol. You got a full 10,000 votes. Ahead of the second place by more than 9,900 votes. The eyes of those female classmates looking at Qin Feng were all infatuated. Excuse me, please don't disturb me while I'm reading. Qin Feng quickly sent those female classmates away. It would be bad if other people knew that Qin Feng came to school. As soon as those people left, another female classmate came to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, do you believe in love at first sight? The female classmate looked affectionate. Qin Feng was stunned. I don't believe it. The so-called love at first sight is nothing more than lust at first sight. But I fell in love with you at first sight. The female classmate stuffed a love letter into Qin Feng's hand and ran away shyly. Qin Feng looked at the love letter in his hand and felt distressed. I just want to take a class quietly. Can you please not be like this? After a class, Qin Feng found that countless pairs of eyes were staring at him. This made Qin Feng very uncomfortable. The female classmates had a crazy look on their faces, while some of the male classmates showed jealous expressions. After the class was finally over, Qin Feng planned to return to the manor. If I stay in school any longer, something might happen. Qin Feng turned his head and met Lu Xinyao's eyes. At this time, Lu Xinyao held her chin with both hands and looked at Qin Feng intently. Like other female classmates, Lu Xinyao also had a crazy look on her face. Qin Feng touched his nose awkwardly and walked in front of Lu Xinyao. Monitor, have you become so vulgar? Lu Xinyao reacted and her face turned red. My heart was pounding. Xin Feng, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's go. Xin Feng agreed. If Xin Feng was invited by other girls, he would definitely not go. But Lu Xinyao is different. During the 3 years in college, Lu Xinyao took good care of Xin Feng. Plus, the two of them had known each other since junior high school. Walk. Lu Xinyao noticed the angry looks of the other female classmates and pulled Xin Feng out of the classroom. She knew that it would be difficult for her to be the squad leader in the future. Lu Xinyao pulled Xin Feng and ran down the teaching building in one breath, already out of breath. Squad leader, slow down. Where are we going to eat? Lu Xinyao said, I borrowed a membership card from a friend and I know a restaurant with delicious food. The two walked side by side to the parking lot. Realizing that she was still holding Qin Feng's hand, Lu Xinyao quickly let go. Xin Feng, don't get me wrong, I just want to treat you to a meal. Lu Xinyao blushed and looked shy. Xin Feng smiled and saw through it but didn't say anything. As soon as the two walked into the parking lot, they met a young man. It seemed that the young man was also a student of the school. He was wearing Versace and had a somewhat rogue smile on his face. You can tell at first glance that he is a rich second generation. Xinyao, what a coincidence. Are you going out? Kai Jihao turned his attention to Lu Xinyao and asked with a grin. Lu Xinyao frowned and spoke softly to Qin Feng. This guy just transferred from another school, and he's a rich second generation. Let's leave him alone. As soon as Kai Jihao arrived at Binjiang University, he started to pester Lu Xinyao. However, Lu Xinyao didn't have time to deal with him. Hey, Xinyao, don't leave in such a hurry. Kai Jihao stretched out his hand and stood in front of Lu Xinyao. Kai Jihao, this is a school, what do you want to do? Lu Xinyao was a little angry. Xinyao, please give me some face and go to the movies with me tonight. Kai Jihao had no intention of leaving and was very ruffian. I'll give you 3 seconds, get out of here now. Qin Feng spoke to Kai Jihao with a hint of coldness in his voice. Kai Jihao frowned and looked at Qin Feng. Boy, you are so arrogant. What does it mean to wear a mask? Tell me your name if you have the guts. Kai Jihao became angry. Chairman of Ruihai Bank, Qin Feng. Kai Jihao's mouth twitched. Brother, you are exaggerating. Chapter 26 Class Monitor's Confession. Ruihai Bank is a big bank with a valuation of hundreds of billions. Kai Jihao doesn't think Qin Feng is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Stop scaring people here. I advise you to stay away from Xinyao in the future. Kai Jihao snorted coldly. But soon, Kai Jihao's expression changed. Because after Qin Feng took out the car keys, he had already opened the door of the Night 15. Kai Jihao was confused. He was just wondering who drove the Night 15 worth more than 10 million to the school. As it turned out, it was the young man in front of him. What did you just say? You can repeat it again. Qin Feng had a blank expression on his face. Kai Jihao was already frightened, but after hearing Qin Feng's words, he reacted. Sorry to bother you. Brother, I swear, I will never harass my sister-in-law again. Kai Jihao began to slap himself. Anyone who can afford such a luxury car must be very prestigious, even if he is not the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Kai Jihao knew very well that he couldn't afford to offend such a person. Roll. Brother, I'm leaving right now. Kai Jihao's face turned green with fright, and he ran out of the parking lot as if he was sprinting a 100-meter race. Watching Kai Jihao disappear, Qin Feng shook his head. Why are there so many flies everywhere these days? Squad leader, get in the car. At this time, Lu Xinyao was also in shock. Qin Feng, you just said, you are the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Is this true? Lu Xinyao was half believing and half doubting. These days, she has been guessing Qin Feng's identity, but it is not easy to ask him in person. You guess. Qin Feng smiled and got into the driver's seat of the Night 15. How could I have guessed it? Lu Xinyao curled her lips and got in the car. Is this car yours too? Lu Xinyao remembered that Qin Feng was driving a Lamborghini before. Why change the car now? Qin Feng nodded, take turns driving the two cars. Lu Xinyao gave a helpless smile. By the way, Xinyao, where is the restaurant you mentioned? Qin Feng asked. Lu Xinyao immediately said a location. The restaurant she was talking about happened to be located in Ida's shopping center. After parking the car, Lu Xinyao took Qin Feng into a restaurant. Lu Xinyao showed her membership card and booked a private room. The restaurant is quite high-end and the environment is good. Xin Feng, what do you want to eat? Anything you want. Lu Xinyao handed the menu to Xin Feng. I'm afraid I'll make you broke. Xin Feng was joking, but he actually knew Lu Xinyao's family background. Lu Xinyao's father is also a businessman, and he is one of the richest people in their city. If you don't have enough money to pay the bill, I can stay in the restaurant and wash dishes. Lu Xinyao responded with a smile. Xin Feng just ordered 3 ordinary dishes. The two of them couldn't eat that much. Lu Xinyao couldn't bear it and ordered 2 more of the signature dishes. Don't be polite to me. I can't afford tens of thousands of dollars of wine. But I can still afford a meal. Lu Xinyao fixed her beautiful eyes on Xin Feng with a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. Squad leader, can I ask you a question? What's the problem? Lu Xinyao asked curiously. Xin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao and asked, why are you so nice to me? Lu Xinyao looked flustered and lowered her head slightly. Xin Feng, you often helped me when we were in junior high school. Have you forgotten? When Lu Xinyao first entered junior high school, she was not as pretty as she is now. Her family was not well off, so she was often bullied. At that time, it was Xin Feng who helped her. Gradually, Lu Xinyao developed feelings for Xin Feng. But Xin Feng didn't know. Is that the reason? Xin Feng asked. Lu Xinyao blushed slightly and took out an exquisite little gift box from her bag. Xin Feng, this is for you. What's this? Xin Feng took the gift box, a little curious. Open it and take a look. Lu Xinyao's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and her face was full of shyness. Xin Feng opened the gift box and saw a bracelet made of white stone beads. This is the jade bracelet I got for you at the temple when I went out for a trip to the suburbs a few days ago. I heard that if you carry it with you, it can bring you peace. It works. Xin Feng picked up the bracelet and looked at it, then said with a smile, Squad leader, it turns out you believe this too. Lu Xinyao originally wanted to confess her feelings. Hearing Xin Feng's words, he was stunned. Brother, why is your focus different from others? Lu Xinyao's face became redder and redder, and finally, she mustered up the courage. Xin Feng, actually, I like you. Lu Xinyao had been holding this sentence in her heart for a long time. Lu Xinyao tried to raise her head, wanting to see Xin Feng's expression. It turned out that Xin Feng was looking at him quietly with a smile on his face. Xin Feng, I know that too. With your current conditions, you may not be able to look down on me. Lu Xinyao felt a little frustrated. How could that be? Actually, squad leader, I already knew that. Ah? Lu Xinyao was surprised but also felt depressed. This guy clearly knew the answer, yet he still asked. That's too bad. Xin Feng said, Class monitor, when you graduated from junior high school, you folded a lot of little stars. You said you wanted to give it to someone you like. Later, you gave me a rag doll. In fact, I've kept it by my side all these years. Until the other day when I was moving things in the dormitory. I accidentally broke the doll. Xin Feng didn't say anything else. So, you found out? Lu Xinyao became even more shy. Yes, there are many little stars in it. I opened it and saw a lot of confessions written on it. Xin Feng said with a smile. Xin Feng, stop talking, it's so embarrassing. Lu Xinyao covered her face. She originally thought that Xin Feng had thrown away the rag doll long ago. In the end, it was discovered. At that time, she was young and ignorant, and the words she wrote were a bit naive, but they represented Lu Xinyao's love for Xin Feng. Xin Feng smiled and sat down next to Lu Xinyao, holding her delicate hand. Squad leader, I'll take you back to have a look at night. Don't want. Lu Xinyao let Xin Feng hold her hand and shook her head violently. You are so mean. If you already knew it, why are you asking those questions just now? Lu Xinyao said angrily. Although she said this, Lu Xinyao still felt very sweet in her heart. Because Xin Feng has already accepted her. Xin Feng, if you had discovered this secret at that time, will you accept me? Lu Xinyao's eyes were filled with anticipation. Xin Feng shook his head. Squad leader, you will already be a wealthy woman by then. How dare I try to be so high? Lu Xinyao snorted softly. How am I rich? Compared to you now, I am a beggar. Chapter 27, Who do you think you are to threaten me? Besides, all the money in my family is earned by my dad. It has nothing to do with me. Lu Xinyao pouted cutely. She finally figured out why Qin Feng gradually became distant from her after entering high school. It turned out to be because of her family background. Lu Xinyao's family became more and more wealthy, which made Qin Feng feel pressured. Or, it can be said to be inferiority complex. Squad leader, I'll take you out to play after dinner. This is not good. Although there are no professional classes in the afternoon, as the class monitor, it would have a bad impact if Lu Xinyao took the lead in skipping classes. It's okay, just take a day off. Qin Feng said with a smile. Lu Xinyao hesitated for a while and then agreed. Qin Feng, don't call me squad leader anymore. I'm used to it. At this time, the door of the box opened and the restaurant waiter brought the dishes over. Lu Xinyao hurriedly broke free from Qin Feng's big hand. It's embarrassing to be watched by others. Half an hour had passed since they finished their meal. Qin Feng suggested taking Lu Xinyao to the mall, and Lu Xinyao agreed. After walking out of the box, Qin Feng went to the bathroom. Beauty, do you mind going for a drink with us? Lu Xinyao was standing at the door waiting when she was harassed by a man dressed in fancy clothes. Behind the man were three unruly young men. I'm busy. Lu Xinyao frowned and shook her head to refuse. No way, beautiful lady. You are not giving face to our master Jie. The three young men also started to tease. Seeing Lu Xinyao angry face, the three of them burst into laughter. Beauty, just have dinner with me. I'll give you a bank card in a minute, you can use it as you like. Wang Wenjie was very proud and smiled. Lu Xinyao was wearing ordinary clothes, but it still couldn't conceal her elegant temperament. So, Wang Wenjie decided to take Lu Xinyao down. In Wang Wenjie's opinion, there is nothing that cannot be solved with money. Lu Xinyao ignored Wang Wenjie and was about to turn around and leave. But at this time, Wang Wenjie had already stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Lu Xinyao's wrist. Beauty, don't leave in such a hurry. Ah! Before Wang Wenjie could touch Lu Xinyao, he was grabbed by a big hand. Qin Feng twisted it hard, and Wang Wenjie immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. After taking the genetic pill, Qin Feng became stronger. With this twist, Wang Wenjie's face turned extremely pale and he fell directly to his knees on the ground. How dare you touch my woman? Court death. Qin Feng looked at Wang Wenjie coldly with a blank expression on his face. Wang Wenjie's eyes were filled with resentment and his face was distorted. Jie Xiao, are you okay? The three people behind Wang Wenjie were stunned. I didn't expect Qin Feng to be so cruel. What are you still standing there for? Beat him. Wang Wenjie's entire arm was dislocated and he couldn't use any strength at all. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind, and that was revenge. We must not let Qin Feng go easily. Qin Feng, be careful. Seeing that the three men were rushing over, Lu Xinyao looked anxious. However, Qin Feng's expression did not change much. Even the bodyguards around him were no match for Qin Feng, let alone these three ordinary people. Bang! 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 The three men didn't even touch the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, but were slapped in the face by Qin Feng. The faces of the three people quickly became red and swollen. Big eater. They are all gluttons. Seeing that the three men were no match for Qin Feng, Wang Wenjie became very angry. Master Jia, he is so awesome. The three men were frightened by Qin Feng's momentum and dared not move forward anymore. Wang Wenjie pointed at Qin Feng, furious. I'll tell you. You'd better kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, I will make you die a painful death. Bang! Before he could even utter the word miserable, Wang Wenjie was slapped hard in the face by Qin Feng. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Qin Feng said coldly. Wang Wenjie was stunned. I've been in Sanhai City for so long, but this is the first time I've been slapped in the face. It was a matter of face, so the volcano in Wang Wenjie's heart erupted completely. I won't let you go. Wang Wenjie gritted his teeth and spoke each word with emphasis. There was a strong resentment in the voice. I'm here today, let's see what you can do to me. Qin Feng had a blank expression on his face. Master Jie. When the restaurant owner saw that Wang Wenjie was in trouble, he brought two people over to help. Jie Xiao, how are you? The boss had a big belly and was very familiar with Wang Wenjie. Boss Jean, this man hit me, arrest him first. Wang Wenjie's face was distorted with anger. You are so arrogant that you dared to hit Master Jie. The restaurant owner immediately made a gesture and asked the two people behind him to take action. But unfortunately, they are still no match to Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng walking towards him, the restaurant owner became a little panicked. I advise you not to mess around. Master Jie's father is the chairman of Tianyang Hotel. You'd better apologize to Master Jie. Otherwise, Master Jie will make you pay for it. Qin Feng stopped and said with interest. Is the chairman of Tianyang Hotel very powerful? Wang Wenjie looked grim and took out his cell phone. Just wait, my father will come soon and you will be dead. After saying that, Wang Wenjie went to make a phone call. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously and let Wang Wenjie make the call. Qin Feng, why don't we go? Lu Xinyao held Qin Feng's hand, afraid that something might happen. Fine. If we don't teach this kind of people a lesson, they will come and cause trouble again. Qin Feng remained calm and composed. This Wang Wenjie actually dared to bully Lu Xinyao. This is something Qin Feng cannot tolerate. He has to make the other party pay the price. At the same time, Qin Feng also called the person in charge of the shopping mall. On the other side, Wang Wenjie had finished his call. After informing his father, Wang Wenjie felt more confident. He is the only son in the family. No matter how big the trouble he gets into, his father will always come forward to solve it. And this time, Wang Wenjie decided to beat Qin Feng severely. He has never suffered such humiliation in his life. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to leave and took Lu Xinyao to sit in the restaurant. Since Wang Wenjie wants to play, Qin Feng will play with him. See who has the last laugh. Lu Xinyao sat next to Qin Feng and seemed a little nervous. Sorry, everyone, we are closed today. The restaurant owner cleared the crowd out of the restaurant. Because something big is going to happen next. No way, we're only halfway through eating. Many people who were having dinner expressed dissatisfaction. I thought it would be a good show. As a result, the restaurant owner wanted to kick people out. I'm so sorry. All purchases today are free. The restaurant owner looked heartbroken, but he decided to get it back from Qin Feng later. Chapter 28. How dare you disrespect Mr. Qin? After hearing what the restaurant owner said, the diners left the restaurant in a depressed mood. Soon, the restaurant became quiet. After several minutes, a middle-aged man with a barrel-like body rushed into the restaurant. The middle-aged man was wearing a pair of myopic glasses and had an angry look on his face. Behind him were two bodyguards in suits. Who hit my son? The middle-aged man had a cold look in his eyes. As soon as he came in, he glanced at the people present. That man was Wang Wenjie's father, the chairman of Tianyang Hotel. Wang Jiewei. Dad, you're finally here. Wang Wenjie was overjoyed. He covered his face and quickly came to Wang Jiewei's side. It's him. Wang Wenjie pointed at Qin Feng with a very gloomy expression. Wang Jiewei stood with his hands behind his back, narrowed his eyes slightly, and focused his gaze on Qin Feng. At this moment, the restaurant owner lowered his head and dared not speak. He felt a tremendous pressure. Wang Wenjie had an accident in his restaurant. What if we investigate further? He might also be implicated. Young man, how dare you hit my son? Do you know who I am? Wang Jiewei's eyes were cold, and as soon as he said this, the temperature nearby seemed to drop by several degrees. I have no idea. I'm not interested in knowing. Just like before, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. Dad, he's too arrogant. Don't talk nonsense with him. Beat him up first. Wang Wenjie was so angry that he was shaking all over. However, Wang Jiewei made a gesture to Wang Wenjie to keep quiet. From beginning to end, Qin Feng had a calm expression. This made Wang Jiewei very confused. Could it be that this young man is of high status? Young man, if you have the ability, then tell me your name. Qin Feng showed a mocking smile on his face. The entire Keita shopping center belongs to me. Who do you say I am? This is impossible. Wang Jiewei's face became increasingly gloomy. Judging from Qin Feng's age, he is only in his early 20s. How could he be the owner of Keita Shopping Center? I think you're drunk. You can even say such big words. Keita Shopping Center is the largest commercial complex in Shanghai City. There are many shops here, and the rent for just 1/4 is nearly 1.1 billion. Wang Wenjie didn't believe that Qin Feng had such great ability. In the eyes of everyone, Qin Feng was just bluffing. However, Lu Xinyao, who was sitting next to Qin Feng, opened her red lips slightly. Based on her understanding of Qin Feng, it is impossible for Qin Feng to make such a joke. Could it be? Lu Xinyao stared at Qin Feng blankly, covering her red lips with her jade hands, not daring to imagine any further. Young people! How dare you make such a joke in front of me? Wang Zhiwei was already very angry. He also said that he was the owner of Keita Shopping Center. Isn't this making fun of him? You really don't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Teach him a lesson. Wang Zhiwei said to the two bodyguards behind him. The two bodyguards nodded and stepped forward. Just as they were about to start fighting, suddenly, there was a sound of chaotic footsteps outside the restaurant. Let's see who dares to do it. A dozen shopping mall security guards rushed in first. Afterwards, the person in charge of the shopping mall also appeared in front of everyone. The person in charge of the shopping mall was wearing a suit and had a stern look on his face. Manager Jiang. The restaurant owner didn't expect Jiang Wenhai, the manager of the shopping mall, to come over. A sudden ominous premonition came over me. He came up to Jiang Wenhai and was very respectful. Bang! However, what greeted the restaurant owner was a heavy slap in the face from Jiang Wenhai. You're blind. How dare you disrespect Mr. Qin? At this time, Jiang Wenhai was furious. After knowing that Qin Feng encountered trouble in the shopping mall, he rushed over immediately with his men. Manager Jiang, The restaurant owner was completely stunned. I'll deal with you later. Jiang Wenhai spoke in a cold voice, walked around the restaurant owner and came to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. I'm so sorry I'm late. Jiang Wenhai bent down in front of Qin Feng. What? Could this young man really be the owner of Keita Shopping Center? Seeing Jiang Wenhai being so respectful in front of Qin Feng, the restaurant owner was already in turmoil deep in his heart. Even Wang Zhiwei and his son looked at each other with a changed expression. They could never have imagined that a young man in his early 20s would be the owner of Keita Shopping Center. You know, Keita Shopping Center is located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai City. Without certain energy and means, it is impossible to gain a foothold here. They were dumbfounded, their minds went blank. Lu Xinyao, who was sitting next to him, also had an incredible look on her face. She didn't expect that Qin Feng was so powerful. Compared with people of the same age as Qin Feng, everyone is still in college. And he already owns a shopping mall in Shanghai City. The key point is that this shopping mall is the largest in Shanghai City. Even in the whole of China, it can be ranked among the top 10. Lu Xinyao stared at Qin Feng blankly with her beautiful eyes. She was very curious about how many secrets Qin Feng had. After the shock, the restaurant owner was terrified. If Qin Feng pursues the matter further, he will definitely be finished. Now, all he had left was regret. If I had known earlier, I would not have offended Qin Feng for Wang Wenjie. I'm fine. Deal with this person first. Qin Feng pointed at the owner of the restaurant. In front of Qin Feng, Jiang Wenhai felt a sense of oppression. Qin Feng is not very old, but his aura is extremely strong. This made Jiang Wenhai secretly frightened. Okay, Mr. Qin. Jiang Wenhai turned around and looked at the restaurant owner with a cold gaze. Manager Jiang, I was blind. The restaurant owner bowed 90 degrees, his body trembling slightly. You have offended Mr. Qin. This restaurant doesn't need to stay open anymore. Jiang Wenhai said coldly. The property rights of this store belong to Keita Shopping Center and they can take it back at any time. The restaurant owner begged, Manager Jiang, don't do this. Give me a chance. He has been doing business here for many years. If he moves away, he will definitely lose a lot of money. Jiang Wenhai sneered, it's a little late for you to say these words now. Move out within 1 day. The restaurant owner shook his head, still unwilling to accept it. Manager Jiang, we have signed a contract. If you take the store away, you will have to pay us a huge penalty. Jiang Wenhai had a scornful smile on his face. Okay, you can continue renting it if you want. Starting next month, the rent will triple. Don't mention the contract to me. We have the final say on the interpretation. It's really easy to kill the restaurant owner. The restaurant owner was desperate inside. He knew that his restaurant could no longer continue to operate. Chapter 29 Wu Chitsai is here. If you offend the owner of Keita Shopping Center, it will be difficult for you to gain a foothold in Shanghai City in the future. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie looked unhappy, no longer having the arrogance they had at the beginning. You just said you wanted to teach me a lesson? Qin Feng's gaze fell on Wang Zhihui's face. Wang Zhihui's expression was extremely interesting, and finally, he chose to compromise. Mr. Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. The matter is over now. What do you think? Wang Zhihui said in a negotiating tone. Is this the end of it? I've spent so much time here with you. Tell me to let this go. Qin Feng shook his head with a hint of mockery in his expression. So what do you want? Wang Zhihui's face turned pale and blue. As for Wang Wenjie, he was so frightened that he dared not speak. Pay me some money. Pay 100 million. Let's forget about it. Qin Feng said lightly. What? 100 million? Why don't you just go and rob it? The anger in Wang Zhihui's heart flared up again. Because he would never accept the request made by Qin Feng. My son was beaten and now I have to pay compensation. How does this make sense? Sorry, robbing money is against the law. I won't do that. My girlfriend has suffered some mental damage, so it's reasonable to charge you 100 million. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao beside him. Qin Feng, Xinyao, don't talk yet. Lu Xinyao hesitated to speak and watched Qin Feng's performance quietly. This is too much. Wang Zhihui finally exploded. Young man, don't be shameless. Don't think that I, Wang Zhihui, am afraid of you. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. You've heard of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, right? Our president is the famous Wu Chitsai in Shanghai City. As long as I make a phone call, you will offend the entire Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. Hearing the name Wu Chitsai, Jiang Wenhai frowned. This is a real estate tycoon with a very powerful background. Lu Xinyao had obviously also heard of Wu Chitsai's name. She came close to Qin Feng and reminded him softly. Qin Feng, this Wu Chitsai is a big shot in Shanghai City. Boy, are you scared? How dare you ask Wang Zhihui to pay for my debt? Humph, you are daydreaming. Wang Zhihui snorted coldly, thinking that Qin Feng was scared. However, Qin Feng remained calm. Okay, you can go find Wu Chitsai. See if he can save you. Qin Feng smiled and added, but if we delay any further, it won't be as simple as paying 100 million. Just wait for me. Wang Zhihui's eyes were terribly gloomy and he took out his cell phone to make a call. When the call was connected, Wang Zhihui went straight to the point. President Wu, I'm in a little trouble. Please help me. Wu Chitsai on the other end of the phone frowned. Among all the members of Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, Wang Zhihui is the most likely to cause trouble. Relying on his status as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, he is arrogant and domineering. This has caused a lot of trouble to the entire Chamber of Commerce. As a result, now, trouble has arisen again. Wu Chitsai was very unhappy. Qin Feng, the owner of Keita Shopping Center, now wants me to pay 100 million. President Wu, please help me no matter what. Wang Zhihui said in a pleading tone. Wu Chitsai was about to refuse, but when he heard Qin Feng's name, he was stunned. Qin Feng? Could it be the chairman of Longjiang Group? Qin Feng? When did he become the owner of Keita Shopping Center? Wu Chitsai had 1,000 doubts in his mind, so he decided to go over and take a look. Wait, I'll be there now. After hanging up the phone, Wu Chitsai cursed inwardly, idiot. He asked his secretary to prepare the car and headed to Keita Shopping Center immediately. When Wang Zhihui heard that Wu Chitsai was coming in person, he was so happy that he couldn't express it in words. He had no idea that Wu Chitsai came here not to save him. Young people. Your good days are over. President Wu agreed to come in person. Wang Zhihui had a smug smile on his face. It is impossible to lose money. When Wu Chitsai arrived, he planned to suppress the arrogant Qin Feng. You still want to pay 100 million? Just daydream. Wang Wenjie suddenly felt confident, gritted his teeth, and said, Dad. I'm going to make this Qin Feng kneel down and apologize to me later. Who is Wu Chitsai? That's the president of Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. As long as Wu Chitsai comes, Qin Feng will be the one in trouble. Can Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie laughed at the same time. Drag these two out and beat them up first. Qin Feng felt sad for these two people. I don't know how Wang Zhihui got to where he is today. To say that he is mentally ill is actually giving him a compliment. Because he doesn't even have a brain. Yes, Mr. Qin. Jiang Wenhai immediately made a gesture. The security guard of Keita Shopping Center understood what was going on, rushed forward and arrested the Wang father and son. Qin Feng, what are you going to do? I advise you not to mess around. The security guards dragged Wang and his son out without saying a word. Next, screams were heard. Qin Feng, aren't you afraid of Wu Qicai? Lu Xinyao was a little worried. We are upright and have nothing to fear. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. That's not what I meant. What Lu Xinyao wanted to say was that Wu Qicai was too capable. Now Qin Feng has offended members of the Tianheng Chamber of Commerce again, and if things go wrong, he might get into big trouble. Xinyao, I know what you are worried about. But don't worry, it'll be okay. Looking at Qin Feng's handsome and confident face, Lu Xinyao shook her head helplessly. She didn't say anything more. The security guards beat the Wang father and son until they were bruised and swollen, and then they stopped. At this moment, Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie no longer dared to shout. All they can do now is wait patiently for Wu Qicai to come. They swore that they would make Qin Feng pay when the time comes. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Qicai finally arrived. President Wu, you are finally here. That Qin Feng is too arrogant. Wang Zhihui walked over and was about to complain. Get lost. However, what he saw was Wu Qicai's cold eyes. Wu Qicai ignored Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie and went straight to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, we meet again. This big shot from Shanghai City behaved quite respectfully in front of Qin Feng. Shock. Extremely shocked. The Wang father and son were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine that Wu Qicai's attitude towards Qin Feng would be so respectful. They began to doubt their lives. What was the identity of this Qin Feng? With the arrival of Wu Qicai, Lu Xinyao and Jiang Wenhai also felt a little pressure. But something is not right. Wu Qicai came over and greeted Qin Feng directly. Could it be that Wu Qicai is very familiar with Qin Feng? Do you want to plead for Wang Zhihui? Qin Feng raised his head and glanced at Wu Qicai. Chapter 30, Dividing the Loot. Wu Qicai waved his hands quickly. Mr. Qin, you are joking. I am not very familiar with him. He is just an ordinary member of our Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. After hearing what Wu Qicai said, Wang and his son immediately panicked. Wang Zhihui finally managed to invite Wu Qicai over. As a result, Wu Qicai actually said such words as not helping the person in need. President Wu, you must help us. Wang Zhihui made a bitter face and said in a pleading tone. If even Wu Qicai doesn't help them, then they are really finished. Shut up. Do you know who Mr. Qin is? He is the chairman of Rui High Bank. How dare you two, you fools, provoke Mr. Qin? Wu Qicai's voice was extremely cold. If this incident left a bad impression on Qin Feng, he really wanted to throw these two people into the sea. What? Rui High Bank? Chairman? The Wang father and son looked at each other and collapsed to the ground. Now, they finally understood why Wu Qicai was so respectful to Qin Feng. Oh my god, it turns out Qin Feng has this identity. What to do? For a moment, Wang Zhihui was at a loss. Tianheng Chamber of Commerce is Wang Zhihui's greatest reliance. As a result, even the president of Tianheng Chamber of Commerce is now on Qin Feng's side. Wang Zhihui suddenly felt like a disaster was about to happen. Qin Feng, you are actually the chairman of Rui High Bank. Lu Xinyao was also shocked. Today, the surprises Qin Feng gave him were bigger than each other. First it was Ita's shopping center, and now it's Rui High Bank. By this calculation, how much assets does Qin Feng have? Lu Xinyao didn't dare to imagine further. You know, Qin Feng is still a college student. Could it be that his family owns a mine? Mr. Qin, we were wrong. After reacting, the Wang father and son knelt on the ground. Because Qin Feng's identity is too scary. They simply can't afford to offend. Wang Wenjie was trembling all over and started slapping himself. Mr. Qin, we are the ones who failed to recognize the great man. Wang Zhihui was so frightened that his face turned pale and even his voice trembled. He also followed his son's example and started slapping himself in the face. Qin Feng watched the two people perform quietly without saying anything. Just like that, more than a minute passed. I've spent so much time with you. We need to carefully settle this account, Qin Feng said in a cold voice. Wang Zhihui said with cold sweat oozing out of his forehead. Mr. Qin, we will pay you back. We'll pay 100 million. At this point, Wang Zhihui has no choice but to pay compensation. Because they can't beat Qin Feng. 100 million is the current price. Now, it's 300 million. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and smiled. What? The corner of Wang Zhihui's mouth twitched. 300 million. It was obvious that Qin Feng wanted to kill him. For a moment, Wang Zhihui's face became extremely ugly. Mr. Qin, please show some mercy. Wang Zhihui looked at Wu Qicai with a look for help. President Wu, we are all old friends. Please help me to ask for favors. See if we can save these 300 million. Wu Qicai just shook his head and looked at Qin Feng. Only 300 million. I feel like something is missing. How about this, 500 million? Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenji almost fainted. Old Wu, I asked you to come and beg for mercy, not to make things worse. Even if you don't want to help, you can't kick someone when they're down. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenji had bitter faces, and their expressions looked more painful than if they had eaten a dead mouse. Give it or not? Say something straightforward. Wu Qicai's eyes gradually became gloomy. If the Wang father and son are ungrateful, Wu Qicai doesn't mind using his own power to make these two guys regret it. He is so blind that he even dares to offend Mr. Qin. Wang Zhihui and Wang Wenjie were about to cry. Seeing that Wu Qicai was already angry, they had no choice but to agree. After all, if Qin Feng and Wu Qicai were offended at the same time, then they will no longer have a place to stand in the Shanghai city. Compensation, we will pay. Wang Zhihui was in tears. Originally, it would have only required compensation of 100 million. As a result, the reinforcements did not arrive and the price rose to 500 million. Wang Zhihui felt that he was very unlucky. Mr. Qin, I'll give you 50 million first. Give me 1 day to collect the remaining money. Wang Zhihui doesn't have much cash on hand, so he can only sell it to buy assets. Wang Zhihui, you'd better not play any tricks. Wu Qicai warned. President Wu, I dare not. Wang Zhihui took out his mobile phone and asked the finance department to transfer the money. After a while, Qin Feng's bank account received 50 million. Qin Feng stood up and looked at Wang Zhihui again. Take your son and get out. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will gather the remaining money as soon as possible. Wang Zhihui wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly left the restaurant with his son. When they arrived at the parking lot, Wang Zhihui slapped his son hard. Wang Wenjie's face was red and swollen. He covered his face and didn't dare to say anything. Just because he teased Lu Xinyao a few times, he ended up losing 500 million yuan. It's really unlucky. Useless trash. I should have just shot you against the wall. Wang Zhihui scolded. I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. The two got in the car and left. In the restaurant. Mr. Qin, let's go have a meal together. Wu Qicai extended the invitation. I just ate, let's do it another day. Qin Feng said. Well, I won't bother you anymore. It seems that Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao are going out to play, and the shrewd Wu Qicai will certainly not stay any longer. Mr. Qin, goodbye. Wu Qicai walked out of the restaurant with a smile. Mr. Qin, let's go to the office. Just in time, I'll report my work to you. Zhang Wenhai was still standing beside Qin Feng with a respectful look on his face. I don't have time now. Let's talk about it when we have time. After hearing what Qin Feng said, Zhang Wenhai walked away tactfully. Squad leader, please send me your bank card. Let's divide the 50 million first. Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao with a smile. Lu Xinyao raised her eyebrows. Why do I feel like this is like dividing the spoils? Sure enough, is this how rich people make money? The money comes really quickly. No, it should be said to be the speed of light. You know, the annual profit of most companies is less than 500 million. As a result, Qin Feng got 500 million in less than half an hour. Xinyao, you can't say that. This is your mental damage compensation. Lu Xinyao smiled as beautiful as a flower and took Qin Feng's arm. I don't have any mental loss at all. After hearing what you said, I just want to have 2 more bowls of rice. Qin Feng also laughed. Foodie. Let's go to the food court first. Chapter 31 Shopping for Clothes. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao walked around the food court of the shopping mall and bought a lot of food. Afterwards, Lu Xinyao suggested going to the beach for fun, and Qin Feng did not object. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening that they returned to Keita Shopping Center. The two were also hungry, so they found a restaurant to eat. After the meal, Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao for a stroll in the shopping mall. Xinyao, let me take you clothes shopping. Although Lu Xinyao comes from a well-off family, she is not the kind of girl who spends money recklessly. Take the dress Lu Xinyao was wearing for example. Qin Feng discovered that she had been wearing it for 2 years. No. I still have a lot of clothes in my dormitory. Lu Xinyao shook her head and refused. No. Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao into a Chanel women's clothing store. Lu Xinyao gave him a gift today, and he had to respond. When it comes to Chanel, the most famous thing is its perfume. In fact, Chanel is also unique in clothing design. The clothes in this store are too expensive. Lu Xinyao didn't quite want to go in, because she knew that clothes of this brand were luxury goods. Have you forgotten that we only made 500 million today? When it comes to the matter of 500 million, Lu Xinyao wants to laugh. Okay, I'll listen to you. Lu Xinyao felt very sweet in her heart. She held Qin Feng's hand and entered the store. Welcome. A female clerk with short hair came to greet us. We want to see women's clothing. Qin Feng said. This way please. The waitress politely gestured for you to come in. Lu Xinyao also started looking at clothes. Soon, she set her eyes on a green dress. Go and try it. Qin Feng said with a smile. Lu Xinyao nodded and took the skirt to try it on. While Lu Xinyao was trying on clothes, Qin Feng brought over another set of clothes. About a minute later, Lu Xinyao came out of the fitting room. Wearing that dress, Lu Xinyao looks even more beautiful and charming. Miss, this dress suits you very well. It's so beautiful. The salesgirl praised. If it were anyone else, this might have been a compliment. But when it comes to Lu Xinyao, there is absolutely no exaggeration. Qin Feng. How about it? Lu Xinyao pinched the hem of her skirt and turned around in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at him for a long time and smiled. Nice. I bought it. Try this again. Lu Xinyao continued to try on clothes and tried 3 sets of clothes in a row. Put it up first. Qin Feng decided to buy these 3 sets of clothes, and he didn't care too much about the price. Xinyao, what a coincidence, you are here too. Suddenly, a young man and woman came over holding hands. The man was a student at Binjiang University and knew Lu Xinyao. Like Lu Xinyao, he is a student of the Binjiang University Piano Club. Buy clothes here. Lu Xinyao just nodded. Hey, isn't this the idol of our school? His name is Luo Jianting, and he obviously knows Qin Feng too. After all, Qin Feng is now the public enemy of all the boys in Binjiang University. This guy is so handsome that it makes people jealous. At this time, Luo Jianting's girlfriend was also looking at Qin Feng intently with a smile on her face. Because Qin Feng is so handsome. If we compare Luo Jianting with Qin Feng, Luo Jianting can be shot directly. Bao, is this your friend? Luo Jianting's girlfriend asked with a smile. Just an alumnus. Luo Jianting is not very fond of Qin Feng. Especially when he saw Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao buying clothes together, Luo Jianting's eyes were filled with anger. What else does this Qin Feng have besides being a little handsome? What else? Luo Jianting couldn't understand why Lu Xinyao fell in love with Qin Feng. Xinyao, your eyesight is not very good. You actually found such a pretty boy. Luo Jianting said sarcastically. Lu Xinyao frowned. Luo Jianting, what does this have to do with you? Xinyao, I don't mean anything else. I just feel unworthy for you. What is the point of being handsome if it can't be used to make a living? Luo Jianting felt disdainful. Qin Feng, let's leave him alone. Lu Xinyao pulled Qin Feng away to avoid being affected by Luo Jianting's mood. Miss, do you need to buy anything else? We have a new pair of high heels here that will suit you very well. Lu Xinyao shook her head. After buying 3 sets of clothes, she felt that was enough. Go and have a look. Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao to try on shoes. Lu Xinyao was still a little resistant, but under Qin Feng's insistence, she had no choice but to compromise. Bao, is that man rich? Luo Jianting's girlfriend was a little envious when she saw Qin Feng buying so many things for Lu Xinyao. Looking at my boyfriend again, although he finally agreed to come here, he just couldn't bear to buy anything. Why is there such a huge gap between people? The key is that Qin Feng is very handsome. That guy has no money. He's just a little more handsome. Look, Lu Xinyao will definitely pay the bill in the end. Luo Jianting sneered. At this moment, a woman in an OL uniform happened to pass by the store. She glanced into the store inadvertently. Wait, that person looks so familiar. Could it be him? The woman secretly took a photo of Qin Feng and sent it to Jiang Wenhai. Boss Jiang, take a look, is this man the owner of Arcata Shopping Center? Today, Jiang Wenhai showed Qin Feng's photo to several leaders of Arcata Shopping Center. Jiang Wenhai reminded everyone that they must be respectful when they see this young man in the future. At this time, the woman was not sure, so she asked Jiang Wenhai. Jiang Wenhai had gotten off work a long time ago, and was a little nervous when he saw Qin Feng buying clothes in the store. Could it be that Mr. Qin is conducting a secret investigation? It is indeed Mr. Qin. Xiao Yu, it's too late for me to rush over. Remember to entertain Mr. Qin well. Jiang Wenhai gave a few instructions. I know what to do. The woman named Xiao Ye replied and walked into the store. Deep down, she was somewhat nervous. After all, Qin Feng is the boss of their Arcata Shopping Center. At this time, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao were checking out. Sir, your total spending is 54,800 yuan. Swipe the card. Qin Feng took out his bank card. Not far away, Luo Jianting and his girlfriend were waiting to see Qin Feng make a fool of himself. They don't think Qin Feng is rich. At this time, a woman named Xiao Ye walked over. Etc. She stopped the saleswoman from swiping her card. Sister Yu, what's wrong? The female clerk was a little confused. The woman named Sister Yu took the bank card and handed it back to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. This store is directly operated by our shopping mall. You are the boss of Arcata Shopping Center. How can we take your money? The woman named Sister Yu was very respectful. At this moment, Luo Jianting, who was waiting to see a joke, had a blank mind. This Qin Feng. He is actually the owner of Ida's shopping center. Chapter 32 Lu Xinyao's first kiss. How is this possible? Luo Jianting and his girlfriend looked at each other and didn't believe it. After all, Qin Feng is just a college student. Owner of Ida's shopping center, what does this mean? You know, Arcata Shopping Center is located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai City. The rent for just one shop here is shockingly high. And Qin Feng is actually the boss here. This is impossible. Luo Jianting shook his head, his heart was already in turmoil. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao looked at each other and smiled. Come on, now that my identity has been recognized, I don't even have to pay the bill. Who are you? Qin Feng asked about Xiao Ye's identity. The woman named Xiao Ye replied respectfully, Mr. Qin. I'm the purchasing manager here. You can just call me Xiao Ye. Sister Yu, is he really the boss of Arcata Shopping Center? The female clerk also looked very shocked and couldn't help but look at Qin Feng a few more times. This young man is not only handsome, but also very rich. Pack your clothes and shoes first. The woman named Xiao Ye said to the female clerk. Okay, Sister Yu. The woman named Xiao Ye looked at Qin Feng again. Mr. Qin, we have more than 20 direct-operated stores in Arcata Shopping Center. I'll take you for a walk. Qin Feng shook his head, no need. We should go back too. Okay, Mr. Qin. I'll take you there. Just like that, the woman named Xiao Ye sent Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao out of the store. Watching Qin Feng disappear, Luo Jianting and his girlfriend were still in shock. Is that man just now really the owner of your Arcata Shopping Center? Luo Jianting still didn't quite believe it, so he went over to ask the female clerk. Didn't you see that even Sister Yu was so respectful to Mr. Qin? Thinking of Luo Jianting's rude remarks to Qin Feng just now, the female clerk did not give Luo Jianting a good look. No. What is the identity of that Yu Jie? Luo Jianting wanted to get to the bottom of it. "She is our purchasing manager," said the female clerk. "Oh my god." By this time, Luo Jianting was convinced. He really didn't expect that Qin Feng would be the owner of Keita Shopping Center. With so many stores, how much money does Keita Shopping Center make in a year? Luo Jianting couldn't imagine it. Thinking of the words he had just used to mock Qin Feng, Luo Jianting felt extremely regretful. Even Luo Jianting's girlfriend was frightened by Qin Feng's identity. Qin Feng is handsome and rich. Compared with her boyfriend is a piece of shit. Thinking of this, Luo Jianting's girlfriend became even more unhappy. Why don't I have a boyfriend like this? Look at Lu Xinyao, she doesn't even have to pay for clothes. Cancel the hotel room. I'm going back tonight. Luo Jianting's girlfriend became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and immediately stormed out of the store. Bao, wait for me. Luo Jianting chased after him in frustration. Qin Feng, where do you live now? Lu Xinyao sat in the passenger seat of Night 15 and asked Qin Feng who was driving. I'll take you to see it. Qin Feng smiled. How about next time? Lu Xinyao was afraid that there was not enough time. She still has to go back to school, after all, she has early classes tomorrow. She is not like Qin Feng, who can skip classes every day. Fine. I'll have someone take you back later. In this way, Qin Feng took Lu Xinyao to Yulongshan Manor. The moment the car entered the gate of the manor, Lu Xinyao was stunned. She didn't expect that Qin Feng actually lived in a manor. And this manor is a little too big. Mr. Qin. The security guard at the door saluted Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I feel like I'm dreaming. Lu Xinyao shook her head helplessly. Qin Feng smiled without saying anything and drove the car to the gate of the main villa. Hello, Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin Feng getting out of the car, the two maids at the door stepped forward to greet him and helped Qin Feng take the things in his hands. Lu Xinyao was a little stunned, and followed Qin Feng into the hall. Lu Xinyao looked around at the luxurious hall like a curious baby. Xinyao, take a rest first. Lu Xinyao sat on the sofa and didn't recover for a long time. Qin Feng sat over and hugged Lu Xinyao's slender waist. Xinyao, why don't you stay here tonight? I'll take you around the manor tomorrow. Qin Feng suggested. No. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Lu Xinyao reacted and refused with a red face. This is only the first day I've been dating Qin Feng, and things are developing too fast. Seeing a blush on Lu Xinyao's cheeks, Qin Feng joked. What kind of mental preparation? I have plenty of rooms here, what are you thinking? I have to say, Lu Xinyao is so cute when she is shy. I thought you were going to. Lu Xinyao snorted and said nothing more. What do you think I want? Qin Feng continued to tease. Lu Xinyao's cheeks became redder and redder, and she stood up. I want to go back. Xinyao, the school gates are now closed. Qin Feng looked at the time and reminded. I don't trust you. Lu Xinyao rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. Snort. A man's mouth is a lie. Okay, I'll have someone take you back. Qin Feng had no choice but to make a phone call and ask the bodyguard to come over. Qin Feng, see you at school tomorrow. Lu Xinyao was a little reluctant. Sometimes, women's psychology is so strange. Lu Xinyao hesitated for a while, then quickly came to Qin Feng's side and put her arm around Qin Feng's neck with one hand. Lu Xinyao blushed and gave Qin Feng a kiss. The two lips touched and separated as soon as they touched. I'm leaving. This is my first kiss. Lu Xinyao stared at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes, then trotted out of the hall. Qin Feng felt helpless as he watched Lu Xinyao leave. He licked his lips, still unsatisfied. The next day, Qin Feng got up early. System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 270 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 6 kilograms of Mother Tree de Humpo tea leaves. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch. The Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea is so rare that it can only be bought at auctions. 1 kilogram costs up to 10 million Chinese yuan. Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum watch, worth more than 17 million. Qin Feng was somewhat disappointed that he did not draw any assets today. He got up and went down to the hall. Breakfast is ready by now. Xin Feng heard a noise in the kitchen and went in to take a look. It turned out that Su Jiaying was busy in the kitchen. What are you doing? Mr. Qin, let me make some tea eggs. Su Jiaying said with a smile. Xin Feng thought of something and said, wait a minute. Xin Feng ran back to the study and took out the Dahongpo tea leaves from the mother tree in the Patek Philippe watch. Xin Feng came to the kitchen with tea leaves and said to Su Jiaying, try this tea. Chapter 33 Tea Eggs. Su Jiaying took Qin Feng's tea, looked at it, and asked curiously, Mr. Qin, what kind of tea is this? Su Jiaying had seen a lot of good teas, but she had never seen the mother tree Dahongpo tea in front of her. But it looks like it shouldn't tea be cheap either. Just cook it. Xin Feng wanted to try what the eggs cooked with the mother tree Dahongpo tea leaves tasted like. Okay, Mr. Qin. But we don't need that much tea. Su Jiaying took the tea leaves and only added a little bit. Put the rest in the kitchen first. You can use it next time you make tea eggs. After giving Xin Feng some instructions, he went out to have breakfast. He casually placed the Patek Philippe Platinum watch on the table. After Xin Feng finished his breakfast, he sat on the sofa in the hall and looked at his phone. Xin Feng, there are professional classes in the afternoon, will you come? Lu Xinyao sent a message to Xin Feng. Meeting. You miss me so soon? Xin Feng teased. Stop being so conceited. Xin Feng was chatting with Lu Xinyao when the maid of the manor walked in. Mr. Qin. There's a guy named Wu Qicai outside who wants to see you. Xin Feng didn't know why Wu Qicai came to see him and was a little confused. Let him in. Okay, Mr. Qin. After a while, Wu Qicai's car stopped in front of the door of the main villa. Mr. Qin. Wu Qicai walked in with a smile on his face. Mr. Wu, please sit down first. Xin Feng raised his head and said, Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Wu Qicai sat down opposite Xin Feng and said with a smile, Mr. Qin's manor is so big. It's probably hard to find such a large manor in the entire Shanghai city. After a few polite words, Wu Qicai began to get to the point. Mr. Qin, it's like this. I've recently taken a fancy to a piece of land. I want to work with you. Wu Qicai took a piece of information and handed it to Xin Feng. Xin Feng showed a little interest and picked it up to take a look. The piece of land is located in the center of Shanghai city and is worth more than 8 billion yuan, making it a hot commodity. Originally, the land had already been acquired by a large domestic real estate company. However, due to the other party's shortage of funds, they wanted to sell the land. Of course, Wu Qicai would not miss such a good opportunity. Wrong. They have such good land, why don't they use it as collateral in the bank? Xin Feng looked at Wu Qicai and asked. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The only possibility is that it was a trap. The land is located in the center of Shanghai city, so it goes without saying that it is very popular. Wu Qicai explained with a smile, the chairman of that real estate company is my friend. He owed me a favor before. So this time, he doesn't plan to use the land as collateral at the bank, but choose to sell it to me. Unfortunately, I can't gather so much money in such a short time. After hearing what Wu Qicai said, Xin Feng understood. No wonder the other party did not use it as collateral but chose to sell the land to Wu Qicai. It turned out that the other party was actually Wu Qicai's friend. Xin Feng was hesitating. He owns a bank, so he certainly has no shortage of funds. Mr. Qin. How about this, you give me your answer tonight? Wu Qicai laughed. Xin Feng nodded. He wanted to take the information to Ruweihai Bank for a risk assessment. If there are no major problems, I can work with Wu Qicai. If the subsequent capital investment is included, this is an investment of tens of billions. Xin Feng cannot afford to be careless. Tea, please. Su Jiaying made a cup of tea for Wu Qicai and Xin Feng respectively and brought them to the table. Su Jiaying naturally knew Wu Qicai's identity. After all, Wu Qicai is a real estate tycoon and often appears on news and television. Wu Qicai took the tea. Inadvertently, I saw the tea leaves in the cup. This is. Wu Qicai's eyes widened. He recognized it as the mother tree Dahongpo tea. This kind of tea is very rare and he has only drunk it at his friend's house. I heard that 1 kilogram costs 10 million. Is this the mother tree Dahongpo tea? Wu Qizai looked at Su Jiaying blankly and asked, Mother Tree de Hong Pao? Su Jiaying was also shocked. She had only heard of this kind of tea and had no idea what the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea looked like. Mr. Qin, this. Su Jiaying looked at Qin Feng, so shocked that she didn't know what to say. When she was cooking the tea eggs just now, she thought the tea was very fragrant. It just so happened that Wu Qizai also came to the manor, so I made 2 cups of tea. Good. This is indeed the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea. Qin Feng said casually. Su Jiaying felt her brain was lacking oxygen and she almost fainted. Mr. Qin. You asked me to use such expensive tea to make tea eggs. Su Jiaying gave a wry smile. Use the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea leaves to make tea eggs. Only Qin Feng could think of this. With this calculation, how much does a tea egg cost? Su Jiaying couldn't imagine it. What? Wu Qizai's mouth twitched and he was stunned. People want the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea but have nowhere to buy it. Qin Feng is so good, he uses it to cook tea eggs. This is too crazy. Can it be more extravagant? Qin Feng just smiled and said, Nothing. I still have a lot anyway. Qin Feng doesn't like drinking tea very much. To him, there is no difference between tea worth 10 million and tea worth 100 yuan. Mr. Qin. I'll put the tea leaves in the study. Su Jiaying walked into the kitchen and took out the Mother Tree de Hong Pao tea leaves. She didn't dare to leave such expensive tea lying around. It took a long time for Wu Qizai to react. Mr. Qin. I like this kind of tea, but it's a pity that I can't buy it. Can you sell me some? Wu Qizai asked. Sure, go ask Butler Su for it later. Qin Feng agreed. Wu Qizai nodded and sipped the tea in the cup. As expected, the tea costs 10 million per kilogram. The feeling is different. Suddenly, Wu Qizai saw the Patek Philippe watch on the table. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a Patek Philippe 5002p platinum watch, right? Wu Qizai took the watch and looked at it, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. The watch is real. Wu Qizai really couldn't imagine that Qin Feng actually threw such an expensive watch directly on the table. It turns out that having money means you can do whatever you want. Wu Qizai sat in the manor for more than an hour until the tea eggs were out of the pot, then he took one and left. He also wanted to try the taste of tea eggs cooked with tea leaves from the Mother Tree de Hong Pao. After Wu Qizai left, Qin Feng put on a helmet and drove the Ducati to Ruihai Bank. More than 40 minutes later, he arrived at the headquarters building of Ruihai Bank. Upon hearing that Qin Feng had arrived, Zhou Rongfeng brought out the senior executives to greet him. Boss Qin. Hello, Mr. Qin. The executives of Ruihai Bank saluted Qin Feng at the same time. Chapter 34 Cousin's Shock. The security guard at the door was stunned. What is the identity of this young man? It actually made all the leaders of Ruihai Bank come out to greet him. Is he the chairman of Ruihai Bank? Thinking of this, the security guard straightened his chest and stood straighter. Director Qin, please come in. Zhou Rongfeng welcomed Qin Feng into the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. This was Qin Feng's first time here. He first learned about the operating conditions of Ruihai Bank. Afterwards, Qin Feng took out the information about the piece of land worth more than 8 billion yuan. Get someone to do an assessment. See if it's feasible. When Zhou Rongfeng saw the location of the land, he was stunned. Of course, he also knew the value of the land. Boss Qin, I'll do it right away. It may take until the afternoon to give you an answer. Qin Feng nodded. Zhou Rongfeng also started making phone calls. Qin Feng had nothing to do, so he went for a walk to other places. Her cousin Yi Kaiying also works here, but she doesn't know which department she works in. It's working hours and there are busy figures everywhere. Hey, aren't you Qin Feng? The moment Tao Weiwei saw Qin Feng, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She came over to say hello. Originally, Tao Weiwei had no resistance to a wealthy man like Qin Feng. But unfortunately, Qin Feng was not interested in her at all. So after leaving Qin Feng's manor that time, she never took the initiative to look for Qin Feng. As a result, this time we met at the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. Could this be the legendary fate? Tao Weiwei thought beautifully, and looked at Qin Feng with eyes full of tenderness. Qin Feng, why are you here? Tao Weiwei asked with curiosity. However, to Tao Weiwei's disappointment, Xin Feng was still lukewarm towards her. "Come and take a walk here," Xin Feng said. Tao Weiwei was skeptical about Xin Feng's words. "Brother, this is Ruihai Bank, do you think this is your home?" However, Tao Weiwei felt that Xin Feng was most likely here to discuss cooperation. After all, Xin Feng is not short of money. "By the way, where is my cousin?" Xin Feng asked. "She's in the sales department, just like me. But she's too busy. You should come see her after get off work," Tao Weiwei reminded. Xin Feng said nothing and walked towards the business department. "Hey, Xin Feng!" Tao Weiwei chased after him. Not long after, Xin Feng sought his cousin Yi Kaiying near a corner. Yi Kaiying was on the phone and was indeed very busy. Xin Feng waited until Yi Kaiying finished her call before he walked over. "Cousin." Xin Feng greeted Yi Kaiying with a smile. "Hey, Xin Feng. Why are you working here too?" "No, you don't have to go to work at all. What are you doing here?" Thinking that Xin Feng was a wealthy man, Yi Kaiying immediately changed her words. "Xin Feng even has a manor, so going to work is a waste of time. Come here and I'll treat you to a meal," Xin Feng said with a smile. Yi Kaiying smiled bitterly. "I'm still at work. I've been too busy these past 2 days, let's talk about it when I have time." Yi Kaiying thought of something and asked, "By the way, Xin Feng, how did you get in?" Yi Kaiying was very confused. After all, this was the headquarters of Ruihai Bank. As soon as he finished speaking, General Manager Zhou Ronfeng trotted over to Qin Feng's side. "Boss Qin, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So you ran here." Yi Kaiying originally wanted to salute Zhou Ronfeng, but heard Zhou Ronfeng call Qin Feng Mr. Qin. She suddenly realized something. Could it be that Qin Feng is the chairman of Ruihai Bank? In the past 2 days, Yi Kaiying has also speculated about Qin Feng's identity. To be able to live in such a large manor, one's identity and status must be high. But I didn't expect that Qin Feng was actually the chairman of Ruihai Bank. "Hello, General Manager." Yi Kaiying still bowed to Zhou Ronfeng. "Mr. Qin, do you know her?" Zhou Ronfeng looked at Yi Kaiying. "This is my cousin," Qin Feng introduced. "Hello." Zhou Ronfeng shook hands with Yi Kaiying. This made Yi Kaiying flattered. Being able to shake hands with Zhou Ronfeng was something Yi Kaiying could never imagine. She also knew that this was all because of Qin Feng. Not far away, Tao Weiwei was also dumbfounded when she learned that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Seeing the general manager standing with Qin Feng, Tao Weiwei didn't even dare to come over. "Cousin, I see you are very tired from work. I'll give you another job." Qin Feng remembered that there was a shortage of staff at Keita Shopping Center. The job there is just managing a store, which is much better than working at the bank headquarters. "Qin Feng, no need. It's okay to be a little tired. I just came out, and accumulating experience is the most important thing first." Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He knew his cousin's character well, and once she made a decision, it would be difficult to change it. "Good. If you change your mind one day, you can come to me." Qin Feng no longer disturbed Yi Kaiying's work and walked out of the business department. Zhou Ronfeng remembered Yi Kaiying's work number and then caught up with Qin Feng. "Boss Qin, I've already made the arrangements. Whether I can cooperate with Mr. Wu, I will give you an answer soon." Qin Feng didn't say anything. It is better to leave professional matters to professionals. He just needs to control the direction. Qin Feng was about to leave, and Zhou Ronfeng sent Qin Feng to the parking lot. As soon as they arrived at the first floor lobby, they met two people head-on. One is a middle-aged man with a square face, and the other is a young man with a well-proportioned body. "Boss Zhou." The middle-aged man greeted Zhou Ronfeng. Qin Feng." When the young man saw Qin Feng, he was shocked. The young man was called Pan Shiji, a rich second generation and also Qin Feng's classmate. What shocked Pan Shiji was that the general manager of Ruihai Bank was actually following Qin Feng. He had been a classmate of Qin Feng for 3 years, so he naturally knew that Qin Feng was an ordinary person. But what was happening before his eyes made Pan Shiji unbelievable. Does this Qin Feng have another identity? "Mr. Pan." Zhou Ronfeng looked at Pan Zoni and responded with a smile. At this time, Qin Feng was also looking at Pan Shiji with a smile on his face. "Pan Shiji, I haven't seen you for several days. Although Pan Shiji is a rich second generation, he is a relatively kind person. So I can get along well with most of my classmates. Pan Shiji smiled bitterly and said, I've asked for leave. Because my dad's company was a little busy, I went over too. Seeing that Qin Feng seemed to be of high status, Pan Shiji's father Pan Zongyi also looked at Qin Feng in a daze. Boss Qin, do you know each other? Zhou Rongfeng asked curiously. My classmate. Qin Feng said with a smile. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin? Pan Zongyi and Pan Shiji were shocked to hear Zhou Rongfeng call Qin Feng like that. Pan Zongyi asked, not quite sure. Boss Zhou. Is this the chairman of your Rue High Bank? Chapter 35 The Master of the Manor. Good. He is the chairman of our Rue High Bank. Zhou Rongfeng said with a smile. Pan Zongyi and Pan Shiji looked at each other in astonishment. Especially Pan Shiji, the shock in his heart was beyond words. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng, who usually lived frugally, was actually the chairman of Rue High Bank. This was a big surprise for Pan Shiji. Hello, Mr. Qin. Pan Zongyi bent down and walked forward, stretched out his hand and shook hands with Qin Feng. This is the chairman of Gensoft Technology, Pan Zongyi. Zhou Rongfeng introduced Qin Feng. Hello. Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Pan Zongyi was flattered. This young man is the chairman of Rue High Bank. It's a very big deal. Qin Feng, no, Mr. Qin. Pan Shiji corrected it in time and sighed. Boss Qin, you are really low-key. At school, everyone knows Qin Feng's family background. I just didn't expect that Qin Feng actually had this identity. Qin Feng smiled but said nothing. Before, it wasn't that he was low-key. But he simply couldn't be high-profile. But now it's different, Qin Feng already has a system. It's hard to keep a low profile. President Qin, our Gensoft technology was successfully listed today. If you have time, you can come to Tianhao Hotel for a drink at 8 o'clock in the evening. Mr. Zhou, you too. Pan Zongyi extended the invitation. They came here originally to invite Zhou Rongfeng. I unexpectedly met the chairman of Rue High Bank. Director Qin, you have to come here tonight no matter what. Pan Shiji said with a smile. At this time, Zhou Rongfeng next to him explained. Boss Qin, it's like this. Our Rue High Bank owns 10% of Gensoft Technology shares. Qin Feng nodded, okay, I'll be there in the evening. Then we will be waiting for President Qin to come. Pan Zongyi and Pan Shiji had respectful expressions on their faces. Watching Qin Feng leave, Pan Zongyi whispered to Pan Shiji beside him. Since you and Director Qin are classmates, you haven't offended Director Qin before, right? Pan Shiji shook his head. Dad, I always listen to you. I usually don't take the initiative to offend people. Pan Zongyi breathed a sigh of relief and said. Well done. I heard that Wang Zhiwei's son offended a very prestigious young man in Shanghai City yesterday. We lost a full 500 million. So son, it's important to keep a low profile. Pan Shiji nodded, Dad, I understand. Pan Zongyi said earnestly, also, this classmate of yours is not a simple person. Invite him to dinner more often in the future. Qin Feng drove his Ducati away from Rue High Bank. After Qin Feng left, Zhou Rongfeng also went to the business department and found Yi Kaiying. Kaiying, come out for a moment. Zhou Rongfeng said. Yi Kaiying didn't understand why Zhou Rongfeng was looking for her, so she immediately followed Zhou Rongfeng to the office. Kaiying, starting tomorrow, you will be the deputy director of the business department. Yi Kaiying was stunned. General manager, I just came to work at the headquarters and I don't have much experience. Zhou Rongfeng smiled and said, experience can be accumulated slowly. I believe you can do this job. Yi Kaiying pondered for a while and asked. General manager, did my cousin ask you to do this? Zhou Rongfeng shook his head, no, this is what I mean. Kaiying, I see you are quite diligent. Try your best. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Yi Kaiying is Qin Feng's cousin, so Zhou Rongfeng must take care of her. Plus, Yi Kaiying's work attitude is really good. With a little training, he can be fully qualified for the position of deputy minister. Thank you, General Manager. Yi Kaiying knew that she was able to be promoted to this position because of Qin Feng. It seems that I have to treat Qin Feng to a meal when I have time. Qin Feng returned to the manor. This time he came out with bodyguards. Near noon, there was some traffic jam in Shanghai City. Qin Feng, driving his Ducati motorcycle, didn't have to worry about traffic jams. Qin Feng left the bodyguard behind. When Qin Feng came to a road not far from the manor, he found that the road was blocked by several cars. Several anchors are doing live broadcasts. The footage they were broadcasting live was Qin Feng's large manor. Among the anchors, there are both men and women. Everyone, look, this is the most mysterious manor in Shanghai City. I heard that the owner of the manor has been a mystery since it was built. Next, we will reveal the secrets to you through drones. Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw the other car blocking the road. He took off his helmet and reminded, "Move your car." When those anchors saw Qin Feng driving a motorcycle, they all showed contempt. Wait a moment. Can't you see we're doing a live broadcast? The anchors just glanced at Qin Feng indifferently and continued looking at the camera and broadcasting live. Oh my god, this manor is so huge, there's even a golf course. I don't know where that rich man lives. Sure enough, poverty limits imagination. Normally, the popularity of those anchors is just average. But today, the live broadcast room was surprisingly lively. After all, everyone wants to take a look at this luxurious manor. Seeing that one of the anchors was about to release a drone, Qin Feng was speechless. You are broadcasting live in my manor. Did you get my permission? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the anchors looked over at the same time. This young man actually said that the manor belongs to him? It's not even dark yet and I'm already dreaming. Young man, have you had too much to drink? You're driving a motorcycle and you're saying the manor is yours? Naturally, those anchors didn't believe what Qin Feng said. That's true. After all, these days, there is no tax on bragging. There was even a female anchor who pointed the camera at Qin Feng. Everyone, take a look. This young man actually said he was the owner of the manor. As soon as the female anchor said this, the live broadcast room became even more lively. How much did this guy drink to be so drunk? It's undeniable that he is indeed very handsome, but he is too shameless. Young man, don't show off, or you'll get struck by lightning. Many people in the live broadcast room are just there to watch the fun. But soon, someone recognized Qin Feng's Ducati. That's a motorcycle worth $1.5 million. Shut up. That's a Ducati Superleggera V4. What is Ducati? Can someone explain it to me? You are a bunch of idiots, please check it online. Ducati, that's the Ferrari of motorcycles. The one he drives costs about $1.5 million. $1.5 million? No way, with this money, I can buy a sports car. Could it be that he is really the owner of the manor? Chapter 36 Sprinkle Dog Food. The people in the live broadcast room first made ridicule. But as Qin Feng's Ducati was recognized, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly changed their attitude. Some people even began to suspect that Qin Feng was really the owner of the manor. Sister Ro, please take back what you just said. That's a Ducati Superleggera V4. This young man's identity must be extraordinary. The female anchor named Sister Ro obviously did not realize what a Ducati Superleggera V4 meant. Isn't it just a broken motorcycle? What's that? The female anchor named Sister Ro spoke with disdain in her tone. Sharp. It seems that Sister Ro is also a rich person. A motorcycle worth $1.5 million has become a junk car in your eyes. Why should we, who drive cars worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, be so kind? Out of curiosity, the female anchor named Sister Ro checked online. This was a surprising result. When the female anchor saw the price of the Ducati, she was stunned. Because the Ducati Superleggera V4 really costs $1.5 million. The female anchor couldn't even imagine that the car was so expensive. Even if all the cars they drove were added together, they could not match Qin Feng's motorcycle. But, I just said it was a broken motorcycle. The female anchor blushed and really wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. At this time, Qin Feng's bodyguard also drove up. The bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong was driving the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and behind him were two Autos. Oh my god, what did I see? That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The anchors were stunned. 3 cars stopped, and then 8 big men in suits got out. Mr. Qin. What happened? The bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong came to Qin Feng first and asked respectfully. Qin Feng didn't say anything and just looked at the anchors. If you don't drive the car away. I don't mind if they smash the car. And get out of here now. Xin Feng lost his patience. In order to make money, these anchors actually used his manor as a gimmick. That's too much. Seeing Xin Feng's grand display, the anchors were all shocked. This road leads directly to Yulangshan Manor. It seems that Xin Feng is really the owner of the manor. It took them a while to react and start packing up the live broadcast equipment. The anchor who flew the drone also immediately took it back. Sir, I'm so sorry. We have offended you. Several anchors apologized to Xin Feng and then got into the car as quickly as possible. Turn the car around and disappear. They dared not offend the owner of Yulangshan Manor. Go back. Xin Feng was about to get in the car when he suddenly thought of something and said to the bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong, "Be careful next time if anyone dares to come here to broadcast live. Teach the other party a lesson first." Xin Feng didn't want anyone to disturb his peace. "Mr. Qin, I understand." Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong nodded. After driving the Ducati back to the manor, Xin Feng took another nap. It was not until after 1 o'clock that he drove the night 15 to school. Seeing Xin Feng appear in the classroom, class monitor Lu Xinyao showed surprise on her face. "Xin Feng." Lu Xinyao greeted him with a smile. "Xinyao." Xin Feng smiled and took Lu Xinyao's fair and tender little hand. Lu Xinyao was still a little resistant. "Xin Feng, so many classmates are watching us." Lu Xinyao lowered her head, her face getting redder and redder. Xin Feng said, "What's the big deal?" Xin Feng felt that this was a good opportunity to make other female classmates give up. Because in the past 2 days, Xin Feng has received enough love letters. "I'll go." Xin Feng actually got together with the class monitor. "This dog food is so scattered. Xin Feng, squad leader, can you consider the feelings of us single dogs?" Many classmates expressed their dissatisfaction with Xin Feng's behavior as showing off his love in public. And those female classmates were envious and jealous. Why? Why wasn't I the one Xin Feng holding hands with? Seeing the hateful looks from her female classmates, Lu Xinyao quickly broke free from Xin Feng's big hand. Lu Xinyao felt that it wouldn't be long before she would become the public enemy of all the girls in the school. Because she stole the school's recognized male idol. "Teacher Su just asked about you again. He asked why you kept skipping classes these days." Lu Xinyao said softly. "Just tell me I have something to do." Xin Feng said with a smile. Lu Xinyao shook her head, not knowing what to say. After all, with Xin Feng's current identity, there is no need for him to come to school. If necessary, he can even invite a better teacher. Xin Feng returned to his seat. "Brother Feng, sure." Even the class monitor got hooked. "Teach us a few moves when you have time." Xin Feng's 3 roommates came over and joked. Xin Feng attended classes at school for an afternoon. In the evening, it's time to get out of class. "Xin Feng, let's go to the school cafeteria to eat." Lu Xinyao came to Xin Feng and hugged his arm. Walk. Xin Feng had eaten too much delicacies these days, and he also wanted to try the food in the cafeteria. In fact, it's nice to change the taste occasionally. Besides, Xin Feng is not a picky person. Some female classmates originally wanted to play with Xin Feng, but saw Xin Feng and Lu Xinyao leaving. "My heart is broken. It's over, no love anymore." Xin Feng and Lu Xinyao had just left the teaching building when they met 4 young people dressed in flashy clothes. Those 4 people are all well-known rich second generations in the school. "Hey, isn't this the idol of our school? Boy, I'm warning you, you'd better stay away from school beauty Lu. Because she is Mr. Kai's woman." The 4 men surrounded Xin Feng and Lu Xinyao with unfriendly looks on their faces. Lu Xinyao frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Xinyao, I don't understand what you like about this guy. Besides being handsome, what else does he have?" "Ah, what else?" The 4 of them started questioning one after another. "Who I like to be with is none of your business." Lu Xinyao was a little angry. "I'll give you 3 seconds. Disappear right now." Xin Feng had a blank expression on his face. "Boy, you." The 4 men were just about to attack Xin Feng. But at this moment, Kai Zhihao came quickly. "What? What do you want to do?" Kai Zhihao was furious when he saw the 4 men speaking rudely to Xin Feng. "Mr. Kai, we are just helping you warn Xin Feng. After all, schoolgirl Lu is the woman you like." Although Kai Jihao had just transferred to Binjiang University, he had already recruited many followers because of his status. Bang! 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 4 crisp slaps were heard. Kai Jihao said angrily. Xinyao is my sister-in-law now. Is that how you talk to my brother and sister-in-law? Chapter 37, I got a younger brother. The 4 men were stunned and stared at each other. They thought Kai Jihao was joking. Who is Qin Feng? He's just a poor boy. Although he is a little more handsome, his status cannot be compared with Kai Jihao. But now, Kai Jihao actually attacked them just for Qin Feng. What is going on? Mr. Kai, are you drunk? One of them asked doubtfully. You're the one who drank too much. Kai Jihao turned around and looked at Qin Feng. There was nothing but respect in his eyes. Kai Jihao bent slightly with a smile on his face. Brother, I'm so sorry. Sorry to bother you and your sister-in-law. I'll teach them a lesson later. Kai Jihao has not been at Binjiang University for long, but he has already become famous here. Ranked first among the 4 evil young men in Binjiang University. But in front of Qin Feng, Kai Jihao didn't dare to show any airs. Because he knew very well that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Such a person can only be befriended and must not be offended. Mr. Kai. Why do you call him Big Brother? The 4 men looked puzzled. But they know how powerful Kai Jihao is. Moreover, as soon as he entered the school, Kai Jihao expressed his desire to pursue the school beauty Lu Xinyao. As a result, Kai Jihao actually gave in front of Qin Feng. What is this? My eldest brother is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. You're not even worthy of carrying my big brother's shoes. Kai Jihao scolded the 4 people. What? Chairman of Ruihai Bank? The 4 of them looked at each other, frightened by Qin Feng's identity. Mr. Kai, you are not kidding, right? Kai Jihao snorted coldly, I don't have the leisure to joke with you. You'd better apologize to my big brother. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. Seeing Kai Jihao's serious look, the 4 people were very shocked. Qin Feng is only in his early 20s, but he is still the chairman of Ruihai Bank. This identity is really terrifying. In Binjiang University, who is as good as Qin Feng? No, it should be said that in the entire Shanghai city, no one can compare to Qin Feng. At Qin Feng's age, even if he is a wealthy second generation, it is impossible for him to become the chairman of a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. Brother Feng. Sorry. The 4 of them lowered their heads, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and they dared not look at Qin Feng again. At this moment, they only felt fear. If their father knew that they had offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank, they would definitely be beaten. Qin Feng just glanced at the 4 people indifferently without paying much attention. Brother Feng, how about we treat you to a meal? Consider it an apology. One of them looked up and suggested. As soon as he finished speaking, the man was kicked hard by Kai Jihao. Are you worthy enough to have dinner with my elder brother? Yes, we don't deserve it. Brother Feng, just think we were farting. The 4 men were trembling with fear and did not dare to raise their heads. Go away. Qin Feng didn't want to be affected by those 4 people. Thank you, Brother Feng. Let's get out of here right now. The 4 men turned around and disappeared quickly. Let's go eat. Qin Feng pulled Lu Xinyao, but Lu Xinyao stopped. Xinyao, what's wrong? Lu Xinyao pondered for a while and said, Qin Feng, why don't we go out to eat? There are so many people in the cafeteria. It would be difficult if other female students in the school knew about her relationship with Qin Feng. There are so many female students in the school, even if one of them spitted at her, they could drown Lu Xinyao. After all, Lu Xinyao had witnessed the horror of those female students. That's fine. Qin Feng nodded. Kai Jihao stood respectfully behind Qin Feng and had no intention of leaving. When Kai Jihao heard that Qin Feng was going out to eat, he felt that his chance had come. Brother! Qin Feng turned his head and glanced at Kai Jihao indifferently. It seemed that this was only the second time he and Kai Jihao met. But Kai Jihao's call of big brother was quite cordial. People who don't know might really think that Qin Feng is Kai Jihao's elder brother. I'm not your big brother. Qin Feng said in a cold voice. No, brother. Those 4 guys provoked you, it has nothing to do with me. Brother, you are the only person I, Kai Jihao, admire. From now on, I'm your little brother. Kai Jihao's face was full of admiration, and he was almost kneeling down to kowtow to Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored Kai Jihao and walked towards the parking lot with Lu Xinyao. Kai Jihao chased forward and said shamelessly, "Brother, sister-in-law. I know a restaurant that serves delicious food. I'll take you to try it." Originally, Qin Feng didn't want to bother with Kai Jihao. After hearing what Kai Jihao said, I became a little interested. Overall, Kai Jihao is not that annoying. "Xinyao, do you want to go?" Qin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao and asked. "I'll listen to you." Qin Feng nodded, looked at Kai Jihao, and said, "Okay, lead the way." "Brother, please." Kai Jihao was very happy and led Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao to the parking lot of Binjiang University. "Brother, I'll lead the way." Kai Jihao got into a BMW sedan. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao got on the night 15. In the car, Qin Feng received a call from Zhou Rongfeng. "Director Qin, we have already done a risk assessment on that piece of land worth more than 8 billion. We can cooperate with Mr. Wu." Qin Feng didn't say anything and contacted Wu Qicai immediately and asked Wu Qicai to prepare the contract. More than half an hour later, Kai Jihao brought Qin Feng to a restaurant called Meisher Xian. "Brother, this is it. My dad owns this restaurant." Kai Jihao parked the car and went over to open the door for Qin Feng. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao got out of the car and asked casually, "What business does your father run?" Kai Jihao explained, "My dad is in the catering business." "Brother, this way please." Kai Jihao behaved very respectfully and welcomed Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao into the restaurant. This scene was seen by a middle-aged man standing near the window on the 5th floor. "This brat. What the hell are you doing?" The middle-aged man frowned. He is Kai Jihao's father, named Kai Yunhong, and is the chairman of Shang Yuan Group. Shang Yuan Restaurant, owned by Shang Yuan Group, is very famous in China and has branches all over the country. Kai Yunhong also has a very high status in Shanghai City. But now, his son Kai Jihao was so servile to a young man. If this gets out, how will Kai Yunhong save face? Go down and take a look. Kai Yunhong looked unhappy and walked out of the office. Behind Kai Yunhong, the manager of Delicious Kitchen also followed. Chapter 38, Becoming a Dog. "Give me the best box." After Kai Jihao entered the restaurant, he said to the waitress at the cashier, "Master Kai. Excuse me. Mr. Kai told me last time that I can't arrange a private room for you anymore." The waitress knew Kai Jihao's identity and said apologetically, "This Kai Jihao is a playboy. I often bring friends to dine here. The key point is that he is too concerned about his face and doesn't want to pay. It would be fine if you said it happened once or twice, but Kai Jihao comes here every other day. If this continues, the restaurant will probably go bankrupt because of him." Later, Kai Yunhong heard about this and was very angry. This also imposed some restrictions on Kai Jihao. Why? Kai Jihao was a little unhappy. "This is Mr. Kai's intention. I can't make the decision." The waitress in the restaurant looked embarrassed. Kai Jihao said, "Even if you arrange it for me, my dad won't know." "Master Kai, please don't make things difficult for me." The waitress grimaced. "Believe it or not. What are you doing again?" Before Kai Jihao could say a word, an extremely cold voice came from behind him. Kai Jihao turned around and said with a smile, "Dad, I just want to treat my brother to a meal." Kai Jihao was still a little afraid of his father. Kai Yunhong looked at Qin Feng and snorted coldly. "What a crap big brother. How did I teach you? I told you to stop making friends with those random people out there. You turned a deaf ear to my words?" Kai Yunhong was very annoyed, and there was a hint of disdain in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng. "Dad, I won't let you say that about my brother." Kai Jihao also got angry. "You bastard. Is that how you talk to your dad?" Kai Yunhong was angered by his son's attitude. "Could it be that I am not as good as an outsider?" Kai Yunhong scolded, "Why do you still recognize me as your big brother? Isn't it embarrassing enough?" "Dad, do you know who my eldest brother is?" Kai Jihao raised his head and said, "My eldest brother is the chairman of Ruihai Bank." Kai Yunhong looked disdainful and said coldly, "I don't care who he is." "What? Wait, did I hear that correctly? Is this young man the chairman of Ruihai Bank?" Kai Yunhong was stunned and stared at Qin Feng blankly. "Certainly. Why would I lie to you? Kai Jihao said with great pride. Kai Yunhong looked at Qin Feng with shock. Impossible. Kai Yunhong shook his head and didn't believe it. He felt that his son must have been deceived by the young man in front of him. Ruihai Bank is the largest private bank in Shanghai City. How could the chairman be a young man? Kai Yunhong didn't quite believe it, but still made a phone call. He has a wide network of contacts and wants to find out some information. When Kai Yunhong learned that the chairman of Ruihai Bank was really a young man in his early 20s, the look in his eyes when he looked at Qin Feng finally changed. Mr. Qin. I'm so sorry, I'm blind. Kai Yunhong really wanted to slap himself a few times. Just now, I actually offended the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Dad, you believe it this time. Kai Jihao laughed triumphantly. At this time, Kai Yunhong just wanted to beat his son. You actually have the nerve to laugh when you see your father making a fool of himself. Kai Yunhong began to doubt whether this son was his biological son. Mr. Qin, I'm the chairman of Shang Yuan Group, my name is Kai Yunhong. This meal is on me. Kai Yunhong said cautiously. Then you arrange it. Qin Feng said. Seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of blaming him, Kai Yunhong finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Kai Jihao on the side was very dissatisfied. Dad, I promised to invite my eldest brother. How can you rob me? Kai Yunhong glared at his son and said, Get lost. He immediately asked the waiter to arrange the best box. Mr. Qin, please follow me. Kai Yunhong transformed himself into a waiter in the restaurant. At this time, he just wanted to please Qin Feng. Qin Feng is the chairman of Ruihai Bank, so Kai Jihao dare not be negligent in the slightest. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo entered the elevator. Dad, you can't snatch it from me. Kai Jihao was still unwilling to give in. You better shut up. Otherwise, I will break your legs when we get back. Kai Yunhong's voice was cold. Looking at the Kai father and son in front of her, Lu Xinyo found it funny. This Kai Yunhong just looked down on Qin Feng. But after knowing Qin Feng's identity, he actually flattered him even more than his son. Could it be that this is all inherited? Mr. Qin. It's all my fault for spoiling him too much. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Kai Yunhong looked embarrassed. By the way, who is this? Kai Yunhong looked at Lu Xinyo. Dad, this is my sister-in-law. Kai Jihao said first. Hearing Kai Jihao calling her sister-in-law, Lu Xinyo was speechless. But she didn't say anything. Hello, hello. Kai Yunhong greeted Lu Xinyo with a smile. Lu Xinyo nodded her head slightly in response. In this way, the four of them came to the most luxurious box and delicious restaurant. This box is usually not open to ordinary people. Only those who hold a delicious Xian membership card can come here. But today, Kai Yunhong made an exception. Mr. Qin, please take a seat. Kai Yunhong took the initiative to pull a chair for Qin Feng. Afterwards, Kai Yunhong brought the menu and introduced the dishes on it to Qin Feng. The service was excellent. People who don't know would really think that Kai Yunhong is a waiter at Delicious Kitchen. Qin Feng ordered a few dishes, but later, Kai Yunhong added a few more. Lu Xinyo seemed a little uncomfortable. Because Kai Yunhong is also a person of very high status. But now, he was pouring tea and serving water to them. If I tell this to others, who would believe it? Kai Yunhong stood behind Qin Feng and felt that his son was an eyesore. Get out of here. Kai Jihao didn't dare to say anything. He muttered a few words and stepped aside. After a while, a waitress came in with a bottle of Lafite red wine. Mr. Kai. The wine you requested. Kai Yunhong took the wine, came to Qin Feng and said with a smile. Mr. Qin, this is the Lafite I have treasured for a long time. And it's from 1979, try it. Kai Yunhong was about to open the red wine. Dad, let me do this. Kai Jihao saw the opportunity and walked over. Roll. It's not your turn. Kai Yunhong opened the red wine and poured it for Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo personally. Seeing this, Kai Jihao rolled his eyes and left the box tactfully. After waiting for a few minutes, the food arrived. Kai Yunhong personally served the dishes to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin, the food is ready. Please enjoy your meal. If you need anything, you can always call me. Kai Yunhong left the box with a smile. Chapter 39. Nothing else, just lick it. At this time, the dining table in the box was full of dishes. The fragrance is everywhere. Lu Xinyao looked at the table full of dishes, not knowing which one to eat first. Xin Feng. Can we finish all these dishes? Lu Xinyao showed a bitter smile. Fine. It was someone else who invited me anyway. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly and picked up a piece of braised carp meat for Xin Feng. The two were dining in the box. At this time, outside the box, the Kai father and son stood respectfully. More than 10 minutes later, Wu Qicai also arrived at Delicious Pavilion. Mr. Wu, this way please. The waitress took Wu Qicai to the floor where Qin Feng was. When they saw Wu Qicai for the first time, Kai Yunhong and Kai Zhihao were shocked. Today is such a good day. The chairman of Ruweihai Bank has arrived. Now even real estate tycoon Ing Yichoi has come. Of course, Kai Yunhong knew very well that Wu Qicai was definitely not here to see him. Although Kai Yunhong has some status in Shanghai City, he can't make friends with big shots like Wu Qicai. Mr. Wu. Kai Yunhong and Kai Zhihao both went over and called out respectfully. Is Mr. Qin in there? Wu Qicai did not recognize the father and son in front of him. I thought they were restaurant managers or something like that. He's inside, said Kai Yunhong. Wu Qicai opened the door of the box and walked in with a smile. Mr. Qin. I got the contract. When he saw Qin Feng, Wu Qicai smiled. Originally, to sign the contract, we just needed to send a secretary over. However, Wu Qicai still felt that coming in person would better demonstrate sincerity. Wu Qicai handed over the contract with both hands with a respectful look on his face. Just in time. Eat something before you go. Qin Feng took the contract and said to Wu Qicai. No, I have other things to do. Wu Qicai is a smart man and doesn't want to stay and be a light bulb. Qin Feng didn't bring a pen, so he asked Kai Yunhong for one. Mr. Qin. The pen you asked for. Qin Feng took the pen and signed his name quickly without even looking at the contract. Wu Qicai put away the contract and said with a smile. Mr. Qin, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. As long as the funds are in place, we can quickly buy that piece of land worth more than 8 billion. The Kai father and son standing behind Qin Feng were stunned. Is this the cooperation between the big guys? It's often tens of billions. The most important thing. Kai Yunhong discovered that even Wu Qicai was very respectful in front of Qin Feng. Could it be that Qin Feng has another identity? Thinking of this, Kai Yunhong was even more shocked. It's a pleasure working with you. Qin Feng responded. Wu Qicai just drank a glass of red wine and then left with the contract. The Kai father and son also retreated outside the box. Son, you found a great brother. Kai Yunhong glanced at his son Kai Zhihao and spoke earnestly. Kai Zhihao was a little dissatisfied. Dad, you still have the nerve to say that. You didn't even give me a chance to show off. Kai Yunhong was a little embarrassed and said, Isn't this me demonstrating it myself? In short, we have to satisfy Mr. Qin. Son, from now on this box will be open to Mr. Qin at any time. Remember to invite Mr. Qin to eat here more often. Kai Yunhong specifically reminded. Kai Zhihao said angrily. Dad, didn't you say before that you wouldn't let me use the box here? Kai Yunhong said, that was before. Your task now is to serve Mr. Qin well. Kai Zhihao nodded, not quite understanding. At this time, Kai Yunhong took out a membership card from his pocket and put it into his son's hand. If you have time, you can also invite Mr. Qin to go somewhere else to play. Kai Yunhong gave his son a meaningful look. Kai Zhihao lowered his head and looked at the membership card in his hand, and saw that it said, Red Romance Club, Diamond Membership Card. The corners of Kai Zhihao's mouth twitched, and the look he gave Kai Yunhong became strange. Dad, I never thought you would go to a place like this. If my mom finds out, you'll be kneeling on a durian. Kai Yunhong grabbed Kai Zhihao's ear. If you dare to say anything, I'll break your legs first. Kai Zhihao begged, Dad, I promise not to tell. Kai Yunhong snorted coldly, let go of Kai Zhihao, and said, That's better. Kai Zhihao rubbed his ears and said, Dad, my eldest brother probably doesn't like this. Don't you see that my sister-in-law is so beautiful? Kai Yunhong laughed and patted his son on the shoulder. You don't understand this. Anyway, just listen to me. Kai Zhihao put away the membership card and suddenly thought of something and said, Dad, I have a question in my mind. What doubts? Kai Zhihao said cautiously, Dad, if I ask. You can't hit me. I won't hit you, just ask. Kai Yunhong put his hands behind his back. Kai Jihao was silent for a while, then said, Dad, you started from scratch. It seems like he doesn't have any skills. I'd love to know, what's the secret to your success? After asking this question, Kai Jihao took a step back. He was afraid that his father would beat him. However, Kai Yunhong just nodded slightly. You know what, my son's problem does have some depth. Kai Yunhong pondered for a while and shared his experience. Nothing else. Just lick it. Kai Jihao understood and looked excited. Dad, I understand. After dinner, Jin Feng took Lu Xinyao outside to play for half an hour. Because he was drunk, Kai Yunhong had to act as Qin Feng's driver. At around 7 o'clock, Jin Feng sent Lu Xinyao back to school. He went to Tianhao Hotel to attend the listing celebration dinner of Jinsoft Technology. Tianhao Hotel is bustling with activity. Jin Feng left the parking lot and walked to the gate of Tianhao Hotel alone. Mr. Chen. Look, isn't that our school's idol, Jin Feng? Among the crowd, several young men noticed Jin Feng's figure. Bang! The man who spoke was slapped on the back of the head by Chen Mingxuan. What male god? In the entire Binjiang University, I am the only one who can be called the male god. Chen Mingxuan was very unhappy. Last time, someone held a poll for the campus male idol on the school forum. Originally, Chen Mingxuan was also very competitive. As a result, Qin Feng appeared. Qin Feng won with nearly 10,000 votes. Chen Mingxuan ranked second, receiving only 59 votes. And 55 of those votes were bought with money. This is a shame for Chen Mingxuan. Seeing Chen Mingxuan getting angry, the people around him didn't dare to say anything. How? Did I say something wrong? Speaking of handsomeness, how could that Qin Feng compare to me? Chen Mingxuan shook his long hair in front of his forehead, thinking he looked handsome. Those people lowered their heads, not wanting to speak against their conscience. Chapter 40 Scared. Follow me, no matter what you say today, you must give Qin Feng a warning. Chen Mingxuan led those people towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng, stop right there. Chen Mingxuan stopped in front of Qin Feng with a gloomy look. Qin Feng frowned and found that Chen Mingxuan looked familiar. He remembered that Chen Mingxuan was also a student of Binjiang University. What's the matter? Qin Feng's expression was indifferent. Chen Mingxuan snorted coldly, Qin Feng. If you know what's good for you, you'd better transfer to another school. I'd better not let me meet you at Binjiang University in the future. Chen Mingxuan vowed to take back the title of male god. Neuropathy. Qin Feng had no expression on his face and cursed immediately. You dare to scold me. Chen Mingxuan clenched his fists tightly, his face looking grim. Qin Feng ignored Chen Mingxuan and walked into the hotel lobby. Stop right there. Chen Mingxuan was not willing to give up and chased after him again. Qin Feng, do you know where this place is? You still want to go in? Chen Mingxuan had a sarcastic look on his face. That's right, today is a good day for Jinsoft Technology to go public. You're here to eat for free, aren't you? Others were also sarcastic. Everyone who can come here is a well-known figure. And Qin Feng is just a poor boy. Even though he is a bit handsome, this is not a handsome guy contest. Today, the entire Tianhao Hotel was booked by Jinuan Technology. They didn't think that Qin Feng had the ability to come here to attend the dinner. Security, come here. Chen Mingxuan called the two security guards at the door over. Mr. Chen, what do you want me to do? Look at this guy, he's just here to eat for free, don't let him in. Chen Mingxuan said in a cold voice. Young people nowadays are really something, they actually dare to come here to eat for free. He looks handsome, how can he be so shameless? When the onlookers heard what Chen Mingxuan said, they all started talking about it. Chen Mingxuan looked at Qin Feng coldly, quite provocatively. Qin Feng, you still want to fight me? Forget it. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Mingxuan was slapped in the face by Qin Feng. Chen Mingxuan's repeated provocations have made Qin Feng a little annoyed. You hit me? In front of so many people, Chen Mingxuan was slapped in the face and his face turned red. He raised his fist, wanting to fight back. But at this time, Qin Feng slapped him again. Bang! There were two clear slap marks on Chen Mingxuan's face. Qin Feng will tolerate, but that doesn't mean he will always tolerate. And this unlucky Chen Mengshuan happened to run into the muzzle of Qin Feng's gun. What's wrong with hitting you? Did I give you face? Qin Feng's expression was cold. Chen Mengshuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode, and said to the people behind him, "What are you still standing there for? Come with me." Those people were just about to avenge Chen Mengshuan, but at this time, Pan Shiji came out. "Stop it all." With anger on his face, Pan Shiji walked through the crowd and came to Chen Mengshuan. "Mr. Pan, you're here just in time. This person." Bang! Before Chen Mengshuan could finish his words, he was slapped again. This slap was given by Pan Shiji. "Mr. Pan, why are you?" Bang! Bang! After a few slaps, Chen Mengshuan's face was swollen like a pig's head. However, Chen Mengshuan did not dare to say anything, because he knew Pan Shiji's identity. "Do you know why I hit you?" Pan Shiji's eyes were gloomy. "Pan, Master Pan, I don't know." Chen Mengshuan covered his face with his hands, his eyes filled with confusion. He was thinking, Pan Shiji wouldn't beat him up just for a poor student, right? "Do you know who this is?" Chen Mengshuan looked at Qin Feng and shook his head violently. "This is the chairman of Ruei High Bank. Tell me, are you looking for death?" Pan Shiji was so angry that he couldn't even express it in words. Today was supposed to be a happy day, but someone actually offended the chairman of Ruei High Bank. Qin Feng was invited by Pan Shiji, and Pan Shiji didn't want to see anything unpleasant happen. But now, this is what happened. "Chairman of Ruei High Bank. Mr. Pan, are you lying to me?" Chen Mengshuan's face was filled with shock. Bang! Pan Shiji slapped him again. "Chen Mengshuan, call your father over here and apologize to Mr. Qin together. If Mr. Qin doesn't forgive you, then you'll be in trouble." Pan Shiji's face was full of anger. Chen Mengshuan was beaten so hard that he felt dizzy and began to panic. He couldn't have imagined that Qin Feng was actually the chairman of Ruei High Bank. "What should I do?" "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry." Chen Mengshuan lowered his head, his voice trembling. "Wasn't what I just said clear enough?" Pan Shiji said coldly. "Mr. Pan, I'm going back to see my dad right now. We'll come over to apologize to Mr. Qin later." Chen Mengshuan stepped out of the crowd and left Tianhao Hotel trembling with fear. Afterwards, the people brought by Chen Mengshuan also fled. This young man is actually the chairman of Ruei High Bank? Isn't this possible? It can't be fake. Didn't you see that even Pan Shiji was so respectful to this young man? The look in the eyes of the onlookers as they looked at Qin Feng finally changed. Change is extremely respectful. "Mr. Qin, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. It's my fault for not treating you well enough." Pan Shiji felt very sorry. It was such a nice banquet, but Chen Mengshuan ruined it like this. Qin Feng didn't say anything about this. After all, there are flies everywhere. And this matter cannot be blamed on Pan Shiji. In this way, Pan Shiji brought Qin Feng into Tianhao Hotel. The hotel was crowded. Many of the invited guests have already arrived. "Mr. Qin." Seeing Qin Feng, Pan Zongyi also came over. Because Ruei High Bank is a shareholder of Jinyuan Technology, and Qin Feng has a special identity. So, Qin Feng and Pan Zongyi sat at the same table. "Oh my god, who is that young man?" Many people are speculating about Qin Feng's identity. After all, anyone who can sit with Pan Zongyi must be someone extraordinary. "I heard that young man is the chairman of Ruei High Bank. I don't know whether it's true or not." "It's true." After everyone knew Qin Feng's identity, they all showed a look of shock. Many people came to Qin Feng and toasted him. After a few minutes, Chen Mengshuan and his father also came over. Both of them had fear on their faces and walked quickly to Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin, I didn't discipline my son well. I apologize." Chen Mengshuan's father was tall and thin, and at this moment, he lowered his head. Facing the chairman of Ruei High Bank, he felt unprecedented pressure. Chapter 41 Sign-in, Haotian Interactive Entertainment. "Mr. Qin, I'm sorry." Chen Mengshuan swallowed and was also very scared. If he had known that Qin Feng was the chairman of Ruei High Bank, he would never have dared to offend him. But now, it's too late. All they could do was ask Qin Feng for forgiveness. At this point, no one at the dinner party spoke anymore. Everyone's eyes were on Chen's father and son, and they felt a bit gloating over their misfortune. These two people could have offended anyone else, but they chose to offend Qin Feng. You know, Qin Feng is the chairman of Ruihai Bank. Isn't this just seeking death? Seeing that Qin Feng didn't say anything, Chen Mengshuan's father became even more nervous. Sweat kept flowing down his face. Waste, kneel down for Mr. Qin. Chen Mengshuan's father turned around and roared. Chen Mengshuan was at a loss, his legs went weak, and he actually knelt down. If Qin Feng didn't forgive them, they would have no way to survive in Sanhai City. Mr. Qin. You are a great man and you don't care about the mistakes of a villain. Chen Mengshuan's lips trembled and he didn't dare to look at Qin Feng at all. Mr. Qin, I will drink 3 cups as punishment. Chen Mengshuan's father looked unhappy and took a bottle of high-alcohol liquor. Under everyone's gaze, he actually drank 3 full cups. Seeing that Qin Feng still didn't speak, Chen Mengshuan's father gritted his teeth and drank the liquor in the bottle. That kind of liquor has a very strong after-effect, and ordinary people would get drunk even if they drink 1 glass. Chen Mengshuan's father actually drank a whole bottle of white wine. At this time, Chen Mengshuan's father's face was already red. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. Take your son with you. Go away. Qin Feng took a sip of the red wine in the glass and said in a cold voice. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Chen Mengshuan and his father expressed their gratitude as if they had been pardoned. Let's go. Chen Mengshuan supported his father and left quickly. However, before Chen Mengshuan's father reached the door, he fell straight down. I drank a whole bottle of white wine. Although I won't die, I will definitely have to be hospitalized. Dad. Dad. Chen Mengshuan called out twice, but his father had already fainted. He could only call the hospital's emergency number. Qin Feng sat at the banquet for nearly 20 minutes. To be honest, he doesn't really like this drinking culture. In particular, after those people knew Qin Feng's identity, they kept coming over to toast him. Those compliments made Qin Feng feel disgusted. He decided to attend fewer such banquets in the future. After leaving Tianhao Hotel, Qin Feng returned to the manor. The next day came. In the early morning, the rays of light began to shine. Qin Feng opened his eyes and was not in a hurry to sign in. He got up, went to the window and drew open the curtains. Outside the main villa, the servants were already busy. Qin Feng took a deep breath of the fresh air in the manor and liked this carefree life more and more. System, sign in. As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, the system's voice rang in his mind. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 280 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning all the shares of Houtian Interactive Entertainment. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. Houtian Interactive Entertainment is a broadcaster agency. That is the Anchor Guild. The company has more than 500 contracted anchors. In the same industry, the company's strength ranks among the top 3. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, luxury SUV. One car is worth 8 million. And this time, Qin Feng drew 10 cars from the system at one time. We can form a team now. After washing up, Qin Feng came to the lobby on the first floor. Mr. Qin. Good morning. Housekeeper Su Jiaying greeted Qin Feng. Su Jiaying put on lipstick today, and from a distance, her lips looked as red as fire. A little more charming. Breakfast was ready and Qin Feng sat at the dining table. Why are there no tea eggs today? Hearing Qin Feng ask this, the corners of Su Jiaying's mouth twitched slightly. Is this an addiction? Using tea leaves worth 10 million per kilogram to make tea eggs is such a luxurious idea, and only Qin Feng would dare to think of it. Mr. Qin. If you want to eat it, I'll make it now. Qin Feng waved his hand, forget it. Tomorrow morning, make a few more for me. Su Jiaying nodded and stopped disturbing Qin Feng from eating. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and found several messages from Lu Xinyao. He replied while eating breakfast. Not long after, Qin Feng also received a call. Hello, Mr. Qin. The 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans you purchased from our 4S store have arrived. Look, when you have time, come over and inspect the car. Qin Feng felt a little puzzled. Things extracted from the system can sometimes be extracted directly. Sometimes, it is just delivered to a fixed location. Could it be random? I'll send someone over as soon as possible. Xin Feng said. Okay, Mr. Qin. Xin Feng hung up the phone. After breakfast, Xin Feng also called Su Jiaying to the hall. Mr. Qin, what can I do for you? Su Jiaying put her hands in front of her and asked respectfully. Go to the Rolls-Royce 4S store. Help me get the car back. Su Jiaying became curious and asked, Mr. Qin, what car did you buy? 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. Xin Feng said. Su Jiaying was stunned. She couldn't understand why Xin Feng bought so many cars. And it's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. This is a car worth millions. Looking at Xin Feng's indifferent expression, people who didn't know him would have thought that he bought 10 bundles of cabbage. Mr. Qin. Are all these cars parked in the manor? Su Jiaying asked. Xin Feng fell into deep thought. It seems that there are quite a few matching cars in the manor. If I win the car again next time, the parking lot of the manor will have to be expanded. For a moment, Xin Feng's mouth curled up into a helpless smile. It seems that it is particularly easy to draw luxury cars from the super rich sign-in system. It might be better to change the name to luxury car check-in system. Then let's replace all the cars in the manor. Xin Feng said casually. Mr. Qin, you are not kidding, right? Replace all of them with Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Su Jiaying was stunned when she thought that even the servants in the manor would be able to drive Cullinan in the future. Could this be any more luxurious? Xin Feng nodded and said solemnly. Certainly. Now that I've bought it, I must use it. Otherwise it will be wasted. Su Jiaying didn't know what to say. Afterwards, she also left the manor and went to the Rolls-Royce 4S store in Shanghai City. Xin Feng did not go to school in the morning. He drove the Lamborghini Veneno to the commercial building where Haotian Interactive Entertainment was located. Xin Feng wanted to know about the operation of this anchor agency. Just as he arrived on the first floor and before entering the power building, a girl with a small yellow bag on her back trotted up to Xin Feng. Xin Feng. My male god. Chapter 42. What's wrong with hitting you? The girl was a little excited and stopped Xin Feng. Xin Feng turned his head and saw that the girl in front of him was about 1.7 meters tall. Wearing a pair of denim shorts, she looked sweet. But at this moment, there were clearly 2 blushes on the girl's cheeks. Who are you? Xin Feng didn't know the girl in front of him. My name is Zhang Yingying. Just like you, I'm a student at Binjiang University. I voted for you in the previous campus idol selection. Zhang Yingying looked at Xin Feng and introduced herself. She found that Xin Feng in real life was much more handsome than in the photo. Yeah. Xin Feng was a little speechless. He felt as if he were a star. You can be recognized wherever you go. By the way, I'm from the Department of Literature. Zhang Yingying added. The elevator door opened and Zhang Yingying followed Xin Feng into the elevator. Xin Feng pressed the button for the 16th floor and asked Zhang Yingying. Which floor are you going to? 16th floor. Hey, what a coincidence. You're also on the 16th floor. Zhang Yingying was a little surprised. As far as Zhang Yingying knows, there is only one company on the 16th floor of this commercial building. That is Haotian Interactive Entertainment. Xin Feng, do you also want to be a host? With your looks, it's a shame for you to be a host. Why not debut as a star? Zhang Yingying was like a chatterbox and said with a smile. Zhang Yingying is a contracted anchor of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. She has been doing live broadcasts while attending school for almost a year and has made some money. This time, Zhang Yingying came to renew her contract. In recent years, the live streaming industry has developed rapidly. But some small anchors also need the support of the Anchor Guild. No. I have no plans to be a streamer. Xin Feng shook his head and explained. Then why did you come to Haotian Interactive Entertainment? Zhang Yingying became even more curious. As they were talking, they had already arrived at the floor where Haotian Interactive Entertainment was located. Xin Feng smiled and said nothing. I'm going to renew my contract first, I'll talk to you later. Zhang Yingying waved to Xin Feng and entered an office in the business department. Xin Feng also came to the front desk. I'm looking for your general manager. My name is Xin Feng. Xin Feng explained his purpose. The female clerk at the front desk was a bit busy, editing a document. Our general manager is on vacation. if you have anything to say, come back the day after tomorrow. Xin Feng had no intention of leaving and continued to ask. So who is in charge here now? The female employee said, it's our deputy general manager. But he's out too, and he might not be back for half an hour. It's okay, I can wait. Xin Feng had time anyway, so he planned to wait. Immediately, Xin Feng came to a reception room next door. 10 minutes passed. Xin Feng, who was playing games, suddenly heard a quarrel outside. Xin Feng frowned and walked out of the reception room. You've gone too far. I want to call the police. The woman who spoke was Zhang Yingying. At this time, Zhang Yingying's eyes were red and she was about to cry out of grievance. Standing opposite Zhang Yingying was a young man in a suit. The young man had his hands in his pockets and a frivolous smile on his face. Just go ahead and report it. Look, the police are coming. Believe in you or believe in me. Young people don't care much. As the two were arguing, several employees who were working gathered around. Li Jinwei is a junior leader of Haotian Interactive Entertainment, and just now, Zhang Yingying went to Li Jinwei to renew her contract. Zhang Yingying's appearance also scored a 9-point mark, which made Li Jinwei aroused. He kept hinting to Zhang Yingying that if she wanted to make a lot of money from live streaming, she had to obey him. Zhang Yingying heard it, but she pretended not to hear it. Just as Zhang Yingying was signing the contract, Li Jinwei started to make moves on her. Zhang Yingying got angry and slapped Li Jinwei. As a result, he was threatened by Li Jinwei. Xiao Wei, what happened? The department leader found Li Jinwei and asked. Li Jinwei laughed and said, this woman just flirted with me in order to get more traffic support from the guild. I didn't agree, but I didn't expect that she would bite back. Zhang Yingying was so angry that she was shaking all over. You're talking nonsense. It's obviously you who wants to take advantage of me. Li Jinwei sneered, girl, if you continue to make trouble, I can sue you for libel. There was a threat in Li Jinwei's tone. Zhang Yingying held her cell phone and wanted to call the police. After hearing what Li Jinwei said, she was so angry that she burst into tears. Li Jinwei said, I am a magnanimous man and I won't argue with you. Just go. The staff of Haotian Interactive Entertainment could guess what happened. After working together for so long, everyone knows what kind of person Li Jinwei is. This guy also harasses other female colleagues on a regular basis. It's just that due to Li Jinwei's identity, everyone dared to be angry but not speak out. What's wrong? Xin Feng appeared beside Zhang Yingying and asked. Xin Feng, let's go. Zhang Yingying wiped the tears from her face. She couldn't produce any evidence now, so she couldn't do anything to Li Jinwei. Tell me what just happened. I can do you justice. Xin Feng's expression was indifferent. Haotian Interactive Entertainment is his company. Xin Feng will never allow any bad apples to appear here. Zhang Yingying wanted to say something, but stopped herself. She didn't want to implicate Xin Feng. Boy, are you new here? How dare you meddle in other people's business? Li Jinwei had never seen Xin Feng before and frowned. Xin Feng looked sharp, stepped forward, and slapped Li Jinwei, sending him flying. The slap was so powerful that Li Jinwei felt his head buzzing. Li Jinwei's body rolled several times on the ground and hit the wall before stopping. How dare you hit someone? The head of the department looked at Xin Feng with great rage. Li Jinwei is the son of the deputy general manager. Normally in the company, who dares not to give Li Jinwei face? But today, Li Jinwei was beaten in the company. Xin Feng, you're in trouble. Zhang Yingying looked worried. However, Xin Feng did not speak. He now just wants to reorganize the company. Half of Li Jinwei's face became red and swollen, and he stood up shakily. Xiao Wei, are you okay? The department leader went over and supported Li Jinwei. Call the company's security. Beat him for me. Li Jinwei clenched his fists and glared at Xin Feng fiercely. Boy, do you know who I am? I don't know. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Li Jinwei said, let me tell you, my father is the company's deputy general manager. You are done. Xin Feng sneered, a mere deputy general manager. Is it remarkable? Xin Feng, why don't we just go? Zhang Yingying pulled Xin Feng. This is someone else's territory. If things get out of hand, they will all suffer. You go back first. Don't mind me. Xin Feng said to Zhang Yingying. Xin Feng couldn't just sit back and watch something like this happen in the company. Chapter 43 Apologize, It's Too Late. Qin Feng also wanted to check how many people like Li Junwei there were in this company. Relying on his status as a small leader, he did whatever he wanted. Do you treat the company as your own home? How can this be possible? Seeing that Qin Feng had no intention of leaving, Zhang Yingying became even more anxious. The incident was caused by her, and she would not abandon Qin Feng and leave alone. Security guard! Security guard! Li Junwei was still shouting loudly. After a while, 2 security guards from the company came hurriedly. What happened? The security guard asked. Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng and said angrily, beat this guy up first. Also, check which department he is from. Li Junwei was furious, like an enraged beast. This person doesn't seem to be an employee of our company. I haven't seen him before. One of the security guards looked at Qin Feng and replied. Not an employee of the company? Then we can't let him go. Maybe he's a thief. Li Junwei became angrier as he spoke. The 2 security guards were ready to arrest Qin Feng. Qin Feng said with a calm expression. Before you do anything, I advise you to check my identity first. The 2 security guards looked at each other and stopped moving. They felt that the young man in front of them was not simple. It would be bad if you offend someone important. You have a shitty identity. I'm telling you, you're going to be in trouble today. You even dare to hit me. Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng, his face full of anger. Just at this moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified face walked in from the door. Deputy General Manager. The staff at the door saluted Li Junhua. What are you all doing here? Don't you have to go to work? Li Junhua said with a cold face. Li Junhua has a bad temper, so all the employees in the company are afraid of him. Dad, you're finally back. I don't know who this guy is. You dared to hit me in the company just now. Li Junwei quickly came up to Li Junhua and complained. Seeing the clear slap mark on his son's face, Li Junhua's expression turned cold. Who? Who is so bold? Li Junhua was very angry. The consequences are serious. Dad, that's him. Li Junwei pointed at Qin Feng and said with gritted teeth. Boy! Who are you? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Li Junhua put his hands behind his back and looked at Qin Feng coldly. So you are the Deputy General Manager of Haotian Interactive Entertainment? Qin Feng glanced at Li Junhua indifferently. Li Junhua said coldly, not bad. Since you injured someone in the company, then I have to settle the score with you. Qin Feng's expression was still very calm. Why don't you ask? Why would I hit someone? Li Junhua snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain on his lips. I don't care about that. Anyway, you've injured someone, so don't even think about leaving here easily. Qin Feng shook his head. Got it, like father, like son. It turns out that Li Junhua is also an unreasonable person. In this case, Qin Feng didn't plan to reason with them. Qin Feng sneered, don't you want to know my identity? Okay, I'll tell you. My name is Qin Feng, Chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. Qin Feng directly stated his identity. Boy, you've blown the bull out of proportion. He's also the chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. Of course Li Junwei didn't believe it and had a look of contempt on his face. Haotian Interactive Entertainment is the largest anchor agency in Shanghai City. There are more than 500 contracted anchors, and several of them are popular anchors. Today, Haotian Interactive Entertainment's valuation is nearly 10 billion. Qin Feng is only in his early 20s, how could he buy such a big company? So Li Junwei didn't believe it. However, when he heard Qin Feng's name, Li Junhua's expression changed. Just this morning, the company's chairman was replaced. And his name is Qin Feng. Suddenly, Li Junhua had a bad feeling in his heart. Not afraid of 10,000. Just in case. If the young man in front of him is really the chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment, then things will be bad. Shut up! Li Junhua yelled at his son. He is a little panicked now. Li Junwei frowned. Dad, you don't really believe him, do you? Li Junhua didn't say anything, but looked at Qin Feng with a changing expression. Qin Feng pretended to put his hand into his pocket, and at the same time, he extracted the equity certificate of Haotian Interactive Entertainment from the system space. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Qin Feng took out the share certificate and spread it out in front of everyone. What? When Li Junhua saw Qin Feng's share certificate, his expression changed immediately. He didn't expect that he would offend the company's chairman. What should I do? Oh my god, he is actually the chairman of the company. The staff members who were watching showed shocked expressions. At first, they also thought Qin Feng was bragging. But it turned out that they were wrong. Impossible. Dad, this share certificate must be forged. Li Junwei looked unhappy and still didn't believe it. Bang! Li Junhua slapped his son hard. This time, the other side of Li Junwei's face also became red and swollen. Is the share certificate real or fake? Can't I see that? There was only fear left in Li Junhua's heart. He walked up to Qin Feng tremblingly and bent down. Qin, Mr. Qin. I was wrong. I will teach this rebellious son a lesson later. At this moment, Li Junhua just wanted to keep his job. Li Junwei was dumbfounded. Although he still didn't want to believe it, the facts were right in front of him. He was usually arrogant and domineering, but he didn't expect that he would provoke Qin Feng this time. This is not going to end well. The look Zhang Yingying gave Qin Feng also changed. Change is an incomparable admiration. Now she finally understood why Qin Feng said he would seek justice for her. It turns out that Qin Feng is also the chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. My god, this Qin Feng is just handsome. There is such an identity. Isn't this the domineering president in the novel? The most important thing is that Qin Feng is still a college student. Love it. Rebellious son. Come over here and apologize to Director Qin. Li Junhua glared at his son fiercely. Boss Qin. Sorry. Although he still had some resentment in his heart, Li Junwei had to lower his proud head in front of Qin Feng. He really can't afford to offend the chairman of Haotian Interactive Entertainment. If an apology helps, then what is the use of laws? Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yingying and said, "Call the police first." Zhang Yingying reacted, nodded, and started calling the police. Boss Qin. Give me a chance. Li Junwei turned pale with fright. However, Qin Feng turned a deaf ear to it. He entered the general manager's office and made a phone call. Chapter 44 Xinyao, how did you learn to skip classes? The general manager of Haotian Interactive Entertainment was very surprised when he received Qin Feng's call. What? There is such a thing? Upon hearing what happened in the company, the general manager of Haotian Interactive Entertainment was very angry. He cursed Li Junhua countless times in his heart. Boss Qin, I'm going to end my vacation right away. I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Before Qin Feng acquired Haotian Interactive Entertainment, the equity structure of Haotian Interactive Entertainment was very complicated. The deputy general manager, Li Junhua, has a relative who is a shareholder in the company. Although Li Junhua doesn't have much ability, he has a backer. But now the situation has changed. Qin Feng has acquired Haotian Interactive Entertainment in full. This means that Li Junhua's good days are over. Boss Qin, I may not be able to get to the company that quickly. Well, I'll let my secretary handle this first. Qin Feng didn't say anything and hung up the phone. After a few minutes, the general manager's secretary came to the office. Boss Qin. Hello? I'm the general manager's secretary, my name is Xiaoya. The female secretary was respectful. Qin Feng said, go check it out. See if this Li Junhua has done anything illegal or criminal in the company. If you have any, collect the evidence first. The female secretary nodded, Director Qin, I understand. I'll do it right away. Li Junhua and Li Junwei were dismissed from their posts, and the minister who spoke for Li Junwei naturally suffered the same fate. Later, the female secretary found out that Li Junhua had also embezzled the company's funds. And the amount is not small. Li Junhua and Li Junwei were taken away by the police. They are definitely going to jail. After sitting in the office for half an hour, Qin Feng was about to leave. Outside the door, Zhang Yingying was still waiting for Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Thank you. Seeing Qin Feng coming out, Zhang Yingying walked up to Qin Feng with a smile. If Qin Feng had not been present today, she would have suffered the loss in silence. No need. Qin Feng said. After all, this is his own company's business, and Qin Feng can't stay out of it. Let me treat you to a meal. Zhang Yingying extended an invitation. Some other time. Xin Feng refused. Zhang Yingying was a little disappointed and could only nod. The two walked into the elevator and soon arrived at the first floor of the commercial building. Xin Feng, are you going back to school? I rented a car, let's go together. Zhang Yingying said with a smile. Xin Feng said, I have a car. Out of curiosity, Zhang Yingying followed Xin Feng to the parking lot. When Zhang Yingying saw Xin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno, she was stunned. The front of the Lamborghini Veneno is like a bullet head, which is very visually impactful. What kind of sports car is this? Zhang Yingying took a photo with her mobile phone. Xin Feng drove the car out of the parking space and said to Zhang Yingying, I'm leaving first. Zhang Yingying waved her hand and said, have a nice walk. After watching Xin Feng leave, Zhang Yingying checked the price of the Lamborghini Veneno on the internet. When Zhang Yingying saw that Xin Feng's Lamborghini Venezia was worth 80 million, she was shocked again. Xin Feng returned to the manor. At noon, he had lunch at the manor. Su Jiaying had already brought people back with the 10 Rolls-Royce Cullinans. After lunch, Xin Feng sat on the sofa in the hall to rest. He was playing with his mobile phone when suddenly, his eyes were blindfolded. Guess who I am? Lu Xinyao deliberately lowered her voice. Xin Feng put down his phone and grinned. The faint scent of lavender had already betrayed Lu Xinyao. Xin Feng grabbed Lu Xinyao's hand and exerted a little force. Who else could it be except my squad leader? Lu Xinyao was picked up and put on the sofa. Xin Feng, stop making trouble. Lu Xinyao blushed. She struggled a few times but failed to break free, so she let Xin Feng hold her. Xin Feng, there's a new amusement park opened in Xixiao. I finally managed to grab 2 tickets. Let's go play together this afternoon. Lu Xinyao hugged Xin Feng and smelled the special masculine scent on Xin Feng. Feeling very comfortable. Xinyao, why are you the same as me? Have you learned to skip classes? Lu Xinyao wrinkled her cute nose and said, no way. All the afternoons are electives. All I have to do is make sure I don't fail the course. Seeing 2 maids at the door, Lu Xinyao said anxiously. Xin Feng, let me go first. It would be so embarrassing to be seen by others. Xin Feng smiled and let Lu Xinyao go. Xin Feng asked, by the way, Xinyao, have you eaten yet? Lu Xinyao tidied up her messy hair. I ate it at school. Let's go to the playground now. Lu Xinyao couldn't wait any longer. Good. Xin Feng had no choice but to stand up. Just like that, Lu Xinyao took Xin Feng's arm and walked out. A pink car was parked in front of the main villa. You can tell at first glance that the car has been modified. There are several cartoon patterns on the car body, which is full of girlish style. Did you drive this car? Xin Feng asked. Lu Xinyao took out the car keys and said with a smile. I borrowed it from a friend. Get in the car, I'll be the driver today. Xin Feng said nothing and got into the passenger seat with a smile. Lu Xinyao drove the car and slowly left the manor. Even though Lu Xinyao is a female driver, she drives very steadily. The car drove out of the western suburbs. An hour later, the two arrived at the amusement park that Lu Xinyao mentioned. This is it. Lu Xinyao and Xin Feng got out of the car. There was a surge of people at the entrance of the amusement park. Very lively. Lu Xinyao showed her ticket and entered smoothly. There are many entertainment activities in the amusement park, but unfortunately there are too many people and everyone has to queue. If I had known I wouldn't have come today. Lu Xinyao was a little disappointed. I thought I could have a good time with Xin Feng, but I didn't expect there would be so many people. Xin Feng smiled and said, it doesn't matter, we can just take a walk. You can come again next time when you have time. Lu Xinyao nodded, this is the only way. When passing by an adventure house, Lu Xinyao found that there were fewer people queuing here. Xin Feng, how about we go to the adventure house? Are you sure? Xin Feng doubted Lu Xinyao's courage. It would be bad if I had a nightmare at night. It's okay, let's go. Lu Xinyao pulled Xin Feng to queue up. However, not long after entering the adventure house, Lu Xinyao screamed in fright. She hugged Xin Feng tightly and walked with her eyes closed the whole time. But the horrifying sound still frightened Lu Xinyao so much that she burst into tears. When she walked out of the adventure house, Lu Xinyao felt her legs go weak. She swore never to come to such a place again. It's so scary. Lu Xinyao patted her chest, still in shock. Xin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao and couldn't help laughing like a pig. Will you dare to come next time? Lu Xinyao shook her head violently. Even if you give me money, I won't come. Chapter 45 Black Shop. The two walked to the parking lot and planned to return to the manor. Let me drive. Xin Feng said with a smile. No, I'll do it. Lu Xinyao took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat. The car started and they returned to the manor. However, just a few minutes after leaving the amusement park, the accident happened. Lu Xinyao was driving normally. Suddenly, a strange noise came from the front of the car. Then the car body began to shake. Oh no, the tire is flat. There was a hint of panic on Lu Xinyao's flawless face. She gripped the steering wheel tightly. Fortunately, the car was not going very fast, and under Lu Xinyao control, the car stopped smoothly on the side of the road. No way, so unlucky. Lu Xinyao looked at Xin Feng with helplessness. I'll get off and take a look. Xin Feng got out of the car to check and found that the right front wheel was flat. There was a steel nail stuck in the tire. Xin Feng originally wanted to change to the spare tire, but when he opened the trunk, he found that the car didn't even have a spare tire. What should we do now? Lu Xinyao asked worriedly. Call for help. Xin Feng said. This place is located in the western suburbs of Shanghai City, and the road is a bit remote. Xin Feng took out his cell phone and was about to make a call. Xin Feng, there seems to be a car repair shop over there. Lu Xinyao said, pointing forward. Xin Feng followed Lu Xinyao's gaze and saw that there was indeed a car repair shop over there. I'll go and take a look. Xin Feng walked over. Xin Feng, wait for me. The two came to the repair shop. Then, the car with a flat tire was also towed there. Sir, we just checked it. I found that all 4 tires of your car have different degrees of wear. Why not change them all? And the brake pads and spark plugs are about time to be replaced. The employee of the repair shop found Xin Feng and said. No need, just change that tire. Xin Feng knew that the auto repair industry was very complicated. If it were someone else, they might have been fooled. The clerk used some professional terms again, but Xin Feng still ignored him. Seeing this, the clerk walked away helplessly. Xin Feng and Lu Xinyao waited in the store for more than 10 minutes, and the tire was changed. Sir, the car is fixed. That's $4,600 in total. The owner of the repair shop found Xin Feng and said with a smile. Lu Xinyao frowned. Boss, you must be mistaken. We just changed a tire that cost a few $100s. How could it possibly cost more than $4,000? The boss was not tall and had small eyes. When he smiled, only a slit could be seen. Beauty, tires are not expensive. But we also checked the car for you. Besides, we towed your car here from far away. This also requires rescue fees. Lu Xinyao was a little annoyed. Could it be that they encountered a shady shop? You are blackmailing me. Lu Xinyao had never encountered such a situation before. While I was angry, I was also a little panicked. The boss sneered. Beauty, blackmail is against the law. We won't do that. There was a clear flash of ferocity in the boss's eyes. It seemed as if he had already defeated Xin Feng and Lu Xinyao. Their auto repair shop is located in a remote area. If it didn't do this kind of business, it would have closed down long ago. The boss also saw that Xin Feng and Lu Xinyao were the only two of them, so he wanted to make more money. Xin Feng, let's call the police. Lu Xinyao bit her teeth. After saying that, he took out his cell phone. Seeing this, 4 employees of the repair shop surrounded him at the same time, with fierce eyes. Beauty, it's no use calling the police. It's better to pay the money as soon as possible. There was a threat in the boss tone. Xin Feng, what should we do? The other side had more people and more power, and Lu Xinyao was a little scared. She looked at Xin Feng. Okay, I'll give it to you. Xin Feng looked calm and took out his mobile phone to pay. Lu Xinyao was very confused, as if giving in was not Xin Feng's style. But right now the other side has more people, so this is all we can do. Lu Xinyao planned to call the police after leaving. The owner of the repair shop who received the money smiled very proudly and said, You can go now. He was not afraid that Lu Xinyao would call the police. After all, if he didn't have any means, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Xin Feng pulled Lu Xinyao into the car. Feng, I'll call the police right now. Lu Xinyao was so angry. Changing a tire costs more than 4,000 yuan. That's really abusive. However, Feng smiled and said, no need. Watch me. Feng took out his cell phone and called the bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong. Help me find some people over here. Afterwards, Feng sent another position to Zhang Yong. He parked his car not far from the repair shop and waited patiently for Zhang Yong to arrive. Feng, what do you want to do? Lu Xinyao asked curiously. Of course, let them spit out the money they ate. Feng said with a smile. After waiting for more than half an hour, 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans appeared. Mr. Qin. Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong got out of the car and came to Feng. You guys follow me. Xinyao, get in the car. Feng gave Lu Xinyao some instructions and brought Zhang Yong and others to the repair shop. When the owner of the repair shop saw Feng coming back, especially the 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans parked in front of the shop, he was completely dumbfounded. His face turned extremely pale. Oh my god, who did I offend? Beat these guys up first. Feng had a blank expression on his face. Get started. Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong rushed over first. He even dared to offend Mr. Qin. I'm tired of living. Afterwards, the dozen or so people brought by Zhang Yong also rushed forward together. Mercy! Mercy! The owner of the repair shop panicked and kept begging for mercy. But what greeted him were fists and shoe soles. In addition to the boss, several employees of the repair shop were also beaten. Although they didn't know Feng's identity. But to be able to call 5 Rolls-Royce Cullinans at the same time, his identity must be extraordinary. Let us go. I don't want your money anymore. The boss was beaten and kicked and begged for mercy. Feng ignored it and stood quietly aside. Soon, the boss was beaten black and blue, and even lost several teeth. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Feng made a gesture. Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong understood and stepped aside with his men. At this moment, the owner of the repair shop felt like his whole body was about to fall apart and he couldn't stand up at all. Feng walked over, squatted down, and said in a cold voice. My Feng's money is not so easy to take. The repair shop owner said with only fear in his eyes. Brother. I was wrong. It's my fault that I'm blind. I'll give you back the money. The repair shop owner was very regretful. If I had known earlier, I would not have offended Feng for more than 4,000 yuan. At this time, the employees of the repair shop were also beaten into submission. Chapter 46 Sign-in, Light and Shadow Group. You're saying these things now. Don't you think it's a little late? Feng's voice was cold. It would not be Feng's style to just let the owner of the repair shop go. Brother. I really know I was wrong. In this case, I will pay you. The owner of the repair shop trembled and quickly took out his cell phone. Okay, then compensate me. Feng said with a smile. I still have more than 60,000 yuan in my bank card. I'll pay you back for it all. The repair shop owner started transferring money. Now, he just wanted to send Feng away as soon as possible. Brother, I'm turning. Is this okay? After transferring the money, the repair shop owner asked tremblingly. After a while, the more than 60,000 yuan was transferred to Feng's account. With Feng's current assets, he would definitely not look down on those tens of thousands of dollars. But no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat after all. Feng transferred 30,000 to the bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong and said, take them out for dinner tonight. Except for Zhang Yong, the rest of the people were found by Zhang Yong. They are not Feng's bodyguards. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhang Yong said with a smile. What should we do with this person? Feng pondered for a while and said lightly. Break his hands first. After hearing what Feng said, the repair shop owner's face turned even paler. Brother, don't. If you think the money is not enough, we can discuss it further. At this time, Zhang Yong had already taken a large car repair wrench and approached the owner of the repair shop. Brother, we can talk it over. The repair shop owner's voice trembled. His face was also covered in cold sweat. Suddenly, a pool of yellow liquid appeared on the ground. When Zhang Yong smelled the urine smell, he looked disgusted. Mr. Qin, this guy is so scared that he peed himself. Xin Feng took a few steps back and shook his head. He also didn't expect that this guy was so easily frightened. Brother! Give me a chance to make a fresh start. The owner of the repair shop was trembling all over. He was really scared. Go and turn yourself in now. If you dare to run away, the consequences are serious. Xin Feng left a word and walked out of the repair shop slowly. The boss looked at Qin Feng's back and swallowed hard. From now on, this terrifying back will accompany him throughout his life. What Mr. Qin just said. Did you understand everything? Zhang Yong pinched his nose, his eyes gloomy. I understand. I'm going to turn myself in now. The owner of the repair shop knew very well that Qin Feng would really do what he said. It's better to go to jail than to have your hands broken. Be a human being from now on. Zhang Yong left a word and left with his men. Outside the repair shop, Lu Xinyo was still sitting in the car. Seeing Qin Feng coming back, Lu Xinyo asked, "How's it going?" Qin Feng smiled and said, the boss was moved and said he would turn himself in. Lu Xinyo was a little speechless. Move? Brother, you bring so many people with you, how can people not be touched? Okay, let's go back to the manor first. Qin Feng drove back to the manor. Halfway through, Lu Xinyo received a message from Kong Liang. Qin Feng, Kong Liang, and the others said they would like to treat you to a meal later. Lu Xinyo looked at Qin Feng's profile and said, "Forget it." Qin Feng shook his head. The three roommates came from ordinary families, so Qin Feng felt embarrassed to ask them to treat him. Then I helped you reject it? Qin Feng thought for a moment and said, well, let them come to the manor. Let's have dinner together tonight. Okay. Lu Xinyo nodded. The two returned to the manor and took a short rest. In the evening, Qin Feng asked the chef to prepare more food. At around 5 o'clock, Qin Feng's three roommates drove over. Entering the gate of the manor, Kong Liang and the other two couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, is this where Brother Feng lives? This manor is too big." Kong Liang and the other two stared with their eyes wide open, unable to believe it. When will we be able to live in a place like this? Xiaopang shook his head and sighed. Xiaopang, just dream at night. Kong Liang said with a smile. Soon, they arrived at the door of the main villa. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo were waiting. Brother Feng. Squad leader. Kong Liang and the other two got out of the car and greeted Qin Feng. Come on, dinner is ready. Kong Liang felt embarrassed and said, Brother Feng. It was originally agreed that it was our treat. As a result, we came here to eat for free. Qin Feng smiled and said, it doesn't matter, it's the same eating here. Qin Feng walked in with his three roommates. It was the first time for Kong Liang and the other two to come here. When they saw the luxurious decorations in the hall, they were amazed again. Squad leader, why don't you live with Brother Feng? Aren't you afraid that other women will hook up with Brother Feng? Kong Liang joked with a smile. Lu Xinyo took Qin Feng's hand and said, I'm not afraid. To be honest, having such a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, Lu Xinyo does feel a lot of pressure. Not to mention others, even the group of female students from Binjiang University were eyeing Qin Feng covetously. Qin Feng took Kong Liang and the other two to their seats. Looking at the table full of delicious food, Kong Liang and the other two were breathless. That's right, Brother Feng. I seem to have seen several Rolls-Royce Cullinans just now. Are all those cars yours? Kong Liang asked curiously. Those are the servants' cars. Qin Feng said casually. What? Kong Liang was simply stunned. This car worth millions is actually used by servants? Can it be more extravagant? Xiaopang scratched the back of his head and said in a simple and honest manner. Brother Feng, are you still short of servants? I have a friend who. Kong Liang rolled his eyes at Xiaopang and said, you are useless. He looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Actually, Brother Feng, I can be your driver. If the driver doesn't work, the security guard will do. Qin Feng smiled and said, just forget it. Study hard. Half an hour later, we were full and satisfied. Kong Liang and the other two suggested visiting the manor. They drove out. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo were sitting in the hall chatting. At around 8 o'clock, Lu Xinyo, Kong Liang and others also returned to school. The night passed quickly. The next morning. System, sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 290 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 85% of the shares of Light and Shadow Group. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for drawing a super short card. Guanyin Group is a Chinese film and television company with a market value of over 80 billion. It has produced and released many highly acclaimed film and television works. Moreover, this film and television company has signed many popular artists. A super short selling card, when bound to a company, will cause that company's stock to plummet rapidly. Qin Feng was a little excited about what he got today. Chapter 47. Is there anyone as comforting as you? After breakfast, Qin Feng drove the Ducati to school. When going out, the bodyguard still followed Qin Feng. Because of the traffic jam on the road, Qin Feng shook off the bodyguard before arriving at the school. Qin Feng parked his car in the school parking lot and just took off his helmet. Suddenly, 3 young men about the same age as Qin Feng came over. The young man walking in front had his hands in his pockets and a frivolous smile on his face. It turned out to be a Ducati Superleggera V4. What a nice car! Brother, lend it to me for a few days. We can be friends. Ding Yud patted the body of the Ducati with his hand. The more I watch it, the more I like it. Although he said it was a loan, Dante Yud's tone sounded more like an order. Qin Feng just glanced at Ding Yud indifferently and spoke. No. Qin Feng put away his helmet, took out the key, and turned to leave. Boy, stop. Mr. Ding wants to borrow your car, that shows he thinks highly of you. The 2 people behind Ding Yud stepped forward to stop Qin Feng. Their tone was icy. Qin Feng stopped and frowned. It seems that these 3 people are not students of Binjian University. If you say you won't lend it, then don't lend it. Roll. Qin Feng didn't want to waste time with these 3 people. You. How dare you tell us to get out? Do you know who young Master Ding is? Both of them were a little angry. Even Ding Yud's expression changed. Lend me your car for half a month. I can pretend that I didn't hear what you just said. There was a gloomy look on Ding Yud's face. With his status, it is not difficult for him to buy a Ducati Superleggera V4. But he wanted to play now. But Qin Feng didn't give him any face. You are dreaming. Qin Feng sneered. He was originally in a good mood, but after meeting these 3 people, he instantly became unhappy. There are strange things every year. There are so many this year. How dare you speak to Master Ding like that? You'd better apologize quickly, otherwise, we will make you pay for it. The 2 men were arrogant and threatening. It seems that they bully others a lot. Neuropathy. Qin Feng cursed in a low voice and walked around the 2 men. Unexpectedly, the 2 men suddenly started fighting. They raised their hands, wanting to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Seeing this, Qin Feng's face suddenly turned cold. Bang! Bang! Qin Feng acted as fast as lightning and immediately gave the 2 men a crisp slap in the face. The 2 men were unsteady on their feet and almost fell to the ground. They were confused. I didn't expect Qin Feng to fight back. How dare you hit my people? Seeing this scene, Ding Yud immediately clenched his fists. He was furious. What are you doing? Suddenly, an angry voice came from not far away. Principal Han Yi trotted over to Qin Feng. Mr. Qin. Han Yi first bowed respectfully. Then he turned around and looked at Ding Yud with a serious face. Which class are you from? Do you treat the school as your home? Han Yi was very angry. These 3 students actually dared to offend the board of directors of Binjian University. You are so blind. Ding Yud was stunned. He knew that Han Yi was the president of Binjian University. I just didn't expect that Han Yi would be so respectful to a student. But Ding Yud is not afraid of causing trouble. Since Qin Feng can afford a Ducati worth more than 1 million yuan, he must have a certain status. But Ding Yud is not a vegetarian either. Principal Han. We are students from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics. I'm visiting your school today. Han Yi said angrily, since you are from other schools. Then we should abide by the rules of our school. Ding Yud frowned. How could he not see that Han Yi was obviously favoring Qin Feng? Principal Han. Who is he? Ding Yud showed interest in Qin Feng's identity. Han Yi raised his voice. Mr. Qin is the director of our Binjian University. Upon hearing Qin Feng's identity, Ding Yud suddenly showed a mocking look. I thought he was some big shot. It turns out he's just a board member of Binjiang University. Ding Yud shook his head with a look of disdain. He turned his attention back to Qin Feng. That's good. Take out 10% of Binjiang University shares and give them to me. I'll just pretend nothing happened. Ding Yud folded his hands over his chest and sneered. Qin Feng said to the principal Han Yi with a blank expression. Let the school security kick these 3 people out. This guy actually wants shares in the school. Are you dreaming? You. Ding Yud was angry. He wanted to say something, but at this time, Qin Feng had already turned and left. Han Yi quickly called the school security over. These 3 people are not students of our school, kick them out. Also, don't let them in again. Han Yi gave the order. We can walk on our own. Ding Yud was so angry that his face turned blue. He took the 2 men into the car. Mr. Ding, are we just going to endure this? One of them covered his burning face, unwillingly. Ding Yud said coldly, go back first. I'll settle the score with that guy after he leaves school. A director of Binjiang University is so arrogant. I won't let him go. Ding Yud started the car with a gloomy face and left Binjiang University. On the other side, Qin Feng also came to the classroom. Qin Feng. Lu Xinyao was very happy to see Qin Feng coming. Qin Feng walked over with a smile and chatted with Lu Xinyao for a while. He sat back in his seat and found his roommate Kong Liang lying on the table, looking very depressed. What's wrong with him? Qin Feng asked Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao sighed and said, he's heartbroken. As a good friend, you should go and comfort him. Qin Feng walked over reluctantly and patted Kong Liang on the shoulder. Isn't it just a broken heart? I am sorry for your loss. No. I want to say that you should be more open-minded. Kong Liang sighed. Brother Feng, stop comforting me. I want to be quiet. Qin Feng said, be strong. After all, there is nothing in this world that cannot be overcome. There are endless obstacles to overcome. Kong Liang's mouth twitched. Brother Feng, is there anyone as comforting as you? I'm heartbroken. You actually gave me poisonous chicken soup. Isn't this discouraging? Qin Feng comforted Kong Liang for a few words and returned to his seat. There are 2 professional classes in the morning. In fact, come and experience campus life occasionally. It's pretty good. At noon, get out of class is over. Xinyao, come back with me to eat. Qin Feng came to Lu Xinyao and saw that she was still doing her homework. Qin Feng, I won't go today. Chapter 48, Being Beaten and Hospitalized. Lu Xinyao has taken a lot of leave in the past 2 days. She had fallen behind in her studies and she had to catch up. Lu Xinyao said, the final exam is coming soon. I'll go play with you after the holidays. Qin Feng smiled and said, okay. Then I'll go back first. Qin Feng arrived at the school parking lot and his bodyguard was already waiting. He drove the Ducati away from Binjiang University. Not long after he walked out the door, Qin Feng discovered something was wrong. Because not far behind him, 3 Audi cars were following him closely. Qin Feng turned around and took a look. I found that Ding Yud was sitting in the car in the front. It was obvious that the other party was here to cause trouble. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered. Since this guy is not convinced, Qin Feng plans to have some fun with him. Mr. Ding, that guy has discovered us. Ding Yud had a gloomy look in his eyes and was looking coldly at Qin Feng's back. The more I watch, the angrier I get. He can't escape. Smash that Ducati for me first. Ding Yud was so angry that he vowed to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Just like that, 3 autos followed closely behind. Because this is a neighborhood, Ding Yud and others did not dare to act rashly. Qin Feng didn't take it seriously. He drove back towards the manor, deliberately slowing down. The car drove out of the block and finally, the opportunity came. Go ahead and stop him. Ding Yud gave the order. The 3 autos accelerated at the same time and caught up with Qin Feng's Ducati. They forced Qin Feng's Ducati to stop. The car doors opened and 10 people got out of 3 Audi cars. They surrounded Qin Feng. And the person standing in front was Ding Yud. At this time, Ding Yud had a smug smile on his face. Qin Feng took off his motorcycle helmet with a calm face. It was as if the 10 people in front of him didn't exist. Boy! We meet again. I have to settle that account with you at school. Ding Yud had a gloomy face. Chin Fong seemed very calm, smiled and asked, "How do you want to calculate it?" Ding Yud snorted coldly. "Just now at school, my request was 10% of Binjiang University's shares." "Not now. In addition to giving me shares, you have to kneel down and apologize to me." Ding Yud looked at Chin Fong coldly. It seemed as if Chin Fong was sure to be defeated. Chin Fong played with the motorcycle helmet in his hand and smiled. "You have quite an appetite." Ding Yud said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. If you don't agree, I'll smash your car first." After hearing what Ding Yud said, Chin Fang's eyes turned cold. "You can give it a try." A person beside Ding Yud shouted angrily, "Mr. Ding. This kid doesn't even take you seriously. Beat him up first. They have the advantage in numbers." At this time, he was smiling and looking at Chin Fong with strange eyes. Just when they were about to take action, suddenly, 3 Rolls-Royce Cullinans stopped directly. Then, 12 strong men wearing sunglasses quickly got out of the car. They stood in a row, looking very imposing. "What's going on? Whose man is this?" Ding Yud was shocked. The people he hired were all small thugs, and they were far inferior to Chin Feng's bodyguards in terms of momentum. "How dare you cause trouble for Mr. Chin?" Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong looked stern. "Mr. Chin, how do we deal with these people?" Zhang Yong came up to Chin Fong and asked respectfully. Ding Yud and others were dumbfounded. "I thought Chin Fong was just a board member of Binjiang University. I never expected that Chin Fong actually had so many bodyguards. What other identity does this kid have?" Ding Yud and his group were a little panicked. "Beat them up first." Chin Fong didn't look at Ding Yud, but continued to play with the motorcycle helmet in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Chin Feng's bodyguards took action at the same time. In front of those professional bodyguards, Ding Yud and others could only be beaten. Screams were heard everywhere. Even Ding Yud was knocked to the ground. Chin Feng's bodyguards beat him up. "Stop. Stop it. My dad is the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company. If you hurt me, my dad won't let you go." However, Chin Feng's bodyguard turned a deaf ear to it. On the contrary, he hit harder. "Humph, another second-generation rich man. You even dare to offend Mr. Chin. I'm tired of living." After beating for half a minute, the others began to beg for mercy. Ding Yud is very arrogant. Although he was beaten black and blue, he was still shouting, "Keep fighting. Wait until he realizes he is wrong, then stop." Chin Fong had a blank expression on his face. He didn't pay any more attention to it and drove back to the manor. When he returned to the manor, the meal was ready. "Mr. Chin." The manor's maid saluted Chin Fong. Chin Fong had just sat down at the dining table when he received a call from Zhang Yong. "Mr. Chin. That guy is pretty tough. He had his arm broken, but he still refused to beg for mercy. Now he has fainted." Chin Fong took a sip of orange juice and then spoke. "You guys come back first." "Okay, Mr. Chin." Chin Fong didn't take it seriously and started eating. City Center Hospital. After Ding Yud was beaten, he was sent here. Soon, he woke up too. When she saw Ding Yud lying on the hospital bed with wounds all over his body, Ding Yud's mother burst into tears. "Son, who beat you like this?" Ding Yud was lying on the hospital bed, feeling extremely sore all over. His face was also red and swollen, and he looked as miserable as could be. This was the worst beating he had ever received since he was born. "Mom! The man who hurt me is called Chin Fong. He is the director of Binjiang University." Ding Yud hammered the wall several times, feeling extremely unwilling. Now, his other hand is also broken. It was covered with plaster. "Son, don't get excited. Your dad will be here soon. When the time comes, your father will make the decision for you." Ding Yud's mother cried and comforted him. A few minutes passed like this, and a middle-aged man wearing glasses came to the ward. Ding Yuekon was very angry when he heard that his son was beaten and hospitalized. So he rushed over as fast as he could. Who is so arrogant?" Ding Yuekon's eyes were terribly gloomy as he asked Ding Yud. Ding Yud clenched his fists tightly and said nothing. Husband. It was done by the directors of Binjian University. The other party seems to be of some importance, and has many bodyguards around him. Ding Yud's mother wiped her tears and cried. Ding Yuekong said angrily, I don't care what kind of school director he is. He hurt my baby boy. I'm going to make him pay. Ding Yuekong didn't have Qin Feng's contact information, so he asked someone to check and found the mobile phone number of Han Yi, the president of Binjian University. Chapter 49 Tycoon's Assistants, Stop Cooperation. Han Yi is still busy. Seeing his cell phone ringing, and it was an unfamiliar number, he had a look of confusion on his face. Excuse me, who are you? Han Yi pressed the answer button and asked. I am the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company, Ding Yuekong. I want to find your school director, Qin Feng. Ding Yuekong directly stated his purpose. He came here to call for punishment. Han Yi heard the other party's unfriendly tone, frowned and asked. What do you want to do with Mr. Qin? Ding Yuekong said angrily, Qin Feng hurt my son. Tell him to come over to see me right now. Ding Yuekong raised his voice. Han Yi's frown deepened. However, he didn't think Qin Feng was the kind of person who would take the initiative to cause trouble. Han Yi pondered for a while before asking. Is there any misunderstanding here? Ding Yuekong became even angrier. There is no misunderstanding. Please tell Qin Feng for me. If he doesn't come to the hospital to see me within half an hour, you will do it at your own risk. Han Yi was very unhappy when he heard the other party's arrogant tone. In particular, this guy actually dared to speak rudely to Qin Feng. Stupid bitch. Han Yi cursed back and hung up the phone. These words were uttered by Han Yi, the president of Binjian University, and were extremely humiliating. Ding Yuekong on the other end of the phone was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. You dared to scold me. Ding Yuekong was so angry that he was shaking all over. But at this time, the phone was no longer ringing. You have guts. Ding Yuekong put away his phone with a very unpleasant look on his face. Since the other party doesn't give him face, he is ready to use some means. After lunch, Qin Feng sat on the sofa in the hall to rest. Han Yi called him. Mr. Qin. A man named Ding Yuekong called just now. He said you hurt his son. He asked you to go to the hospital to apologize. Han Yi decided to tell Qin Feng about this. Ding Yuekong? Qin Feng thought about it and guessed it. I guess this Ding Yuekong is Ding Yud's father. Don't worry about them. Qin Feng looked indifferent. That Ding Yud took the initiative to provoke him, and he just beat him up. This is already considered a special favor. If Ding Yud still wants to continue to pester him, Qin Feng will let them know what it means to be in trouble. Okay, Mr. Qin. Han Yi didn't say anything else. Qin Feng was just about to take a nap when he suddenly received a message from his cousin Yi Kaiying. Qin Feng, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to a barbecue. Yi Kaiying has become the deputy director of the business department. I've been getting familiar with my job these past 2 days. The reason why she was able to be promoted so quickly was entirely because of Qin Feng. No thanks, cousin. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Yi Kaiying said, don't worry, I won't bring Tao Weiwei. Yi Kaiying also knew that her friend had always wanted to take advantage of Qin Feng. Sometimes, it's really annoying. Qin Feng thought about it and agreed. Afterwards, Yi Kaiying also sent him a location and agreed on a time. Qin Feng had a good nap. This kind of carefree life is so comfortable. However, Qin Feng did not forget his parents in his hometown. He plans to go back to his hometown in 2 days. Although Qin Feng has transferred money to his sister Qin Yutong every day in the past few days. But if I don't go back and explain it clearly, I guess his parents will be reluctant to spend the money. Qin Feng got up and stretched. He took the phone and looked at it, and found several missed calls. And they were all called by Han Yi. Immediately, Qin Feng replied to Han Yi. Mr. Qin. Oh no. Han Yi's tone was anxious. What happened? Speak slowly. Qin Feng seemed very calm. Han Yi said, Mr. Qin, the fact that you injured Ding Yud is now on the hot search. Moreover, on the internet, I don't know who hired a large number of internet trolls to wantonly smear our Binjian University. Because it was a Binjian University board member who injured someone, there is a lot of criticism online now. Qin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that Ding Yuekong would distort the facts. Then mobilize online public opinion. If things continue like this, Binjiang University's reputation will be ruined. For a moment, Qin Feng's eyes became gloomy. Mr. Qin, I have hired a lawyer and sent a lawyer's letter. But the abuse against us on the internet is increasing. Han Yi was very distressed. He has been the president of Binjiang University for so long, but this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. I see. Leave it to me next. Qin Feng hung up the phone and sneered. This Ding Yuekong actually tried this on him. In this case, let us see who has the last laugh. Qin Feng pondered for a while and called He Wanyang, the general manager of Longjiang Group. Boss Qin. What can I do for you? At this time, He Wanyang was signing a contract at Wu Qicai's company. He Wanyang was stunned when he received Qin Feng's call. Qin Feng asked, does Longjiang Group have any cooperation with Huiying Building Materials Company? Yes. He Wanyang replied. Huiying Building Materials is a large company in Shanghai City. So many real estate companies have cooperated with them. Longjiang Group is no exception. Cancel the cooperation. And do your best to cause them trouble. Qin Feng's voice was cold. Their Longjiang Group is huge in size, and they don't believe that they can't do anything to a building materials company. After hearing what Qin Feng said, He Wanyang understood. Qin Feng was angry this time. Director Qin, I'll arrange it right away. He Wanyang also had a look of shock on his face. He couldn't figure out which bastard from Huiying Building Materials Company had offended Qin Feng. I'm afraid something big is going to happen next. He Wanyang put away his phone and spoke to Wu Qicai opposite him. Mr. Wu, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. Wu Qicai didn't know what was going on yet and laughed. What's the hurry? Drink your tea first. He Wanyang shook his head helplessly. The people from Huiying Building Materials Company have offended our President Qin. I have to go back and check. Wu Qicai was also stunned when he heard He Wanyang's words. What? Is there such a thing? Wu Qicai narrowed his eyes slightly and his gaze turned cold. He has cooperated with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's affairs are naturally his affairs. At the same time, Wu Qicai was also very clear that the people from Huiying Building Materials would definitely not be able to defeat Qin Feng. In that case, Wu Qicai doesn't mind taking a step forward. After He Wanyang left, Wu Qicai also asked someone to investigate. It turned out that it was the son of the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company who offended Qin Feng. Immediately, Wu Qicai called his secretary over. Shao Qi. Send out an announcement. Cancel the cooperation with Huiying Building Materials Company. Wu Qicai's female secretary looked confused. Mr. Wu. If we do that, our project will also be affected. Wu Qicai smiled and didn't take it seriously. Fine. Just do as I say. Losing some money is nothing to Wu Qicai. Also, in my name as the president of Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, notify the other members of the Chamber of Commerce. Let them terminate all cooperation with Huiying Building Materials. Chapter 50, Big Trouble. The chairman of a building materials company actually dared to provoke Qin Feng. You're really asking for trouble. Wu Qicai will definitely not sit idly by on this matter. Mr. Wu. I'll do it right away. The female secretary retreated respectfully. In the hospital ward, Ding Yuekong looked at the overwhelming abuse on the internet and was very satisfied. I believe that Binhai University's reputation will be ruined soon. Boy. You asked for it. Ding Yuekong sneered. He spent a lot of money to hire water army. Very worth it. Next, it depends on whether Qin Feng will come and apologize. If Qin Feng doesn't apologize, Ding Yuekong still has a backup plan. Dad, how are you now? Ding Yud, who was lying on the hospital bed, spoke. Son. I'm already dealing with that Qin Feng. He won't last long. Ding Yuekong had a smug smile on his face. Just as a board member of Binjiang University, you still want to fight him? It's a bit too naive. Of course, Ding Yuekong could also guess it. Qin Feng became a board member of Binjiang University at a young age, so he might have some background. But Ding Yuekong was not afraid because he had plenty of connections in Shanghai City. Very good. Dad, when the time comes, I will repay you for the pain you've suffered today 100 times 1,000 times. Ding Yud's fists were clenched until they turned purple. Of course. Ding Yuekong said with a smile. Just then, he received a message from his secretary. Chairman. Something terrible is happening. Longjiang Group said that our previous batch of building materials had quality issues. Return it all now. Besides, they also said that they would never cooperate with us again. Ding Yuekong frowned when he heard the news. His first reaction was whether they had offended the Longjiang Group. The two companies have been cooperating for so many years, how can they cancel the cooperation just like that? Longjiang Group is a major customer of Huiying building materials, and once the cooperation is cancelled, they will lose a lot of money. How so? Ding Yuekong was confused. Chairman, I don't know either. The female secretary was also very depressed. Ding Yuekong immediately called He Wanyan to find out the reason. But the call didn't go through. Just when Ding Yuekong was frowning, the female secretary told him another bad news. Chairman. Now even Sihai Group has cancelled its cooperation with us. What? Ding Yuekong finally panicked. Sihai Group, this is Wu Chitsai's company. And now, two large real estate companies have cancelled their cooperation. No matter how stupid Ding Yuekong was, he knew that something big had happened. Contact Sihai Group and ask what's going on. Ding Yuekong looked unhappy. I asked again, but there was no response, said the female secretary. However, this is just the beginning. Next, many companies announced that they would no longer cooperate with Huiying building materials. Ding Yuekong looked pale. All in all, 80% of his company's customers have left. Ding Yuekong had a feeling. I must have offended some important person. Otherwise, it wouldn't have turned out like this. How so? With trembling hands, Ding Yuekong found the cell phone number of a good friend and called him. Old Zhang. Tell me, why did even your company cancel the cooperation? Ding Yuekong was puzzled. This sudden accident completely stunned him. The voice on the phone was silent for a while and then said, Put it this way. It was the president of our Tianheng Chamber of Commerce who proposed to cancel the cooperation. You're on your own. The other party hung up the phone. Ding Yuekong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and was extremely frightened. Of course he knew that the president of Tianheng Chamber of Commerce was Wu Chitsai. Wu Chitsai holds a very high position in the Chamber of Commerce. But Ding Yuekong couldn't understand why he had offended Wu Chitsai. Ding Yuekong took the tissue and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the end, he gritted his teeth and called Wu Chitsai. I made several calls in a row before the call was finally connected. Mr. Wu. I am Ding Yuekong. Ding Yuekong was very nervous. After all, Wu Chitsai is a tycoon in the real estate industry. Even when making this phone call, Ding Yuekong felt under tremendous pressure. Ding Yuekong? I don't think I know you. Of course Wu Chitsai had met Ding Yuekong, he just said that on purpose. Mr. Wu. You are such a forgetful person. We even had a drink at the reception last month. Ding Yuekong was very embarrassed. What's the matter? Wu Chitsai asked the question even though he knew the answer. Ding Yuekong said cautiously, Mr. Wu. If I have offended you in any way, please don't take it personally. Wu Chitsai snorted coldly and said, Ding Yuekong, you didn't offend me. The person you offended is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Ding Yuekong became even more confused. Mr. Wu, I don't understand. Wu Chitsai said coldly, Of course you don't understand, because you are an idiot. The Qin Feng you offended is the chairman of Longjiang Group. Wu Chitsai was too lazy to talk to Ding Yuekong anymore and hung up the phone. I've talked too much with such low IQ people. He was afraid that he would become a fool too. This is impossible. Mr. Wu, this is impossible. Ding Yuekong's face was filled with shock. He wanted to say something else, but the phone was silent. Qin Feng is just a young man in his early 20s. How could he be the chairman of Longjiang Group? Ding Yuekong didn't believe it. But the facts are there. Given Wu Chitsai's identity, there was no reason to lie to him. Ding Yuekong's whole body stiffened and his face turned extremely pale. If Qin Feng is really the chairman of Longjiang Group, then things would be very bad. With his status, he wanted to go against Qin Feng. That's like an egg hitting a stone. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing his father's ugly face, Dingyud asked. Shut up. Ding Yuekon yelled at Dingyud. He is in a bad mood now. If this matter is not resolved, his company will soon go bankrupt. The most important thing is, if he offended those people from Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, it would be difficult for him to survive in Sanhai City in the future. Dingyud shut up obediently. He couldn't understand why his father became so strange. Wasn't it fine just now? Ding Yuekon pondered for a long time and made another phone call. This time, he came to ask for help. Big brother. I seem to be in big trouble. Ding Yuekon has no special abilities. The reason he has the assets he has today is entirely because he has an extremely capable older brother. As soon as Ding Yuekon finished speaking, a roaring sound like thunder came from the mobile phone. Are you dead? When you die, I'll pick a grave for you. The voice on the phone was very angry. Ding Yuekon's elder brother already knew that Ding Yuekon had offended Qin Feng. Now, even his business has been affected. Chapter 51, Apology. Ding Yuekon's elder brother was so angry that he wanted to curse. But think about it, Ding Yuekon's family is also your family. So he held back. However, Ding Yuekon's elder brother was still very angry. He couldn't figure out whether his brother had water in his head or was trapped by the door. He actually went so far as to provoke the chairman of Longjiang Group. This matter is now causing a stir. Even the president of Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, Wu Qicai, intervened. Isn't Ding Yuekon's behavior like seeking death? Brother! Have you heard everything? Ding Yuekon looked worried. If he knew that Qin Feng had such a powerful background, he would never offend him. The news has spread throughout Sanhai City. Do you know that because of this little thing between you and your son, I am now implicated as well? Ding Yuekon's elder brother has a very high status in the business world. But he had no way to compete with the entire Tianheng Chamber of Commerce. Especially, that Qin Feng is so mysterious. A young man who is only in his early 20s has become the chairman of Longjiang Group. If this were to be said out there, who would dare to believe it? But the facts are there. Putting aside Wu Qicai's Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, even the anger from the Longjiang Group was enough for Ding Yuekon to bear. Big brother. Could it be that Qin Feng is Wu Qicai's illegitimate son? Ding Yuekon thought of this possibility. Otherwise, why would Wu Qicai mobilize the entire Tianheng Chamber of Commerce to help Qin Feng? At this time, Ding Yuekon's eldest brother was almost angry to death. Does it matter whether he is Wu Qicai's illegitimate son? I'm telling you, you'd better go find Qin Feng and apologize. If this matter can't be settled, don't call me big brother anymore. Ding Yuekon's elder brother's blood pressure soared and he almost fainted because of Ding Yuekon's anger. Ding Yuekon said with a bitter face, Brother, I found so many internet trolls to discredit Binjian University. I'm afraid Qin Feng won't forgive me easily. Ding Yuekon regretted it. If I had known this earlier, I should have checked Qin Feng's identity. Ding Yuekon's elder brother was so angry that his voice trembled. I don't care about these. You are the one who caused this. Even if you have to sell your ass, you have to get it done for me. Ding Yuekon's elder brother hung up the phone angrily. Hello. Brother. Seeing that the phone had been hung up, Ding Yuekon was so anxious that he was about to cry. Now even his elder brother no longer cares about him. What should he do? Dad, what's wrong? Dingyud looked at his father with a puzzled look. Bang! Ding Yuekon was filled with anger and had no place to vent, so he quickly stepped forward and slapped Dingyud hard in the face. It's all your fault. Ding Yuekon was so angry that he was shaking all over. This slap made Dingyud stunned. Dingyud never expected that his father, who had always loved him, would actually beat him. Husband! What are you doing? Don't you think our son wasn't beaten badly enough? Dingyud's mother ran over crying and hugged Dingyud. Do you know who this rebellious son offended? He's the chairman of Longjiang Group. Ding Yuekon shouted loudly. How is this possible? Dingyud didn't believe it, and neither did his mother. Isn't Qin Feng the director of Binjian University? How come he has become the chairman of Longjiang Group now? Dad, are you mistaken? Dingyud had an incredible look on his face. Are you mistaken? Ding Yuekon's eyes turned red and he said angrily. Now we have offended Wu Qizai as well. Ding Yu turned pale with fright. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that he would get into such a big trouble this time. Ding Yu's mother cried and said, "Husband, it's too late to say this now. Didn't you also hire a group of trolls to discredit Binjiang University?" Ding Yuakang was speechless. Indeed, the son was wrong, but he also played an ignominious role in it. Ding Yuakang was struggling internally. He pondered for a long time and finally decided to go to Qin Feng to apologize. "Follow me. Go and apologize to Director Qin." Ding Yuakang gritted his teeth and said to his son. Ding Yu lowered his head and didn't really want to go. "Hubby, I'll go with you. My son is still injured, let him rest in the hospital." Ding Yu's mother couldn't bear it. As the saying goes, loving mothers often spoil their children. "No," Ding Yuakang said angrily. "He is the one who caused the disaster. He must apologize to Director Qin in person." Ding Yuakang drove to Binjiang University with his reluctant son. "See you later, Mr. Qin. Be more respectful. Did you know?" Sitting in the car, Ding Yuakang specifically reminded his son. If Qin Feng is angered again, it will be troublesome. Ding Yu was still in a daze. "Are you mute?" Ding Yuakang asked angrily. Dad, I know." Ding Yu felt that he was very unlucky. Not only did he have a broken hand, but now he has to apologize to Qin Feng. Ding Yuakang looked out the car window without saying a word. He had to try his best to gain Qin Feng's forgiveness. Otherwise, Huiying Building Materials Company would go bankrupt. More than half an hour passed. The car stopped at the gate of Binjiang University. Ding Yuakang walked to the security room at the door under the scorching sun. "Hello? I want to see your principal." Ding Yuakang, sweating profusely, explained his purpose. "By the way, I'm Ding Yuakang, the chairman of Huiying Building Materials Company," etc. The security guard immediately called the principal's office. When Hani heard that Ding Yuakang had come, he was very angry. It was this Ding Yuakang who hired internet trolls to wantonly smear Binjiang University, and now he even dares to come here. Although he was very angry, after thinking about it, Hani still came to the school gate. He wanted to see what Ding Yuakang was up to. When Hani arrived at the school gate, he saw Ding Yuakang and his family of 3 standing together. Ding Yut still had a plaster cast on his hand and his face was covered in purple and blue patches. "Principal Han, you're finally here." Ding Yuakang forced a smile on his face. "What are you doing here?" Hani put his hands behind his back and did not look at Ding Yuakang and the other 2 in a good manner. Ding Yuakang smiled apologetically and said, "Principal Han, it's all a misunderstanding. I've asked someone to clarify it online. I came here this time specifically to apologize to Director Qin." Ding Yuakang no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. Hani was also stunned when he heard Ding Yuakang say this. He thought Ding Yuakang was here to cause trouble. Now it seems that he was wrong. However, Ding Yuakang actually came to apologize. This is really the sun rising in the west. Hani said coldly, "Mr. Qin is not in school. You should come back another day." After saying that, Hani turned and left. Chapter 52 Heading to Light and Shadow Group. "Principal Han, please stay. Please notify Director Qin." Ding Yuakang chased after him with a bitter face. If he waits any longer, his company will go bankrupt. Hani snorted coldly, "Wait." He took out his cell phone and called Qin Feng anyway. When I heard that Ding Yuakang came to Binjiang University to apologize, Qin Feng was also a little surprised. This Ding Yuakang couldn't hold on so soon? Of course, Qin Feng also knew that this was all thanks to Wu Qizai's assist. Without Wu Qizai's Tianheng Chamber of Commerce, I'm afraid Ding Yuakang would not admit defeat so quickly. "Mr. Qin, that Ding Yuakang said he wants to see you." Qin Feng smiled and said, "Let them wait." At this time, Qin Feng was still staying in the manor. After hanging up the phone, he did not go to Binjiang University immediately. Instead, he went to the Light and Shadow Group first. Anyway, he is not the one who was anxious, so let Ding Yuakang wait patiently. Qin Feng drove out in the Lamborghini Veneno. It's actually quite nice to switch cars occasionally. The gate of Guanyin Group. General Manager Fang Shuichin is already waiting. Behind her stood a dozen executives from Guanyin Group. Hearing that the chairman would come, they certainly didn't dare to neglect him. Next to Fang Shuoqin stood a woman in a pink dress. The woman was estimated to be about 1.75 meters tall, with a ponytail and delicate features. A pair of beautiful eyes are as clear as the autumn sky and extremely charming. Mr. Fang, will the chairman of Guanyin Group really come? Lin Wanner asked softly. Of course. Fang Shuoqin replied. Since Qin Feng notified him in advance, he will definitely come. Lin Wanner looked at the street outside with a hint of anticipation on her face. She was very curious about what kind of person the chairman of Guanyin Group was. After waiting for a few minutes, Qin Feng's Lamborghini Veneno appeared at the gate. When they saw the Lamborghini Veneno, the executives of Light and Shadow Group couldn't help but become nervous. That's a luxury sports car worth tens of millions. Maybe their chairman is in the car. Fang Shuoqin wasn't quite sure either, so when she saw the car stop, she walked over quickly. Excuse me, are you Director Qin? Through the car window, Fang Shuoqin saw Qin Feng sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing that it was a young man, the first thought that came to Fang Shuoqin's mind was, the chairman of Guanyin Group should not be him. After all, Qin Feng is really too young. At his age, he should still be studying. Good. It's me. However, when hearing Qin Feng's answer, Fang Shuoqin was stunned immediately. Qin, Mr. Qin. Come in. Fang Shuoqin was stunned for a long while before she reacted. Hello, Mr. Qin. Upon seeing this, the executives of Guanyin Group immediately saluted Qin Feng. Qin Feng drove the car into the parking space of the Guanyin Group headquarters and then got out of the car. Boss Qin, I'm the general manager of Light and Shadow Group. My name is Fang Shuoqin. Fang Shuoqin stood in front of Qin Feng and introduced herself. Qin Feng nodded and his eyes quickly fell on Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner has fair skin and an elegant temperament. She is the kind of beauty who can be noticed at first sight when standing in the crowd. Stunningly beautiful. The most important thing is that this Lin Wanner gave Qin Feng a sense of déjà vu. But Qin Feng couldn't remember. Hello, Mr. Qin. Lin Wanner took the initiative to walk over and stretched out her jade hand. There were two blushes on her cheeks. Because Qin Feng is so handsome. Very charming. Although Lin Wanner is about the same age as Qin Feng, she became a contracted artist of Guanyin Group a long time ago. She was already famous when she was a child star. In the entertainment industry, there are many beautiful women and handsome men. Lin Wanner has seen many handsome actors. But this is the first time I have met a boy like Qin Feng who makes people blush and their hearts beat faster at the first sight. Moreover, the handsomeness of Qin Feng is different from the feminine handsomeness of young handsome men. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Wanner. You are the celebrity Lin Wanner, right? Qin Feng finally recognized it. He remembered that Lin Wanner was the female artist signed by Guanyin Group. Lin Wanner smiled and said, so Director Qin knows me. Qin Feng withdrew his gaze. Although Lin Wanner is very beautiful, but still not as good as Lu Xinyao. Boss Qin, I've already made tea in the office. Let's talk in the office. Fang Shuoqin smiled. Qin Feng nodded and went to the office with Fang Shuoqin. Because Fang Shuoqin had to report on her work, Lin Wanner did not follow them. Qin Feng sat in the Light and Shadow Group for half an hour before leaving. Fang Shuoqin saw Qin Feng off from the office. Outside, Lin Wanner hadn't left yet. Mr. Feng, Mr. Qin, I have reserved a table at Puyun Restaurant. Would you like to go have dinner together? Lin Wanner extended an invitation. Fang Shuoqin looked at Qin Feng. If Qin Feng also goes, then she naturally has no objection. Another day. Qin Feng refused. After leaving Guanyin Group, Qin Feng still did not go to Binjiang University. He went for a drive in the suburbs. This went on until the evening. Qin Feng then drove the Lamborghini Veneno slowly to the gate of Binjiang University. At the main gate, Ding Yuekong and his family of 3 are still waiting. More than 3 hours had passed since they arrived here. However, Qin Feng did not show up. Dad! That Qin Feng is clearly playing tricks on us. Ding Yud lost his patience. They came to apologize sincerely, but Qin Feng actually played this trick. 3 hours ago, you said you would come. Now what? Didn't see even a ghost. Bang! Ding Yuekong was so angry that he slapped his son in the face. How dare you say that? If I don't see Director Qin today, we'll be sleeping on the street soon. Ding Yud covered his red face, frightened by his father's eyes. Ding Yud's mother was also very anxious. Husband, this is not a solution. That Qin Feng, he doesn't seem to want to see us at all. Ding Yuekong said angrily, we have to wait. What else can I do now except wait for Qin Feng? They waited for another 10 minutes. Finally, Qin Feng appeared driving the Lamborghini Veneno. Dad, look. Qin. Director Qin is here. Ding Yud soon saw Qin Feng. He had mixed feelings. Ding Yuekong wiped the sweat from his face, walked over nervously. Is it finally here? Ding Yuekong bent down and saluted Qin Feng. Boss Qin. However, what made Ding Yuekong feel embarrassed was Qin Feng is on the phone. Xin Ya. Is get out of class over yet? I brought you a cup of milk tea. Okay, then you wait for me in the parking lot. Qin Feng paused for a moment, stepped on the accelerator, and entered the campus. It was as if Ding Yuekong didn't exist. Ding Yuekong's mouth twitched as he stared blankly at the rear of the Lamborghini Veneno. Alone and disheveled in the wind. Chapter 53 Apology. When Qin Feng arrived at the parking lot, Lu Xinyo was already waiting. Qin Feng. Lu Xinyo looked at Qin Feng with her beautiful eyes and a smile on her face. Qin Feng parked the car, got out, and handed the milk tea in his hand to Lu Xinyo. You came to school just to bring me a cup of milk tea? Lu Xinyo held the milk tea in both hands, a happy smile on her face. Qin Feng smiled and said, I came here to take care of something. Lu Xinyo asked curiously, what's the matter? If you're busy, go ahead. Lu Xinyo felt that with Qin Feng's current status, he should be very busy. It's understandable that you don't come to school sometimes. In fact, what she didn't know was that Qin Feng was a complete hands-off boss. As long as nothing major happens in the company, he never asks. It's just a small matter. Qin Feng was not in a hurry to meet Ding Yuekong. Then let's take a walk around the campus. Lu Xinyo suggested. That's fine. Lu Xinyo drank milk tea and held Qin Feng's hand. The two were walking on the campus. The sun sets. A breeze blew, bringing a bit of coolness. One of them is the school's idol, and the other is the school's belle. Walking together, they are really the envy of others. The afterglow of the setting sun reflected on Lu Xinyo's face, giving her a unique kind of beauty. Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo talked as they walked. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the school gate. Seeing Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo talking and laughing, Ding Yuekong and the other two looked very unhappy. They waited so long just to apologize to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, on the other hand, actually ignored them. The most important thing is that guy is still showing off his love. Could it be any more excessive? Ding Yud clenched his fists in anger. I endure. I can't stand it anymore. Ding Yud said angrily, Dad, that guy is clearly. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Ding Yuekong slapped him hard again. Shut up! If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Ding Yuekong was more angry than anyone else. Now, they have no choice but to apologize to Qin Feng. Son, stop talking. Ding Yud's mother advised. Over there, Qin Feng and Lu Xinyo were still showing off their love. The two of them found a stone stool and sat down, being very affectionate with each other. Ding Yuekong and the other two could only watch because the school security guards would not let them in. And just like that, another half an hour passed. I almost forgot, I still have homework to do. Qin Feng, I want to go back. Lu Xinyo thought of something and stood up. Qin Feng didn't say anything and sent Lu Xinyo back to the parking lot. Qin Feng, you go back first. See you tomorrow. Lu Xinyo smiled and waved to Qin Feng. See you tomorrow. After Lu Xinyo left, Qin Feng got into the Lamborghini Veneno. He started the car. The car was driving on the campus of Binjiang University, once again attracting the attention of passing students. Look! The Lamborghini Venom is back again. The students took out their cell phones to take pictures. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention to it and drove the Lamborghini Veneno out of the campus. Seeing Qin Feng's car coming out, this time, Ding Yuekong directly blocked it in the middle of the road. Boss Qin. Please wait a moment. Ding Yuekong stands in front of the Lamborghini Veneno. He couldn't wait any longer. If this matter is not resolved, Huiying Building Materials Company will go bankrupt soon. At this moment, Ding Yuekong's face was tense and uneasy. He was not sure whether Qin Feng would forgive them. Qin Feng stopped the car and just glanced at Ding Yuekong with a cold look. "You'd better get out of the way. What if I accidentally step on the accelerator? Then you're screwed." Ding Yuekong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, bent over and walked to Qin Feng's side. There was fear in his eyes and he didn't dare to look at Qin Feng. "Boss Qin. It's all my fault. I apologize." At this time, Ding Yud, supported by his mother, also approached Qin Feng. "Qin, Mr. Qin. I was wrong." Ding Yud has lost all his temper. Qin Feng didn't go to see Ding Yuekong's family of 3 and sneered. "Is just an apology enough?" Ding Yuekong distorted the facts and wantonly slandered Binjiang University on the internet. Qin Feng needs to settle this account with Ding Yuekong. "Boss Qin, we were wrong," Ding Yuekong said with a bitter face. "In this way, I will compensate you with 20% of the shares of Huiying Building Materials Company." Qin Feng didn't say anything. "Only 20%, are you giving away to beggars?" 30%. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Ding Yuekong gritted his teeth and said, 36%. "Boss Qin. That's all the shares I have. Please use the remaining assets to support my retirement." Ding Yuekong was about to cry. He was heartbroken. In order to get Qin Feng's forgiveness, he had no choice but to do this. Qin Feng was silent for a while and agreed. "Good. Besides, you still have to apologize publicly. Remember, it's a continuous public apology for half a month. Qin Feng wants them to restore the reputation of Binjiang University." No problem." Ding Yuekong could only nod. He didn't dare to say no at all. "Director Qin, I will prepare the transfer agreement as soon as possible." Ding Yuekong had a sad face. Qin Feng did not stop. "Drive the Lamborghini Veneno back to the manor." At 8 o'clock in the evening, Yi Kaiying also got off work. In order to familiarize herself with the job, she volunteered to stay and work overtime these days. When Yi Kaiying arrived at the barbecue restaurant, Qin Feng had not arrived yet. She waited at the door for a while longer. Finally, Qin Feng appeared driving the Lamborghini Veneno. Qin Feng. What made Yi Kaiying feel helpless was that Qin Feng still came with bodyguards. "This guy. Cousin." Qin Feng got out of the car and greeted Yi Kaiying. "Sorry, there's a traffic jam on the road." Yi Kaiying smiled and said, "It's okay, I just got here too." "Go in first." Qin Feng handed the car keys to bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong and said, "Park the car first. I might not be back so soon. You can go get some midnight snack." Zhang Yong took the car keys and nodded respectfully. "Okay, Mr. Qin." Afterwards, Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying entered the barbecue restaurant. This is an open-air barbecue restaurant. In Shanghai City, he is quite famous. The two found a seat and sat down. "Qin Feng, thank you." Yi Kaiying smiled. If it weren't for Qin Feng, she wouldn't have been promoted so quickly. "Cousin. You're being a little too polite." Qin Feng remembered something and said, "I'm going home the day after tomorrow. Would you like to join us?" Yi Kaiying smiled bitterly and said, "I was just transferred to the headquarters. Maybe next time." Qin Feng didn't force it. He also knew that Yi Kaiying was a workaholic. "Would you like some wine?" Yi Kaiying asked. "Can." Chapter 54, his face was swollen. Qin Feng came out with his bodyguards. "No need to drive back. Let me make this clear first. I can't afford a bottle of wine that costs tens of thousands of dollars." As a salaried worker, Yi Kaiying naturally has no way to compare with Qin Feng. "Random." Qin Feng smiled. Next, Yi Kaiying selected a lot of food. Their two families lived not far from each other and they often played together when they were young. While eating, they talked about interesting things in their childhood. But before we were full, more than a dozen people came into the barbecue restaurant. Some people hold props, and some people hold cameras. Soon, the owner of the barbecue restaurant also came to Qin Feng. "Handsome guy, beautiful girl. I'm so sorry." Someone has reserved this barbecue restaurant. You may have to leave early. Yi Kaiying frowned, not very happy. Boss, no way. We got here first. Even if someone has reserved the place, they should let us finish eating, right? I finally invited Qin Feng out for a barbecue. As a result, I encountered such a disappointing thing. I'm so sorry. Your consumption today is half price. Originally, the boss didn't want to do anything that would damage his reputation. But what they gave was really too much. His barbecue restaurant is located right by the river. The environment is beautiful. It just so happened that a production crew for a variety show needed to reshoot some scenes and chose this place. This is not about half price. Qin Feng spoke. He was chatting happily with Yi Kaiying. It's a bit unpleasant to encounter such a thing. The boss looked embarrassed. Because, like Qin Feng, people in other positions have no intention of leaving. This is a difficult situation. Koan. It's Koan. Suddenly, 3 girls at the next table stood up, with fanatical expressions on their faces. Outside the door, a young man in suspenders and suit trousers walked slowly over, surrounded by several security guards in black. Koan. I never thought I would see you here. Koan, please sign for me. Several girls rushed over, looking at him in admiration, and wanted Su Koan's autograph. However, the security guard stopped the girls. Excuse me. Koan still has to work. The security guards began to clear the scene. Su Koan is a popular star in the entertainment industry with hundreds of millions of fans on Weibo. Good at singing and dancing rap. Just by virtue of his face, he has a large number of crazy fans. It's actually him. Yi Kaiying is not interested in this kind of traffic star. After all, she is not that kind of innocent little girl. With the appearance of Su Koan, those who were having dinner in the barbecue restaurant began to leave. Although everyone was dissatisfied, they did not dare to offend each other. In particular, Su Koan was accompanied by quite a few people. Qin Feng, let's go too. Yi Kaiying pulled Qin Feng. After all, less trouble is worse than more. Qin Feng had no appetite anymore and nodded immediately. Just as they stood up and wanted to leave, a fat man wearing a baseball cap came up to Qin Feng. The fat man looked at Qin Feng, then at Yi Kaiying. I have to say, Qin Feng is really handsome. And Yi Kaiying is also a great beauty. 2. I'm just short of a few extras. I wonder if you're interested. The fat director was still looking Qin Feng up and down. Not interested. Qin Feng refused directly. Asking him to be an extra, what a joke. Director Zhang, what's wrong? At this time, Su Koan walked over with a stern face. Too hasty. It's not arranged. We are still short of a few extras, said the fat director. Su Koan was a little impatient and said, it's no big deal. Hurry up, I have to attend a banquet soon. Several girls ran over excitedly. Koan, let us do it. We promise to cooperate. Su Koan glanced at the girls and said with a smile, it's you. Then he looked at Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying again. You stay too. However, Qin Feng just replied indifferently. No time. Yi Kaiying didn't want to bother with Su Koan, so she pulled Qin Feng and was about to leave. Etc. You don't know me? Su Koan stopped Qin Feng and Yi Kaiying, his expression looking a little grim. These two people actually didn't give him face. I don't know him. Qin Feng responded coldly. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Koan felt insulted. He is a big star after all, but Qin Feng said he didn't know him. Or stay and be an extra. Or apologize to me. Su Koan was very annoyed and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng could only laugh. Are all the celebrities nowadays so arrogant? Neuropathy. Qin Feng just replied with 3 words coldly. After hearing this, Su Koan's expression changed immediately. How dare you scold me? Su Koan was so angry that he stretched out his hand, wanting to teach Qin Feng a lesson. Bang! Qin Feng couldn't bear it any longer and slapped him hard. I gave you face, didn't I? Qin Feng's voice was cold. Originally, when these people came here to book the whole place, he had already given in. Unexpectedly, Su Koan was so arrogant. You are a traffic star. How dare you put on airs in front of me? Shin Feng looked at Su Kuan, who was blown away with an expressionless face. Su Kuan fell to the ground, half of his face was red and swollen. His mind went blank. Got beaten. I was actually beaten. Su Kuan covered his face and glared at Shin Feng angrily. Kuan. Are you okay? The girls rushed over first, looking worried. How can you be like this? Kuan's face is swollen from you. You should apologize now. Several girls looked at Shin Feng angrily and started to accuse him. Soon, the security from the variety show team also came over. Boy, you dared to do this. The security guards surrounded Shin Feng. The fat director went over to check Su Kuan's injuries and was also very angry. Su Kuan's face was swollen. How can they continue filming in this situation? Boy, you dared to hit someone. Just wait for compensation. The fat director snorted coldly and threatened. Do it now. Beat him up first. Su Kuan looked at Shin Feng viciously and roared. After hearing what Su Kuan said, the security guards were ready to take action. Shin Feng, what should we do? Yi Kaiying was at a loss. It's okay. Shin Feng gave Yi Kaiying a reassuring look. Who wants to do it? You can give it a try. Shin Feng sneered. He didn't take the security guards seriously. However, the security guards still took action. They rushed forward. Shin Feng's expression turned cold and he took a few steps back. He was mainly afraid that Yi Kaiying would get hurt. The other side has more people, but they have no fighting power at all. In less than half a minute, Shin Feng knocked down 5 or 6 people. What do you eat? Are they all gluttons? Seeing that so many people were unable to do anything to Shin Feng, Su Kuan started cursing loudly. Chapter 55, Stunned. He was slapped by Shin Feng. If he didn't retaliate, he really wouldn't be able to swallow this humiliation. Everyone, stand up. Keep beating him. Su Kuan's face was filled with anger. Yi Kaiying stood aside, unable to help, and could only worry in secret. At first, she was still very worried. But when Yi Kaiying saw how powerful Shin Feng was, she was stunned on the spot. My cousin is so skilled. Although the other side had more people and more power, they were no match for Shin Feng. Watching Su Kuan's men fall one by one, Yi Kaiying felt like she was watching a movie. It's so shocking. Finally, the security guards were scared. Covering the injured area, he began to retreat. There was fear in their eyes when they looked at Shin Feng. Su Kuan was still cursing, good for nothing. They are all gluttons. The fat director was also shocked by Shin Feng's strength and showed a look of fear. He didn't expect that this young man was so good at fighting. It would be a shame if he didn't become a martial arts actor. It's useless even if you are good at fighting. I'll tell you. You are in big trouble. Su Kuan pointed at Shin Feng and roared loudly. Bang! Shin Feng turned around and slapped him again. You're a little star. Do you really think you are so great? Shin Feng said in a cold voice. This time, both sides of Su Kuan's cheeks became red and swollen. He was shaking with anger. I have hundreds of millions of followers on Weibo. Hit me again if you dare. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, another crisp slap was heard. Shin Feng sneered, such a weird request. This is the first time I've heard of it. Shin Feng had a look of contempt on his face. I'm an idle trainee. Bang! My name is Su Kuan. Bang! Su Kuan was still shouting. After being slapped several times by Shin Feng, he was completely stunned. Keep talking. See if I dare to slap you. Shin Feng's tone was calm. Su Kuan clenched his fists tightly. Although I was very angry, I didn't dare to speak. He knew that Shin Feng really dared to hit him. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so he decided to settle the score with Shin Feng later. Bang! Shin Feng took action again. Su Kuan was going crazy. I didn't say anything. Why are you hitting me? Because you really deserve a beating. Shin Feng took out 2 tissues from the tissue box on the table. Wiped his hands carefully. I beat Su Kuan because he thought it was dirty. Hearing Shin Feng's words, Su Kuan almost fainted from anger. In all these years since his debut, he has never suffered such a great humiliation. He secretly swore in his heart that he would make Shin Feng look bad. At this moment, Zhang Yang also came over with his bodyguards. Mr. Qin. What happened? Zhang Yong trotted up to Qin Feng. He had just had a midnight snack with other bodyguards at the small restaurant next door. Realizing that something big had happened, he hurried over with his men. At this time, the bodyguards stood neatly behind Qin Feng, full of momentum. Such a scene immediately made everyone present look shocked. Oh my god! What is the identity of this young man? You brought so many bodyguards. Su Koan and the fat director looked at each other, and deep down, they were both a little panicked. They finally realized that Qin Feng was not an ordinary person. You, who are you? The fat director asked with a frown. Chairman of Light and Shadow Group, Qin Feng. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the fat director and said calmly. Light and Shadow Group? Chairman? The fat director looked grim, frightened by Qin Feng's identity. Impossible. He must be lying. Su Koan looked flustered. He didn't believe that Qin Feng would be the chairman of Guanying Group. But even so, he was still very scared. Going out with so many bodyguards is no problem even if he is not the chairman of Guanying Group. Then Qin Feng's identity must not be too bad. The fat director broke out in a cold sweat and swallowed hard. His hands were shaking as he took out his phone. A phone call was made immediately. He wants to ask his friends for clarification. If the young man in front of him is really the chairman of Light and Shadow Group, then they will be in big trouble. Su Koan got beaten without saying anything. Even he will be implicated. Finally, the moment the fat director finished the call, his face turned extremely pale. He found out that the chairman of Guanying Group was indeed Qin Feng. And he's still a young man. The fat director stared at Qin Feng blankly, his legs going weak. Qin. Director Qin. Sorry. The fat director's eyes were filled with fear. He bent down and dared not look at Qin Feng again. He simply couldn't afford to offend a big shot like Qin Feng. Su Koan, who was standing next to him, became panic-stricken when he saw this scene. Let us go, let us go. The first thought that flashed through Su Koan's mind was to leave here. His feet seemed to be filled with lead and were a little out of control. However, just as Su Koan took 2 steps, Qin Feng's voice rang out again. Did I let you go? Qin Feng's voice was cold. As soon as the words fell, Qin Feng's bodyguard walked over quickly and stopped Su Koan. Su Koan turned around and looked at Qin Feng, his body trembling slightly. I'm a contracted artist of Star Entertainment Media. Don't mess around. Su Koan was scared and had to move out of the backstage. He no longer had the arrogance he had at the beginning. Star Entertainment Media? Qin Feng remembered that this was a rival company of Guanying Group. Star Entertainment Media had a feud with Guanying Group. Not long ago, Star Entertainment Media poached several popular artists from Guanying Group. Qin Feng heard this information from General Manager Fang Shuoqin when he went to the company today. Qin Feng smiled and had an idea in his mind. Is it Star Entertainment Media? Okay, I'll give you a chance. Tell your people from Xingyu Media to come and pick them up. Qin Feng found a seat and sat down with a playful smile on his face. Su Koan gritted his teeth. He didn't expect that Qin Feng was so arrogant. He didn't even give face to Star Entertainment Media. At its peak, Star Entertainment Media was even more powerful than Guanying Group. Although it has declined in the past 2 years. But the market value is still more than 50 billion. Su Koan thought about it, then took out his cell phone to make a call. He did not look for the top executives of Star Entertainment Media, but first contacted a wealthy woman in Shanghai City. Koan. Haven't seen you for a long time. Do you miss your sister? Come to my sister's house tonight. I love you. The female voice on the phone teased. Sister Yun. Sister Yun. I'm in a little trouble. Su Koan is not in any mood at all now. Oh? How dare someone bully my dear Koan? Who? Who is so arrogant? The voice on the phone was clearly angry. Chapter 56, Seeking Help. Su Koan complained. Sister Yun, the other party is the chairman of Guanying Group. Call Qin Feng. My face is swollen from his beating. After hearing what Su Koan said, the wealthy woman was obviously stunned for a while. Who? Chairman of Guanying Group? Can you confirm the other party's identity? the wealthy woman asked. Su Koen's eyes were gloomy, I am sure and certain. Now, Su Koen hated Chin Fong. Sister Yun, only you can save. However, before Su Koen could finish his sentence, a roaring voice came from the phone. Neuropathy. Do you want to kill me? Get out of here. Then, the phone beeped. The other party hung up the phone. Sister Yun, Sister Yun. Su Koen called a few times, but the phone was no longer ringing. His face also became stiff. Can it be more realistic? You don't recognize me just because you pull up your pants? That's not what I said when I went to sleep. Su Koen gritted his teeth and pulled out another number. This time, he called the chairman of Star Entertainment Media. Chairman. I was beaten. Su Koen told the story. His voice trembled, Chairman, only you can save me now. At this time, Song Haifeng, chairman of Star Entertainment Media, was still drinking. He was holding 2 young models in his cup. Hearing Su Koen say this, Song Haifeng frowned. Chairman of Light and Shadow Group? Song Haifeng's face didn't look good. They, Star Entertainment Media, are rivals of Guanyin Group. The two sides have been fighting openly and covertly for many years. And now, Chin Fong actually beat a contracted artist of Star Entertainment Media in public. Su Koen begged, Chairman. You must save me. If even Song Haifeng ignored him, then he's finished. If you offend the chairman of Guanyin Group, you will never be able to survive in the entertainment industry. Don't worry. I'll send someone over right away. Song Haifeng's voice was cold. Su Koen is from Star Entertainment Media, he will definitely not sit idly by. Besides, in the past 2 years, Star Entertainment Media has spent a lot of money to make Su Koen famous. But we can't just throw it away like this. There is another reason. That is, Song Haifeng wants to take this opportunity to suppress the Guanyin Group. Chairman. I'm waiting. Su Koen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the company did not abandon him. Su Koen put down his phone, feeling relieved. How's it going? The fat director next to him looked anxious. The chairman said he would send someone over right away. Su Koen was very excited. Great. The fat director wiped the sweat from his face. They are saved. After knowing Chin Feng's identity, the girls who tried to please Su Koen no longer dared to speak. They were afraid of Chin Feng's identity. Chin Feng. I never thought that you are actually the chairman of Guanyin Group. Yi Kaiying looked at Chin Feng and felt very surprised. Yi Kaiying knew that Chin Feng had a bank under his name. Now, another film and television company has emerged. What's more, the market value of this film and television company exceeds 80 billion. This is horrible. The shocks her cousin gave her were greater than each other. Chin Feng just smiled and spoke. I wonder what my cousin would think if she knew that he also owns a real estate company and a shopping mall. Chin Feng did not say it explicitly, so as not to scare Yi Kaiying. I waited like this for more than 10 minutes. Finally, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked into the door of the barbecue restaurant. The middle-aged man walked towards Su Koen with a blank expression. Boss Wang, you're finally here. Su Koen was overjoyed. The man named Mr. Wang nodded. He is the general manager of Star Entertainment Media, and was ordered by Song Haifeng to come and pick up the people. The general manager turned around and looked at Chin Feng. The first time he saw Chin Feng, he felt a great pressure. The young man in front of him is the chairman of Guanyin Group. He was a little scared, but he still said it anyway. Boss Chin. I am the general manager of Star Entertainment Media. What did our Koen do wrong? Please bear with me. Now he just wanted to take Su Koen back to report. Chin Feng sat on the chair, without raising his head, and said lightly. Make him apologize. Then you can go away. The general manager showed an embarrassed look and looked at Su Koen. Su Koen's mouth twitched, and he was filled with anger. Not only was he beaten by Chin Feng, but now he even has to apologize. So angry. Or else, just apologize. The fat director was at a loss. If they continue to waste time like this, they will be the only ones who suffer. Sorry. After a moment of silence, Su Koen finally lowered his head. I didn't hear it. Chin Feng said. Su Koen gritted his teeth and raised his voice. Mr. Chin, I'm sorry. Su Koen bent over, his face livid. Get as far away as you can. Qin Feng sneered. Thank you, Mr. Qin. The general manager pulled Su Kuan, who didn't say a word, and hurriedly left the barbecue restaurant. Afterwards, the staff of the variety show team also left. Mr. Qin. That Su Kuan doesn't seem to be convinced yet. Bodyguard Captain Zhang Yong stood beside Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng just smiled. Of course he saw it. However, Qin Feng only let Su Kuan go temporarily. It won't be long before he will clean up Star Entertainment Media as well. But now, it's not the right time yet. Su Kuan returned to the hotel and became angrier the more he thought about it. His face was swollen after being beaten by Qin Feng. It would take at least 10 days or half a month for it to recover. This damn Qin Feng. Su Kuan clenched his fists until they turned white. At this time, his cell phone also rang. Chairman. Seeing that it was the chairman calling, Su Kuan was respectful. I have already thought of a way to deal with Qin Feng. You go do something. Song Haifeng said. Chairman, please speak. When Su Kuan heard that they were going to deal with Qin Feng, he was extremely happy. I've asked someone to write the manuscript and post it online. Post some pictures of you getting beaten up on your Weibo later. Song Haifeng wanted to create some pressure on Guanyin Group through public opinion first. And this is just his first step. Next, Song Haifeng still has many tricks up his sleeve. In addition to venting Su Kuan's anger, Song Haifeng also wanted to take this opportunity to ensure that Guanyin Group would never be able to recover. Chairman, I understand. After the call, Su Kuan did what Song Haifeng said. Not surprisingly, this incident quickly became a hot topic. Song Haifeng was very smart and just asked someone to spread the gossip. Considering the fact that Su Kuan was beaten, the blame can be put on Qin Feng. In this way, even if the Light and Shadow Group wanted to fight back, they would be unable to do anything to them. That's too much. They beat Kuan like this. As the chairman of Guanyin Group, can you be so arrogant? Boycott the film and television works of Guanyin Group, starting with me. Seeing my idol being beaten into a pig's head. Those fans were very angry. Chapter 57 Check-in, Private Jet. And those who hate Su Kuan expressed their warm congratulations. I've disliked the Su Kuan for a long time. Well done, great fight. A round of verbal battle broke out on the internet. Qin Feng was unaware of all this. He had just finished taking a shower when he saw several messages from Fang Shuochen on his phone. Boss Qin. The fact that you injured Su Kuan is now trending on the internet. Qin Feng looked at the message and suddenly frowned. With doubts, he looked it up online. Yes, some bad media have magnified this matter infinitely. As for the cause of the incident, no mention was made. It is obvious that those media outlets received money from Star Entertainment Media. He wanted to take the opportunity to discredit Guanyin Group. Fortunately, Fang Shuochen's emergency public relations prevented the situation from getting worse. Director Qin, would you like to come out and clarify this? Fang Shuochen asked. No. I'd like to see it. What a big storm can Xingyu Media stir up? Say that. But Qin Feng has already decided to take care of Star Entertainment Media tomorrow. And tonight, he just wanted to have a good sleep. The next morning. The most exciting moment of the day has arrived. System, sign in. The first thing Qin Feng thought of when he opened his eyes was to sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning 300 million Chinese currency. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning a Gulfstream G650 private jet. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for drawing a killer call experience card. Gulfstream G650 private jet, worth 420 million Chinese yuan. However, Qin Feng did not show too much excitement. After all, with his current assets, it is not difficult to buy a private jet. Killer call experience card? System, what is this? Qin Feng was stunned. The system explained. As the name suggests, using this experience card, you can call a killer organization. Make it serve the host. Killer call experience card can only be used once. Qin Feng smiled. Be good. Even this thing has come out. Let us see who dares to provoke him in the future. The private plane has been dispatched to Shanghai International Airport. And equipped with flight attendants, ready to take off at any time. The system's voice sounded again in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng didn't say anything and got up to have breakfast. He planned to go back to his hometown tomorrow, so he called his housekeeper Su Jiaying over. He wanted Su Jiaying to buy some things. Mr. Qin, what do you want me to do? Su Jiaying asked. Qin Feng took a piece of paper and wrote down some items. Help me buy these things back. Su Jiaying nodded and then went out. After breakfast, Qin Feng drove his Knight 15 to school. Binjiang University, parking lot. Kai Zhihao was looking at the school gate with some anticipation. Next to him stood a tall woman. The woman was also a standard beauty, but her expression was a bit cold. Some male classmates passing by couldn't help but take a look at the woman. Sister, my brother will be here soon. Kai Zhihao said to Kai Xianling with a smile. Kai Xianling folded her hands over her chest and said calmly, I would like to see the big brother you mentioned. How handsome is that? Kai Xianling wasn't too impressed. After all, it's not like she hasn't seen handsome guys before. Kai Zhihao said, Sister, you've been on leave these days, so you might not know. My eldest brother is the recognized male idol in the school. And he is the chairman of Ruei High Bank. Kai Xianling waved her hand and said, That's enough. Isn't he just a rich second generation? Kai Zhihao was a little embarrassed. But he had always been afraid of his sister, so he didn't dare to refute. No more waiting, I'm going back to the classroom. Kai Xianling was already getting impatient waiting. Kai Xianling had just taken 2 steps when she heard Kai Zhihao shouting. Elder sister. My big brother is here. Kai Zhihao looked excited. Kai Xianling thought about it and stopped. She looked at the Knight 15 that was slowly approaching with a hint of curiosity on her face. Finally, Knight 15 stopped. Brother! Kai Zhihao walked over and took the initiative to help Qin Feng open the car door. Qin Feng just glanced at Kai Zhihao and got out of the car. When Kai Xianling saw Qin Feng, she couldn't bear to look away. Oh my god! This Qin Feng is so handsome. There seemed to be some magic about him. It makes people want to get close to it. Kai Xianling's heart beat faster and her cheeks turned red. She was still staring at Qin Feng blankly. Elder sister. Kai Zhihao walked over and gave a few reminders. Kai Xianling finally reacted and lowered her head slightly. Looks shy. Isn't my big brother handsome? Kai Zhihao asked. Kai Xianling didn't know how to answer. Because Qin Feng's handsomeness cannot be described in words. Brother! Introduce me. This is my sister, Kai Xianling. Kai Xianling raised her head, looked at Qin Feng again, and said, Hello, Qin Feng. Qin Feng just nodded. He actually knew this Kai Xianling. Like Lu Xinyao, Kai Xianling is also the campus belle of Binjiang University. However, this school beauty is a bit controversial. There is no doubt about Kai Xianling's appearance. Unfortunately, her figure is a bit poor, only an A cup. Well, that is, poached eggs. This is a minus point. As for the extra points, it was Kai Xianling's family background. Her father is the chairman of Xiang Yuan Group, so she is considered a wealthy girl. If there's nothing else, I'm going to class first. Qin Feng didn't pay much attention and walked towards the classroom. Kai Xianling was still standing there, looking at Qin Feng's back as he left, with a look of infatuation on her face. Sister! My eldest brother is gone. Seeing his sister almost drooling, Kai Zhihao felt helpless. You are indeed a male god. I will definitely chase this man. Kai Xianling muttered to herself. Sister, are you crazy? My eldest brother has a girlfriend. Kai Zhihao felt a little regretful. I should not have brought my sister to see Qin Feng. Once I saw it, I couldn't help myself. What's that? I like challenges. If you love someone, you should be brave enough to pursue him or her. Kai Xianling has made up her mind. The corners of Kai Zhihao's mouth twitched a few times. Sister, do you like that? I'm too embarrassed to point it out. Kai Xianling's expression turned cold. What did you say? Kai Zhihao waved his hands hastily. I didn't say anything. I should go to class too. Goodbye, sis. Kai Zhihao ran back to the classroom quickly. Qin Feng. Seeing Qin Feng appear in the classroom, Lu Xinyao smiled. Xinyao. Qin Feng walked up to Lu Xinyao. The two started chatting and saw Qin Feng and Lu Xinyao showing off their love. The classmates in the class were all very dissatisfied. Chapter 58 The Bad Luck Begins. These two people. Can you please consider the feelings of these single people? Qin Feng chatted with Lu Xinyao for a while and then returned to his seat. I took out my cell phone and looked at it. He found that thanks to Feng Shuichen's efforts, the heated discussion about the injury to Su Koan last night had subsided a lot. This is roughly the situation on the internet. But Star Entertainment Media has no intention of stopping. Soon, Qin Feng received another message from Feng Shuichen. Boss Qin, Xingyu Media has taken action again. They poached several popular artists from our company. Moreover, that Song Haifeng even used his connections. Now more than 60% of our company's filming projects have been affected. This time, Star Entertainment Media is serious about it. The public opinion war that unfolded last night was just the beginning. With such a big incident, the shares of Guanyin Group hit the limit down as soon as the market opened. It's really miserable. Qin Feng was silent for a while and replied with 3 words. No. Since Song Haifeng wants to play, Qin Feng will play with him. Qin Feng was about to make a phone call. At this moment, his cell phone rang. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Qin Feng hung up without thinking. But after a while, the number called again. With doubt, Qin Feng pressed the answer button. Boss Qin. Hello? A man's rough voice rang out on the phone. Forgot to introduce myself. My name is Song Haifeng, chairman of Star Entertainment Media. There was a hint of contempt in Song Haifeng's tone. Qin Feng remained silent, he heard it. Song Haifeng chose to call at this time to anger him. Song Haifeng said proudly, Boss Qin. There will be no good outcome if you go against me. You can't beat me. He didn't take Qin Feng seriously. Star Entertainment Media and Guanyin Group are competitors. And last night, Qin Feng beat up a contracted artist of Star Entertainment Media, and Song Haifeng will definitely not let it go. What do you want? Qin Feng asked. Song Haifeng sneered, of course, it's to swallow up your light and shadow group. Hearing Song Haifeng say this, Qin Feng also laughed. You guys have quite a big appetite. Song Haifeng reminded, Boss Qin, I have something to say to you. He who knows the times is a hero. He has already mobilized all the connections he can. Vowed to take over the light and shadow group. Qin Feng also smiled. I'll give you a word. Roll. Qin Feng sneered and hung up the phone. You. Song Haifeng was so angry that his face turned blue. He clenched his fists and pounded the desk several times. The tea in the cup splashed out. This damn Qin Feng. You'll regret this. Song Haifeng gritted his teeth. At this time, Qin Feng in the classroom also walked out to the corridor. He called the general manager of Ruihai Bank. Mr. Qin, do you have any instructions? Zhou Rongfeng asked. Qin Feng put his right hand in his pocket, his face calm, and said, Take out all the available funds. Prepare to acquire Star Entertainment Media. Zhou Rongfeng was stunned. Boss Qin, this. He knew it very well. Star Entertainment Media is a film and television company with a market value of over 50 billion. It is not easy to acquire Star Entertainment Media. Besides, Song Haifeng is no pushover either. Although Ruihai Bank is a bank. But it is impossible to raise so much money in a short period of time. It's not realistic either. Qin Feng said without further explanation. Prepare 10 billion in funds first. I'll figure out the rest. Qin Feng plans to use the super short selling card. As long as you can buy more than 50% of Star Entertainment Media's shares. His goal was achieved. Okay, Mr. Qin. Zhou Rongfeng agreed. At the same time, Qin Feng also raised more than 5 billion yuan in funds from the two companies under his name. After making the arrangements, Qin Feng returned to his seat. System, use the super short card for me. Host, please bind a company. Star Entertainment Media. Binding successful. The short selling program is running. After doing all this, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Now, all he had to do was wait patiently. After 5 or 6 minutes, Star Entertainment Media started to have bad luck. Their company is listed on Hong Kong Island. The stock price plummeted. At this time, Song Haifeng, chairman of Star Entertainment Media, was still sitting in his office. He was smoking a cigar leisurely. Suddenly, the female secretary walked in quickly. "Chairman." "Oh no." Song Haifeng frowned and said unhappily, "I'm fine." The female secretary said, "Chairman, our company's stock is falling rapidly. And I don't know who it was, but they exposed a lot of negative information about our company on the internet. Go and have a look." Song Haifeng frowned even deeper. Now he is busy dealing with the light and shadow group. Unexpectedly, the fire started in the backyard first. Song Haifeng looked it up online. This is amazing to see. Among the exposed black materials, there is also information about a lot of companies violating the law. For example, tax evasion. The point is, it's all true. How so? Song Haifeng was completely panicked and his face turned pale. As the scandals of Star Entertainment Media were exposed, panic in the market was spreading rapidly. Some institutions and retail investors have been selling off Star Entertainment Media's shares. There is no such thing as a limit down in the Hong Kong stock market. If this continues, no one knows where we will fall. At this moment, the company's financial analyst also rushed into Song Haifeng's office. "Chairman, I found out. Our company's stock was jointly shorted by more than a dozen large overseas institutions." The analyst looked flustered. "Damn it." Song Haifeng slammed his fist on the desk again. He couldn't understand why Star Entertainment Media was targeted by those overseas short-selling institutions. "It seems that I haven't offended any big shots. Chairman, what should we do now?" asked the female secretary. Song Haifeng pondered for a while and felt overwhelmed. "Find a way to buy back the stock. Let's stabilize the stock price first," the financial analyst said with a bitter face. "But there isn't much money left in the company's account. And we're still evading taxes now. You'll have to pay a large fine later." Song Haifeng was very angry. If he knew who was behind it, he will definitely settle the score with the other party. But for now, he has to clean up this mess first. Contact the company's major shareholders. Let them find a way to raise the money, Song Haifeng said angrily. The female secretary reminded. "Chairman, something happened to the major shareholders of our company too." After hearing what the female secretary said, Song Haifeng slumped in his chair. The company's stock was jointly shorted by overseas institutions, and the stock price plummeted. Now even the major shareholders are in trouble. Could it be any more unlucky? Chapter 59 Light Bulb. Xin Feng was still listening to the class in the classroom. But he had no motivation to study. Just like that, a class passed. Xin Feng took out his mobile phone and checked the stocks of Star Entertainment Media. Star Entertainment Media's stock has fallen by 11%. And it keeps falling. What surprised Xin Feng the most was that all the major shareholders of Star Entertainment Media had run into trouble. Even Star Entertainment Media was investigated by the relevant authorities for tax evasion. Xin Feng smiled. "I have to say, the super short card is really powerful. It's a pity to use it on Star Entertainment Media." But Xin Feng didn't think much about it because he still had the system. Don't worry about not getting good stuff. At this time, Xin Feng's cell phone also rang. It was Zhou Rongfeng who called. "Boss Xin, the 10 billion yuan has been raised. I see that Star Entertainment Media's stock is still plummeting. Can we buy it later? If the stock price of Star Entertainment Media falls too much, they will suffer a huge loss." Xin Feng said, "It doesn't matter. Never mind the stock price. You can buy the stocks held by retail investors first. Star Entertainment Media has some foundation and will definitely not go bankrupt. As long as you hold on to the stocks, they will go back up in the future. What Xin Feng needs to do now is to gain control of Star Entertainment Media." "I see." Zhou Rongfeng nodded. Thinking about what Xin Feng had asked him to prepare funds to acquire Xingyu Media an hour ago, he thought of something. Now Star Entertainment Media is being shorted by large overseas institutions. How could Xin Feng know this in advance? Does he still cooperate with those big organizations? The more Zhou Rongfeng thought about it, the more frightened he became. He didn't dare think about it anymore. It has to be said that it was not a wise choice for Xingyu Media to provoke Xin Feng. Xin Feng was still looking at the messages on his phone. Suddenly, a pretty figure appeared beside him. Xin Feng. Are you thirsty? I bought you a cup of milk tea. Xin Feng raised his head and saw Kai Xianling looking at him with a smile in her eyes. In her hand, she was holding a cup of original milk tea bought from a certain restaurant. Xin Feng frowned. This woman actually still pesters me. Excuse me. I'm not thirsty. Kai Xianling smiled and said, It doesn't matter. Wait until you are thirsty before drinking. Kai Xianling smiled and placed the cup of milk tea on the table. I'll go. Seeing Kai Xianling being so nice to Xin Feng, all the students in the classroom were dumbfounded. Kai Xianling is the campus beauty of Binjiang University. The key point is that she is a rich girl. Now, it has been snatched away by Xin Feng again. So angry. This Xin Feng already has Lu Xinyao, but it's still not enough. That's too much. Kai Xianling put the milk tea on the table and ran to the back row and sat down. She is not a student in this class. However, there are no restrictions in universities. You can attend any teacher's class as long as you want. The other side. Seeing that Kai Xianling was so nice to Xin Feng, a strange look flashed in Lu Xinyao's eyes. But she soon lowered her head to read. Xin Feng sat in his seat and felt a lot of hateful gazes. Xin Feng was also very helpless about this. Is there anything wrong with being a little more charming? Soon, it was time for class again. Kai Xianling sat in the back row, holding her chin with both hands, looking at Xin Feng's back intently. She came here just to see Xin Feng. Xin Feng is still in class. But life is not so good for Song Haifeng, chairman of Star Entertainment Media. Song Haifeng is now overwhelmed by the company's affairs. However, the share price of Star Entertainment Media is still falling. Time flies. It's time for lunch. Get out of class to end. Xinyao, let's go eat. Xin Feng walked to Lu Xinyao's side. Lu Xinyao was about to say something when Kai Xianling walked over quickly. Xin Feng, let me treat you to a meal. Kai Xianling looked expectant. I'm busy. Xin Feng refused directly. He took Lu Xinyao's hand, just wanting to get rid of Kai Xianling as soon as possible. This woman is really annoying. Even though she knew he already had a girlfriend, she still came to pester him. Lu Xinyao stood up and wanted to go out with Xin Feng. At this time, Kai Xianling also looked at Lu Xinyao and spoke. You are Lu Xinyao, right? My name is Kai Xianling, let's be friends. Although they were students in the same school, they had no previous contact. Hello? Lu Xinyao just responded and followed Xin Feng out. Xin Feng, let's go to the cafeteria. Lu Xinyao suggested. Xin Feng didn't say anything, and the two of them walked towards the school cafeteria. As for Kai Xianling, she followed all the time. She also doesn't mind being a third wheel. Xin Feng was helpless and simply ignored Kai Xianling. By the way, Xinyao, I'm going back to my hometown tomorrow. Do you want to go back together? Xin Feng looked at Lu Xinyao beside him. Why are you going home? Lu Xinyao asked with curiosity in her tone. Go back and play for a few days. Xin Feng replied with a smile. Now that he has money, he wants to go home to see his parents. Although he has transferred money to his sister every day in the past few days. But he still felt it necessary to go back. If his parents are willing, Xin Feng wants to bring them to Sanhai City as well. Lu Xinyao pondered for a while and said. Okay, then I'll go ask the teacher for leave later. Lu Xinyao agreed. A little after 3 in the afternoon. Xin Feng received a call from Zhou Rongfeng. Mr. Qin, it's done. We have already acquired 51% of Star Entertainment Media's shares. Zhou Rongfeng told Xin Feng the good news. Well done. Follow me to Star Entertainment Media headquarters. Xin Feng hung up the phone with a smile and drove away from Binjiang University. He was very curious about what kind of expression Song Haifeng would have when he saw him. Star Entertainment Media. Chairman's office. Seeing the company's stock price stabilize, Song Haifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he fell again, he would have a heart attack. Chairman. It seems that a Chinese bank has taken over a lot of our company's stocks. The financial analyst found Song Haifeng with a laptop. Song Haifeng smiled and said. Fine. This is proof. There are still many people who are optimistic about our Star Entertainment Media. Humph, those overseas institutions actually want to short us. What wishful thinking. Song Haifeng felt that Star Entertainment Media had already won. And next, he may concentrate on dealing with Qin Feng. Song Haifeng was silent for a while and said, "Check it out. Which bank took over our company's shares?" Song Haifeng was a little curious. "I'm checking now. Financial analyst working on computer." Song Haifeng leaned back in his chair, drinking the coffee in his cup. "Chairman, I found out. It's our Ruweihai Bank in Shanghai City." Chapter 60. The good times are over. Ruweihai Bank? Song Haifeng frowned. He had heard of the name of this bank. And we also know that this bank is very powerful among all the private banks in China. Can you find out how many shares of our company Ruweihai Bank has taken over? Song Haifeng asked again. The financial analyst shook his head and said, "From the current information, they have taken over most of the stocks held by retail investors. As for how many there are in total, we can't find out for now." Song Haifeng remained silent. He felt it necessary to contact Ruweihai Bank. Just then, the phone in the office rang. Song Haifeng asked his female secretary to answer the phone. "Chairman, the general manager of Ruweihai Bank is here." The female secretary said to Song Haifeng. "Oh?" Song Haifeng didn't expect that people from Ruweihai Bank would come to him on their own initiative. "Let him in," etc. "I'd better go down myself. Ruweihai Bank bought so many shares of Star Entertainment Media." Song Haifeng thought it would be better for him to go and greet him. Moreover, he also wanted to establish good relations with the people at Ruweihai Bank. Immediately, Song Haifeng brought several company executives to greet them. They came to the first floor of the company. At the beginning, Song Haifeng was still smiling. When he saw Qin Feng, his expression changed immediately. "Qin Feng, it's you." It was the first time that Song Haifeng met Qin Feng. However, he had seen Qin Feng's photo. "So I know that the young man in front of me is Qin Feng. Who let you in?" "Security, get this guy out." Song Haifeng was very annoyed. Zhou Rongfeng stepped forward with a smile and said, "Don't rush us. Introduce me. I am the general manager of Ruweihai Bank. My name is Zhou Rongfeng. This is the chairman of our Ruweihai Bank, Qin Feng." After hearing what Zhou Rongfeng said, Song Haifeng's face immediately became stiff. "No, impossible. Absolutely not. How could this Qin Feng be the chairman of Ruweihai Bank?" Although he said he didn't believe it, Song Haifeng had already started sweating on his back. He just didn't want to accept this fact. Seeing Song Haifeng's expression of having eaten shit, Qin Feng laughed. "Do you believe it? It doesn't really make much sense." Song Haifeng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He could never have imagined that Qin Feng had such a powerful background. Even Ruweihai Bank belongs to him. In this way, it would not be so easy for him to deal with the Guanyin group. "Qin Feng, don't be so proud in front of me. Don't forget, this is my territory. Even if you are shareholders of Star Entertainment Media, so what? As the chairman of Star Entertainment Media, I can also kick you out." Song Haifeng's face turned red with anger. Qin Feng looked at Song Haifeng as if he was looking at a fool. "Excuse me. You won't be the chairman anytime soon," Qin Feng said with a smile. "What do you mean?" Song Haifeng looked at Qin Feng coldly with a gloomy look. Qin Feng's words gave him a bad feeling. Zhou Rongfeng, who was beside Qin Feng, also smiled and took out a thick stack of agreements from his briefcase in a timely manner. "Look carefully. We, Ruweihai Bank, own 51% of the shares of your Xingyu Media. So, you will no longer be the chairman soon." Song Haifeng took the agreements and took a look. "The more I look at it, the more frightened I become." It turned out that Ruweihai Bank not only took away the stocks held by retail investors. Even the shares held by the major shareholders of Star Entertainment Media were bought out by them. Song Haifeng looked shocked. His face became paler and paler. "I protest." Song Haifeng glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Zhou Rongfeng smiled and said, "Sorry. Protests are useless." Song Haifeng almost fainted from anger. He knew that he would soon no longer be the chairman of Star Entertainment Media. "Qin Feng, how dare you trick me?" Song Haifeng was very angry. Originally, he wanted to take over Guanyin Group. As a result, he didn't get any benefits, and his base was stolen by Qin Feng first. Qin Feng just smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, Song Haifeng thought of something. Could it be that you have teamed up with those overseas institutions to short sell our Xingyu media? Song Haifeng stared at Qin Feng's face. I want to find the answer from Qin Feng's expression. You guess. Qin Feng said with a smile. Song Haifeng shook his head and immediately rejected the idea. He didn't believe that Qin Feng was that capable. But this round, he did lose. And lost miserably. Now he can't even keep his position as chairman. At the gate, Su Kuan and his agent just arrived here. The redness and swelling on his face has not subsided yet, so he can only go out wearing a mask. Chairman. Su Kuan was about to say hello to Song Haifeng. When he saw Qin Feng, he immediately became angry. Qin Feng. How dare you come to Star Entertainment Media? Su Kuan quickly came up to Qin Feng, his eyes filled with anger. He was not aware of the strange atmosphere in the field. Qin Feng just glanced at Su Kuan indifferently and didn't pay any more attention to him. In Qin Feng's eyes, Su Kuan is just a clown. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored him, Su Kuan was so angry that he wanted to curse. How can this be possible? Chairman. I suggest that this Qin Feng be kicked out. Su Kuan turned around and said to Song Haifeng. Get out of here. Song Haifeng was in a bad mood and roared at Su Kuan. He has lost control of Star Entertainment Media. What is even more infuriating is that the control of the company fell into Qin Feng's hands. Hateful. Chairman, Su Kuan showed a nervous look. My heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the chairman has abandoned him? If that's the case, then he's screwed. Although he is a star, with this status, he can't compare with Qin Feng at all. Chairman. Did I do something wrong? Su Kuan asked cautiously. He waited for Song Haifeng's reply. However, Song Haifeng had a stern face and did not speak. He is no longer the chairman. Zhou Rongfeng reminded, the current chairman of Xingyu Media is Qin Feng. Su Kuan was stunned. It took me a long time to recover. How is that possible? Su Kuan didn't believe it. Chairman, this is not true. Su Kuan was still looking at Song Haifeng. However, Song Haifeng still didn't speak. His face looked extremely ugly. There is resentment and anger on his face. Seeing this scene, Su Kuan was completely stunned. It seems that what Zhou Rongfeng said is true. Qin Feng really became the chairman of Star Entertainment Media. It doesn't matter how Qin Feng did it. The important thing is that Su Kuan knows that his good days are over.